So is Paul ready? Okay. Glad you heard that. It is 4:38 on Monday, March 28th. I hereby call the meeting of the Special Affairs Committee to order. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Present.
Ms. Lewis? Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns? Ms. Herkenroder?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Ms. Worthing? Thank you.
Thank you. Reading of the Disorderly Person City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meetings. Are there any requests or changes, are there any requests for changes or additions to the agenda? Hearing none, that moves us to public speaking. Are there any public speakers? Seeing none. Is there any council response to our no public speakers? All right, that moves us straight to resolution, the resolutions 220038. The chair will entertain a motion to send resolution 220038 to council with any amendments.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I'd like to make a motion to move 220038 to council.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Okay, I will second that. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes. For this resolution that deals with the public hearing rules governing meetings of the Flint City Council, I am in support of making an amendment motion to move this for a special city council meeting to discuss the rules, because we talked about this before. I know you guys did some work. I thought that we talked about having a working meeting where we can deal directly with the rules. So I don't think I can support moving this to city council. I thought we discussed moving this to special affairs to set a date to actually have a special city council meeting where we can actually talk about the rules and moving back and forth before we even set a public hearing. So that was my understanding. If you guys are thinking something different, please let me know.
So I heard a couple of different things in there. Do you have any amendments to the rules that you would like to make? Because we can do that. We can do those now.
Well, it's not the matter of me having the amendments now. I was up under the assumption that we were moving this to special affairs to actually have a special meeting, because some of my colleagues wanted to have a special meeting to actually deal with the rules. So I am not prepared today to even, and I have been looking at the rules, and it is some things that I would like to add or take out in the rules. I'm not prepared today to do that. I did not come prepared today to do that because I was under the assumption that we only moved the rules today to set a date for a special meeting. That's it.
So you did say that you wanted an amended motion. What was that motion then?
I would like to make amendment motion to set a date and time to call a special meeting to deal with the rules.
Okay, I'm going to read it back and tell me if I get it right. So there's an amended motion on the floor to set a date and time for a special meeting to deal with the rules. Did I get it?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays.
I thought it was clear that, you know, we was going to set a special meeting. I know it was talk, and I think even a vote or a special order on this special affairs agenda, which I see none. And then I get a motion to move this to council. I mean, the vote of council got to mean something. People got to be able to interpret what's being said here. No, we in a bad place. I see a public notice through you to Ms. Burns for a community budget hearing Wednesday, March the 30th. I'm concerned about what date we'll set, hopefully in March. I know I want to make a commitment if the ad hoc committee didn't call a meeting in January or February that I would try to initiate one in March, and so we're doing it here. Ms. Burns, a public notice, Flint City Council community budget hearings. You're responsible as it relates to this, or can you shed some light on this? And it's going to have something to do with my thoughts for a special meeting, when and what day and time.
Are you, Mr. Mays, are you asking Ms. Burns to respond to your question?
Yeah, I said through you to Ms. Burns.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Ms. Burns, are you able to answer that question right now?
That's through you, Madam Chair, through to Councilman Mays. Per the charter, that's posted so that we make sure that we were in compliance with the charter.
So if I read the charter and the Open Meetings Act, the charter is referring to section 7-101A5. You know, I don't know what a budget hearing is, because I tried to call a investigative hearing, and the lawyers, both of them, all of them told me it was you need a quorum. So we got a posting for Wednesday, March the 30th. I don't think it adheres to calling a special meeting. One hearing ain't different than the other. I think this should be posted as a special meeting. I've had debates and concerns about this, so it should be posted as a finance committee meeting, and 2 or more people should sign. I haven't heard from this office other than the day Ms. Herkenroder called me and asked me something about a woman speaking as it relates to Black History Month. And so then I get a document from the Ethics and Accountability Board wanting a response by April the 11th, 2022. This will be my 3rd time talking to the Ethics and Accountability Board. I don't mind responding to them, but I'm not going to take the beating and the disrespect of the office of presidency as it relates to how I'm talking about postings and disrespecting folks. I got a job to do. And so, Mr. Murphy, I support the motion for a special meeting, maybe an hour or 2 on or before Wednesday, March the 30th. But I'm not comfortable with this posting as it relates to the charter and the budget and a quorum or lack thereof. I've never seen a council get off to such a start. And so I'm concerned. I'll wait for my 2nd round on the discussion on this motion, but I support the motion. I mean, that's what I thought we agreed upon. You're right, Mr. Murphy. And I still see a push from certain members of this ad hoc committee to do something different. Thank you.
Thank you. For the members who have just arrived, we are in discussion on an amended motion to set a date and a time for a special meeting to deal with the rules, also known as Resolution 220038. Is there any more discussion on this amended motion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I would like to first thank Councilman Murphy and Councilman Mays for supporting his motion to set a time for a special meeting. I thought it should have been on this agenda as a special order. We talked about that in depth.
Yeah.
We talked about that for a while at the last meeting. So I'm not sure as to what happened and how come it's not on here as a special order. However, I will support the motion. I'm not going to support sending it to council because I think that's you know, we don't need to send it to council. We've talked about that. We've talked about this several times, and I'm just not understanding where is the breakdown. So, yes, I'll support the motion to set a time and date for a special rules meeting, but I will not support sending this to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
I'm sorry I was not prepared tonight with the special affairs agenda, or else I would have made a motion to add the special order for the discussion, because it was my understanding that it was already there, because it was, I believe we directed staff to put it there. And so it was not there, and I had not noticed that in the agenda on special affairs, because I believe that that was the only one thing on the agenda. So that is my mistake, or else I would have amended made a motion to amend the agenda to include that. So I regret to say that I did not.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion?
Madam Chair.
Well, let me finish out the first round by giving my remarks. So I also was under the impression that it was going to be under a special order. I'm not sure what happened with that as well. I do also just want to remind everybody, you know, we can set that special meeting. I don't think that it's going to happen between now and Wednesday, given the Open Meetings Act and the fact that we have to post it within 24 hours. But I will say we can always keep it on. We can make sure that we do another special order. We can make sure that we get it talked about for sure. But I don't think that it's going to happen between now and Wednesday just because of logistics. So with that being said, Mr. Mays, I believe you wanted the floor.
Yeah, Madam Chair. I mean, I could have made a request for changes and or additions to the agenda. But when you get a notice of board action from the Ethics and Accountability Board, and I've dealt with them, been dealing with them, and probably the only council person been before them since they've been formed, as far as checking something out. And I'm up for this, to check it out, because I've had council colleagues say publicly in the meeting reference says that Council President Mays is being disrespectful to clerks and lawyers, and I'm not. I don't think it takes a legal opinion when 2 or more council people request that a meeting is posted. I don't think that the legal interpretation for an investigative hearing gonna be any different from a budget hearing. And so I'm up for it. I'm eager to talk to the Ethics and Accountability Board about attendance, about how we work as it relates to our staff. This is just another example. I mean, it's not being disrespectful. It's trying to take care of the business of the city in a timely manner, and a misinterpretation and understanding, in my opinion, from the majority of council people. I have a duty and a responsibility to try and guide this council, to try and work with staff. And our meetings are recorded. There's nothing wrong with me evidencing a meeting where I was trying to organize a meeting in an open council meeting. The city attorney calling me, the clerk calling me, and then when I call on them, we need a legal opinion as to whether or not we post a meeting a certain way. This has been going on behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, and all around the scenes. So I'm hoping that maybe the Ethics and Accountability Board can help out. Because as president, I got to be accountable for agendas, calling meetings, and trying to get the business of the city taken care of. And I'm ready to talk about it because I think it's kind of out of hand now. And people can call it disrespectful, misrerectful, incollectual, or whatever they want to call it. But I know exactly what I'm trying to do, trying to follow the rules, trying to be respectful. But it's like a council gone wild, so to speak, and people mad at the wrong things. So I'll be voting to set the meeting, but the question is when? Wednesday? Does this need to be posted? It shouldn't be a tug of war for 5 or more council people to gather based upon the charter and conduct business. I've seen pushback from members of this council as it relates to any other agenda items, calling of meetings. I'm on an island. I don't know who to call, who to talk to. And so I'll see what the majority of this council continue to understand and do. And if you need me, I'm around. Thank you.
Is there any more discussion? Ms. Burns.
I will support 2 items. Councilman Murphy's request to have a meeting, because he's been consistent on saying he would like to have a session. And as we allow each other to have space, we have to extend that to certain issues that I may not agree, but I agree with. I want to make sure that you're given that time to discuss, in that form, because you requested it, so that it's not a fight between us, a push for control. So for me, I will be giving you that, so that will be, I think that's reasonable. It's not going to kill me to do that, to support you on that, because there are things that I did send my issues in, and I did email them, and I did them probably 2 months ago or more. I sent them in, and I think that we need to make sure we get it right, and I think a lot of other things may come out of this, and if you want that time, I will be supporting you on that. Also, I want to speak to the ethics and accountability, since that seems to come up. I was surprised to see in our email that we were getting a reprimand from that. I'm not going to say surprised. I think that it has to speak to the specific behavior, because it was the whole council that was being reprimanded. It was not just individuals. So if it was myself, Tanya Burns, it should have specified Tanya Burns was doing A, B, C, D, which was not in compliance with the charter. I find it difficult. How do I respond to the reprimand when it was not stated whose behavior that it was? And how do I respond for someone else's behavior, another adult? So and I'm not going to say, when I saw it, I really don't know how to respond to it, because we're responding, we are a body as a whole, but we all are individuals. And so I did not know about the complaint to the Ethics and Accountability Board, and it should have had some more information in it. Do we have issues? Well, it's apparent. We have issues as a body, and we need to fix it. We need to move forward. We need to allow space, because ultimately we all work for the public. That's our job. That's my job. And when we're in connection with our community, my community wants me to make sure not only am I giving respect to individuals, but to make sure individuals are giving respect to others. And my ward members come to City Council, and I invite them to come, because they need to see how government works, and they're coming here to support some of the things that are on the agenda, because we work for the public. And business sometimes is not getting done, and we need to be conscious of that, how we display our disagreements, how we voice our opinions. And there are many things we need to work on better as a group collectively and as a skill. And I haven't done everything perfect. I have not. And there are some things that I need to work on myself. And I think that we can only be better by addressing it but I still don't understand how do we respond to that, because I just don't know. I cannot respond for someone else's behavior. And we need to say exactly whoever, I don't know who submitted it, the behavior, who it was, how do we fix it, and if we need to do some, like we did the MML training, do we need team building? What is that we need to make us better as a group so that we can move forward to stop being stagnated? So, Councilman Murphy, I will be supporting you as your work sharing space that you use so frequently to allow for that discussion in the meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
I'm looking, can we set a meeting for next Monday at 5 o'clock?
What date is that?
That will be April the 4th, 1 week from today. That way we got the committee on the Wednesday. If we need to finalize some things from that working meeting on Monday, then we can be prepared for, to send it to council or special affairs for the next following Monday.
Okay. So
That's what I
April.
would think. That'll give us enough time.
So Monday, April 4th at 5?
Yes, yep. To give Councilman Winfrey Carter enough time to get off of work, because I believe she get off at 4.
Okay.
So
Ms.
we
Winfrey
wanna
Carter, does that work for you?
Be respectful
Priestley?
of her time.
Yeah. Ms. Burns? Ms. Eva?
Yeah.
Does that work? Okay. All righty. Is there any more, Mr. Murphy?
No, I'm done.
Is there any more discussion? All right, hearing none, that moves us to the vote. Madam Clerk, please assist me here with the parliamentary procedure. We don't have to do an amended motion for the April 4th at 5, do we?
You still have on the floor you moved the
initial.
resolution to council, the 220038. That's still hanging out there.
Well, we have the amended motion to set the date and the time.
Okay, so that is the amendment to that?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So that moves us to the vote then, correct?
Mhm, okay,
All right, roll call, please.
okay. Mr. Mays is not here? Okay. Okay. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. There will be a special meeting at 5 o'clock on April 4th to discuss the rules. I believe that brings us to Resolution 220136, a resolution recognizing Women's History Month.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I make motion to move 220136 to council.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns.
I support that.
It has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none.
I was say something, but since I'm the only man up here.
Go
in
right
this
on ahead,
women's
Mr.
month,
Murphy.
I'm a plead the fifth.
All right, I believe that moves us to the vote unless anybody else would like the floor. All righty. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk, on the vote to send Resolution 220136 to council.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The motion passes.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
I second.
It has been moved and properly supported. There is no discussion on a motion to adjourn. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. to
Vote is
adjourn.
vote is 6 yes, 0 no. We are adjourned at 5:03.
It's 5:30. I'm getting ready to try to call this meeting to order. Today is Monday, March the 28th. It's about a minute or so after 5:30. I'm trying to call this meeting to order, keep things on track. Today is Monday, March 28th. I'm gonna call it 5:31. I'd like to call this Flint City Council meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays,
Present.
Ms. Lewis, Mr. Murphy,
Present.
Ms. Priestley,
Point of order. You gotta be in your seat.
okay. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Present.
Ms. Burns,
Present.
Ms. Herkenroder,
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer, Ms. Worthing.
Present.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like the record to reflect Ms. Priestley is now with us, so we have 6, I think, or 7 present.
Yes.
And so we'll proceed with this meeting. We have a quorum. Ms. Worthing, you want to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? The agenda now takes us to a prayer of blessing, and we also do a moment of silence. I got a call yesterday that a guy who worked with me in GM, preacher Dana Cheney, passed. And so I talked to his cousin Pete Cheney and had got a call. So I'd ask that we have a moment of silence for Dana Cheney. Anybody else? Ms. Brown?
Yes, Mr. Mays. The deputy mayor of Detroit under the late Coleman Young, Adam Shakur, passed away. There's a funeral service for him in Detroit on Friday. But because of some of the things that he did in the city of Flint to help us, I thought it was important that we did make that announcement.
We'll add him to, what's his name?
Adam Shakur, Attorney Adam Shakur.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes. I would like to do a moment in silence for Mr. King David Hatchett Jr. He lived in the 3rd Ward. He was 103 years old. He passed away.
What was his name?
Mr. David Hatchett Jr.
Mr. David Hatchett Jr. Anybody else? Okay, we'll rise for a moment of silence. All right, I'll just say a scripture that means something to me. Proverbs 3rd chapter, 5th and 6th verse. I repeat it regularly. Trust in God with all thine heart. Lean not to thy own understanding. Acknowledge him in all thy ways, and he shall direct thy path. Then now we'll move to the reading of disorderly person, city code subsection. Put on my reading glasses. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings. I've noticed that when there's a disorderly conduct in a meeting, people are taken for granted that they'll just simply be removed. But this law allows folks to be arrested. And I would caution people not to tell officers, don't put their hands on them. When you can get arrested and they can put their hands on you, and you can complicate matters by getting a resisting arrest charge. I've been arrested many times. I never told no officer, don't put their hands on me, because you could complicate your arrest from a misdemeanor to a felony. It's called resisting arrest. So this is a serious matter in these council chambers, whether it's council members or in the audience. And so I would add those caveats based upon what I've witnessed and experienced so far, just to make it plain and clear from where I sat. Any requests or changes to the agenda?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes, I have two. One, I would like to discuss the letter that was given to the council by the Ethics and Accountability Board, and also
where would you want that discussion to be? That's what's important here.
I'll let that be decided by the body. I'm not sure. We received a letter. I think it needs to be discussed. We need to respond to it by April the 11th. I'm not. We can briefly discuss it today.
Okay, we can get into discussion. You say you want it
we can have
on the agenda.
We can have
somewhere.
it before public speaking. Also, I would like to also discuss a proposed resolution that I've been working on. It's a resolution of declaration of the state of emergency in the city of Flint to address blight and the lack of disinvestment in urban neighborhoods. That's also a discussion I would like to add onto the agenda.
The main question at this point is where at on the agenda?
I would like to have that before public speaking.
Anybody else?
Mr. President,
Yes.
I would like to add a brief special order prior to the resolutions.
Prior to what resolution? There's many.
Before we enter any resolution,
You want a special order as to what? I guess we can discuss it in discussion. So prior to resolutions, you want a special order, and we'll discuss it and make a decision at that time. Anybody else? Wherever those special orders go, I want a discussion or a special order around the same time regarding the budget process and budget hearings and the posting thereof. Anybody else? Hearing none, then let's go to the first requested special order. It was a letter or some communications that I think every council person received from the Ethics and Accountability Board. That's what you're referring to, Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Okay, proceed. You've got the floor.
Thank you. I believe all of my colleagues received a letter from the Ethics and Accountability Board that talked about the behavior and the lack of the council getting the business done. So hopefully we all have reviewed that letter. I have. We need to respond to the letter. I think we did take actions with this board when we censored the president. So I think we did take an action. I'm not sure if we need to take any additional action as this letter has been received after the fact, but the letter talked about 2 council members getting escorted out by the police. So at this point, with me being on council, I feel I don't feel comfortable being up here. I feel I don't feel intimidated, but I feel like every time we come to council meetings, we working in hostile environments, and I think we do need to address whatever issue that we need to address. Because, you know, when I worked my second job, I don't go to work and we have to be going through the things that we go through. And some of us, including me, have raised to a point being on this council that's done took us out of character. I know I have. I've admitted, and it seems to be a repeat.
Mr. Point of Order, Mr. Murphy, right now, without going into discussion,
Okay.
we're going to vote to see whether we're going to have discussion. Your discussion is relevant,
Okay.
but I think it's over the top a little
All
bit
right.
for where we're at on the
I
agenda.
agree.
Can I talk at one at a time at a point of order? And then, and then we'll get into discussion on the details if it's voted upon, I think. Is it any more you need to say?
I'm done.
Anybody else? Anybody else? So I'll entertain the motion, Mr. Murphy, to put it prior to public speaking if you so desire. Anybody want to make a motion? If not, I'll make it.
Oh.
I'll make the motion that the request for the agenda change to discuss the ombudsman's communication be prior to public speaking. Is there a second?
Mr. President, I'll second
Ms.
that.
Priestley,
I'll
it's
second.
been moved and properly second to put that before public speaking. Now, Mr. Murphy or anybody, is there any discussion on the motion?
No.
Any discussion on the motion from council members? I'll have a short discussion, and then if there's no more, I'll call for the vote. When I received the communication, I didn't interpret it the way you did, Mr. Murphy. I interpreted it as the council and the overall rule. The overall rule don't just talk about decorum, it talks about taking care of the city business. And I've noticed a lot of people leaving meetings on that particular meeting. I can count 3, 4 council people just got up and broke the quorum. There was communications about how I communicate with the clerk. I'm gonna still communicate with the clerk as it relates to posting meetings. That's why I'm using this budget hearing posting as an example. So I'm eager to talk to the Ethics and Accountability Board about this council attendance, breaking quorums, a lack of understanding even with you of disorderly conduct, telling police don't put their hands on you. You're gonna complicate your arrest or your removal for your disorderly conduct. So I don't think it was just about the president. That ain't just my view. So I look forward to any further discussion. I see the chairman of the Ethics and Accountability Board is here. I'll call him up if this motion passes, and he can help shed some light on what I think I'm reading and what we can respond to. Any more discussion on this motion to have a discussion prior to public speaking? Any other discussion in that first round, so to speak? Second round? Okay, I'll say this. This needs some attention. Should it happen before public speaking, or should it happen in council discussion, or should it happen in committee meeting? I'll see what the majority of this council decides. Nonetheless, it's a very important issue for me. Any more discussion? Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the motion to put this discussion prior to public speaking.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That will come as a discussion item prior to public speaking. The next discussion, you said you want to have a discussion about declaring a blight emergency. Is there a motion?
I'll move to have this as a discussion item on the agenda. The resolution of declaration of a state of emergency in the city of Flint to address blight and lack of disinvestment in urban neighborhoods.
It's a motion to have a special, a agenda change as it relates to a blight discussion prior to public speaking. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Mr. President,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I'll support that motion.
It's been moved and properly second to have a discussion about a blight emergency prior to public speaking. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes. Since I've been elected city councilman, the 3rd Ward, when I go down Rankin Street, Gillespie Street, just all over in my ward, there are, I would say, I done probably counted over hundreds of abandoned houses that's done been abandoned for years. It's probably thousands of vacant lots that has non-structural blight. Our blight department have limited staff. The Genesee County Land Bank have limited funding. We receive hardest hit funds to tear down 1,600, but they were only in particular areas, so there were some areas that did not meet that buffing area. There are people that's not keeping up their yards. They're using their yards as junk yards. We got homes where homeowners been trying to get their houses fixed up, but it's limited resources to help them fix their houses up. We got broken sidewalks. We don't even have walkable sidewalks for people to walk and have a safe and decent. And my ward is a disaster. And when I go and ride around and look at the ward and get the complaints, they go and clean it up, they dump again. We don't have adequate response when they come down to the police. If you call and report dumping or don't see the dumping, it's just all over the place. It is horrific. I've talked about this before. I know I'm not the only councilman. We got trees that need to be trimmed up in our wards. We have trees that done fell down. non-structural blight all over the place. And this did not just happen. It's been going on for the past 30 years. And it's just so far gone, we don't have a hold of it. And I'm just thinking, if we put this on the agenda to talk about it in committee, we don't have to make a decision, but I just wanted to bring it up. I have been working on a resolution that I will share with the council and the law department, the mayor, administration, and our staff for you guys to look at what I put together, and y'all can tweak it, work with it, figure out maybe we don't need to declare a state of emergency, but my ward is that bad, and it's finna get warm outside. Grass finna be all high. People finna be complaining about high grass. The land bank only come out and cut twice a year. The clean and green program only get areas, but not the whole entire city of Flint. My ward is a disaster. That's just no other way to put it. When I go on the east side, on all of those New York Street, James Street, it's just horrific. It looked like a tornado came and hit it. And it's not only just my ward, because I thought about, okay, well, maybe I should just declare for the 3rd ward, but then when I went in parts of the 1st ward, when I went in parts of the 5th ward, when I went in parts of the 2nd ward, when I went in parts of the
Point of
4th
order, Mr. Murphy. This is a motion on the agenda change to see if we're going to get into that discussion prior to public speaking. I would hope that you could limit your debate
I'm done.
to. Let me finish, Mr. Murphy, please. I would hope that you can limit your debate to why the agenda change should be made here versus committee or whatever. But the floor is yours.
I'm done. Y'all get my drift. I'm done.
Anybody else want to speak on this motion for an agenda change to have a discussion about the blight emergency?
Mr. President,
Yes.
through you to Councilman Murphy, I just had a quick question for you. Do you have the resolution ready that you're planning on bringing forward, or do you just want to talk about it, just so I know?
Mr. Murphy.
It's not all the way ready. I just need to add a couple of more sentences, but it's probably like 85% ready.
Okay.
I can have it done within the next day.
So with that being said, I think I want to make sure that we have the best use of time personally. I would probably be voting no on this, and I would recommend bringing it forth in the legislative, for legislative committee, so we can have a lot more time to talk about it. So
That'll be fine.
Anybody else?
Mr. Chair, Mr.
Ms.
President.
Priestley, you've got the floor.
Through you to Mr. Murphy, I agree with Ms. Herkenroder. I think that it's better to have a resolution in hand, to have a discussion item, and then we have a round of discussion where we actually see what you're talking about, rather than prior, so I will be voting no.
Anybody else? Anybody else in this first round? I'll say this, I'll probably be voting no as well, Mr. Murphy. We've got committees that this can go through, and really, to be frank, if it's such an emergency, we got $94 million, we should be allocating $12 million toward it. I'd rather see the money rather than the resolution to take care of the issues that I know that can be taken care of. So, you know, the public is here. We've got an agenda. We put one thing before public speaking. I don't mind putting this as a discussion item at the end of the meeting. If people are here and they want to discuss it, but I'm not going to vote to put it before public speaking in a council meeting via committee meetings. Anybody else? You want to speak in the second round, Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
You got the floor.
Thank you. I thank you guys for y'all feedback, whether it was yes or no. I don't mind talking about this in committee. I do think it should be done in committee. I just want to bring it to y'all attention that I have been working on this. I just didn't see no other way of addressing my ward when it came down to blight, because it's just that bad, and it's just a combination of things that need to get done, and we need to make sure we get it right. And I am aware that we had 94 million of the ARPA funds, and I just want to see us get our bang for the buck. I know we talked about demolishing houses, but you also have vacant lots that's being left attended to, that's the grass is being high, and I remember one of the councilmen talked about $2 million for each ward to try to see what we can do with that. So I know it's been a lot of conversation. I heard, I think Chris Damaroni in one of the meetings talked about doing sidewalks, so it was some good information coming. I know that the Sylvester Broom Center is doing some great things around their sports complex, and they moving right now as we speak to doing some moving the earth to redevelop over there. So we just want to make sure that when they get ready to get their building up, that right around the neighborhood it looks decent too. And I know you guys got a lot of projects going on, or would like to have some projects going on in y'all community. And we got to make this one shot of this $94 million. We got to make it right. And when people coming and asking for dollars and all of that, we need to make sure we taking care of home, and charity starts at home. And we need to make sure that our wards is getting taken care of. And for years, our neighborhoods has just been a disaster. Some of our neighborhoods, especially mine, and part of yours, Ms. Priestley. So we next door neighbors when they come down to Blight, you know what I'm saying? But that's all I have to say.
Anybody else want to discuss this in their second 5-minute round? Anybody else?
Mr. President.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, you got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman Murphy, I would say put it on the Governmental Operations Committee, and we can discuss it further. Janelle, can you add that to the Governmental Operations Committee? Because I think it should be under governmental operations, the discussion about blight. And I'm not going to vote to talk about it tonight. I think we have a pretty long agenda here. And I'm sure that the residents who are here to do public speaking, they want to, get up and say what they need to say to us. So I would say put it on governmental operations, and we can discuss it further and in depth. Thank you.
Anybody else in this second round? I'll say this, I give latitude contrary to popular belief. Mr. Murphy has had a discussion about the subject matter prior to public hearing, but this was really an agenda change. Why should we change it and put it on this agenda? That was really what was the relevant, germane discussion. But I give latitude. I get latitude. I'm criticized for not, but sometimes I do. All's fair in politics and trying to get some communication out regardless of if we do it in its proper place and form. Any more discussion? Roll call on the agenda change to move blight discussion prior to public speaking as it relates to this emergency.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
No.
The vote is 0 yes, 7 no.
The vote is 0 yes, 7 no. The next agenda change discussed was a special order and the placement thereof prior to resolutions by Ms. Herkenroder. Ms. Herkenroder, you got the floor.
I'd like to make a motion to add a special order for a proclamation statement by Ms. Tanya Burns and myself prior to the resolutions section of the agenda.
Prior to which resolution?
The resolution section of the agenda.
the resolution section, but we have a resolution regarding, are you referring to the Women's Month resolution?
I am requesting and I'm making a motion to add a special order regarding a special proclamation prior to the resolution so that Ms. Tanya Burns and myself can make the proclamation on behalf of the women of the Flint City Council prior to the resolution section on this agenda.
Okay, I guess we'll find out what the mystery proclamation is. If you don't want to add it, we'll find out in discussion. Is there a second to the motion to add a discussion prior to resolutions about some kind of a proclamation that Ms. Burns is going to read? Is there a second?
Mr. President,
Yes.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion on this proclamation? Any discussion from anybody on this proclamation? If not, I've got a couple questions, concerns, and hopefully I'll get some comments. Okay, hearing none. What is the proclamation about? Anybody up here know? Do you know, Ms. Priestley? You have no idea? You just second the motion. Ms. Burns, she say you gonna read it. What proclamation is we both known that you gonna read?
Keeping in the spirit of us all being polite, it's Women's History Month, and it's going to be in reference to Women's History Month, which is March.
So we have a resolution.
Point of information.
What's your point?
I want to say it was email. Did you get an email?
Ms. Burns, we just had a resolution passed from Special Affairs to Council. I've read the resolution. I just wanted to know, was that what was being talked about? She didn't add it in a motion. I don't do emails. I've got a hard copy. Are you asking me in this public meeting, have I read the resolution about Women's History Month? Is that what you're asking me?
Well, what I'm asking, were you made aware of it before? Because I believe you should have gotten an email.
No, Ms. Herkenroder called me.
Oh,
she called me today and said something about the agenda, which I had not been consulted about, which is a primary responsibility. I get to Special Affairs, I hear it move from Special Affairs to Council. I even see, Mr. Dumas, that the first black teacher in this resolution was, I guess, Ms. Holt. I've read about how, we'll see if there's any corrections. I also read in it that it started in some school in California. I've read the resolution, if that's your question, whether I get it hard copy or email. Have I answered your point of information?
Yes, you did, Mr. President. I appreciate you answering that. Thank you.
Yeah, don't lock me into emails. However I get communication, I get it. I am the president. I try to keep up. Some stuff will slip through the cracks and some won't. So she wants to do a special order prior to resolutions dealing with she calling a proclamation. Do you have a proclamation, or is she saying a resolution? That's what it would be. Ms. Herkenroder, please. You can get the floor. I'm asking Ms. Burns, are you reading a proclamation or a resolution? Do you know?
Mr. President, it is a resolution.
It's a resolution. This motion is on a proclamation. I'll entertain a motion to amend it. Hold up, I got the floor. I'm asking questions.
I didn't finish answering the question,
You've
sir.
answered it.
No, I did not.
Well, you can have the floor, Ms. Burns. Hold up, point of order.
Mr. President.
When I say point of order, all talking should cease. You don't have to overtalk me. You can have the floor, but once I clarify something, for this motion was about a proclamation, let me do that. Y'all got to talk about decorum, but you got to learn how this stuff works. Go ahead, Ms. Burns, you've got the floor. I asked, did anybody have anything? Nobody said nothing. I got the floor. I went to ask some questions. Now folk want to overtalk me. You've answered. It's a resolution. You've got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was interrupted. I was not done before the floor was taken. But we can move forward as to make sure we're, being respectful to the members who are here in City Council. I'm done, Mr. President.
I'll entertain a motion to amend the motion about a proclamation versus a resolution if I'm hearing what I think I'm hearing.
Mr. President.
Yeah, Ms. Herkenroder.
May I please clarify? The motion is to read a statement, also known as a proclamation, on behalf of the women of the Flint City Council prior to the resolution section, wherein we will then talk about the resolution designating March as Women's History Month in the city of Flint. That is
Okay.
the motion on the floor.
Okay, well, the motion will be voted up or down. I just want to try to help y'all. If it ain't a proclamation that's going to be read by Ms. Burns based upon this motion, y'all clarifying that it is. She's saying it's a resolution. You saying it's a proclamation. This is a public vote. Y'all know way more about it, I guess, than I do. Any more discussion on this motion for a special order prior to resolutions for Ms. Burns to read a proclamation? Any more discussion? Roll call on the motion, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
That will be placed before resolutions, and I eagerly wait to hear the reading of this proclamation. There's another special order that I'm requesting as it relates to a short discussion about the upcoming notice and the budget hearings for Wednesday, March the 3rd. I'll entertain a motion to put that special order in the discussion before resolutions.
Mr. President, could you please repeat what your
Yeah, I'm
motion is?
seeing a posting for community budget hearings Wednesday, March 30th at 5:30, and I want to have a short discussion regarding that, and I'll entertain a motion concerning that to have a special order about the budget and the hearing scheduled for March the 30th. I'll entertain that motion. If nobody makes the motion to have a short discussion about the budget, I'd so move as a special order prior to resolutions. Is there a second? Hearing that nobody wants to discuss the all-important budget and the upcoming meeting on March the 30th, that motion will die for a lack of a second. I will attempt to discuss the all-important multi-million-dollar budget and the scheduling thereof in additional discussion items. I see the surprise on folks' face. So that would complete the agenda changes, and I would say I've never seen nothing like it when it comes to our primary responsibility, the budget, and you couldn't get a second. Let's continue to move on this agenda. That would take us to a special order, an agenda change to discuss the letter. Pastor Gilbert, you're the chairperson of the Ethics and Accountability Board. Can you come forward? And let's start out by you telling this council what the communications letter is, and what you're thinking, and you wanted a response from council and or council members before a certain date. The mic is yours.
Thank you, President Mays, and to the entire City Council. The reason that we decided that, first of all, the charter gives us the right. We have the authority under the charter to weigh in to the legislative body. You're a deliberate body on your own merit according to the Flint City Charter. And so our reason is because we have witnessed, the citizens have witnessed, and members of the board has witnessed the actions and the inactions, the decorum, the misconduct, in our opinion, in our view, and that entails a great deal. It entails how the president acts, how he treats his colleagues, how the colleagues respond to the president, and how you work collectively as a body. Because that is what the people want to see. The people are demanding that you do what you were elected to do, to govern, to do it together, and it's okay. We all know that vigorous debate is part of democracy, and it's okay to disagree. That's fine. But that's what we're weighing in on. And the rules that you have in place, the actions that you've already taken, if that has been your decision, that is fine as well. But the board is saying to the city council that no matter what your decision is, if you're not going to do what you were elected to do, that is going to cause a problem for our city. As a unit, and your actions and your misconduct or your behavior, and under that, there will be due process. You will have the right to come before us, and we will let you know what our thoughts are. And let me say this, we're not after anybody. We're not after Sister Burns. We're not after Sister Allie. We want the best for the best. That's what we're after. And the citizens have let us know. There are other complaints coming. They want your pay to be put in escrow until you take care of the business of the people. But we won't act, we cannot act until that comes into us. So I'm here to admonish you to take care of your business, do your own punishment, that some of that action has taken place. Councilman Mays and I guess others have been censored, that you have that right. But you also were sworn under oath to take care of the business of the city. The city council is a deliberate body under state statute and also under the Flint City Charter. And the citizens have a right to a voice while you're in office. There's many things that has caused you to get up and leave out of meetings. I'm not saying that I wouldn't have done the same thing. I don't know. I don't sit where you sit. It looks like a certain way over here, but maybe it looks different over there. But your code of conduct is, according to the charter, is unacceptable. Plain and simple. All of you, every last one of you. So far as I'm concerned, and the board is concerned, that the citizens of Flint, we are demanding better. We're asking you to do the job that you were elected to do, to take care of the business of the city of Flint. We thought we were on our way when you began to have the meetings in the public, out in the wards and on each side of town and all of these things. Yes, Mayor Neely was having his...
Pastor Gilbert,
yes.
I don't want to have the hearing here.
Okay,
and I
that's
don't
fine.
want you to reach conclusions prior to the hearing. What I want to know is you want a response from this council and or individual councils members. Now, I didn't want to really interrupt you because
okay.
it's relevant conversation, so get back on track, do what you want, but you'll be here for a minute because I'm starting off with you.
Yes.
Then I'll go to Mr. Murphy, then I'll go to others, so this council can get an understanding of the communications that was somewhat vague, but then requested a time to response. So go ahead, you've still got the floor.
Yes, Councilman Mays, President Mays, and thank you. And along with that, I appreciate Councilman Murphy for bringing it up because it's very critical. So what we are asking is that the body, you can respond and you should respond because it's a request. We're inquiring right now. We're That's what we want. We want to hear from you. We want to hear what you think, how you feel, and whatever else that you feel that you must put in there. And that is where we're going to start, is that we're in this with you. We want to see that it goes forward, but we need what you feel and what you think collectively. And if you got something that you feel personally that you want to say as an elected official to us, we're going to ask you to come before us one-on-one. And we hope that you will cooperate and we'll have a discussion. That's what we will have. And see if we can bring about a resolution so the city council, which is a deliberate body, that not only the quorum and the respect, but that the city's business be done. And I must say that that is what we have, that's the reason for the communication. We did our best not to single out any one particular person or one particular elected official. The entire body is elected. Each one of you were elected in the city. So that's why it went out the way that is. We tried to be impartial. We tried to be fair. We tried to be just. But we're looking for your cooperation. And we will, if there is no response from you, then that is on you as an elected official. You will have to answer to your constituents.
Chairman Gilbert, the response, do you want it from the council as a whole, from individual council members? Elaborate to that before I turn the floor over to
yes.
Mr. Murphy, and then you'll hear from any and everybody who got questions.
Thank you, President May. Yes, exactly. We want to hear from each individual elected official on the city council. We want to know what you think, how you feel, what's your opinion. And we want to do it in a transparent way, because our meetings we have to abide by the Open Meeting Act. So this is what we're inquiring. We're trying to inquire to get information, because we've got information that just come in just last week. I was at none of those meetings. I don't know what happened. You see? So you have to, under due process under the charter, you have due process under the law to let us know how you feel. That's the way it's supposed to work. So yes, from each individual council person and the council as a whole. Now, how you put it together as a whole, I would think that you all would be able to work that out.
Well, that'll be good enough for me, whether I give you 1 sentence, 2 sentences, a paragraph, or 10 pages. You want an individual council response, and you can take or leave a group response, is what I'm hearing on the record.
Yes.
And so if you're communicating accurately for that body, you know, I don't think it'll be a one-on-one. I think it's about 11 or 12 members on the Ethics and Accountability Board. If I'm not mistaken, they have subpoena power, the right to put people under oath, so forth and so on. So initially, you ain't in that part of the investigation. You want a communication saying, I got the communications, I'm available. If you want to subpoena me or put me on oath, you might not need a subpoena for me. Just tell me a date and time to show up. Is that the communication you're looking for individually, or you want the individuals to give a narrative as to what they think is going wrong?
I think that's a good observation, President Mays. If you volunteer to say when our next meeting is always on the second Tuesdays of every month at 5:30, and it has been in the Dome on Tuesdays from 5:30 to 7:30. And so if you want to be part of the agenda, we can make that part of it. If you volunteer and say, okay, Ethics Board, here I am. I would like to come before the Ethics Board and have a conversation about the deliberate body of the City Council, or my role, or however you want to go in. I think that would be very important.
That would serve as a response to your communication.
That's correct.
Timely. Mr. Murphy, you've got the floor.
Thank you, President Mays, and thank you, Pastor Gilbert, for elaborating on this letter. And I want to thank my colleagues for voting to discuss this letter. When Council President opened up with the meeting, and he talked about disorderly conduct, and he spoke on me leaving and speaking on the me telling the police officer not to put their hands on me. As a black man, to see the police brutality over the years and so many black men getting killed by the police being called on them. We have rules in how we govern city council. We give you a warning if you're out of order, and then you are subject to be escorted out by the police. That's what our rules say. And since I've been elected, the discord on this council, and in my opinion, the president, who is the example of this council, who's supposed to set an example and set the tone and keep us together, the disruption of the public speakers being cut off, being disrespected, some of the staff, in my opinion, being disrespected. We had meetings in the community where people couldn't even finish what they wanted to say because they was cut off. To have a hearing, and for the most part, Councilman Murphy has always been here to try to make the quorum. So I was part of the quorum, and had I not been here, we wouldn't have had a quorum to conduct the meeting. So I'm not sure when you talk about work is not getting done, whether it's because we here or because some of our colleagues have other things. Now, in the charter, when you look at the charter say the city council have a meeting every second and fourth Monday of the month, special affairs at 4:30, council at 5:30, and we have committee every first and third Wednesday from 5:30. We, for the most part, we are obligated to do that because in the charter, that's what it says. When we call a special meeting, that's a bonus for us to be here. And some of us have other jobs because this job don't pay that much. And I can't quit my job to work here because I won't be able to meet my bills. And that's how a lot of us, so even when we had an investigating hearing that started at 3, Councilman Winfrey Carter don't get off till 4 o'clock. So for a whole 2 hours, we sitting here because we can't get a quorum. Councilman Worthy is a teacher. Councilman Judy has a first shift job, and I'm not sure what Tanya and Allie do with their occupation, but we have other jobs because we have to have other jobs in order to make what we call the American dream work, because this does not, it's a part-time job. So to come here and be belittled, be cut off, to watch the staff get disrespected, to watch the police get called on people, that takes me into, because Quincy Murphy came from the streets. The Lord blessed me to turn my life around so I could talk about it. And I am a community activist too. And it's important that people that look like me be treated fair. And I don't take lightly when the police, even when I say because I know my temperament. So when I feel like I need to remove myself, I am going to remove myself from a meeting when I feel like either I'm being mistreated or my colleagues being mistreated or the staff. A lot of times when I have got up and left, it wasn't about me. It was about setting the tone that I, as a council, because we all one, that we should have respect when you hit that podium, when somebody's sitting in that audience, that they be treated fair. When my colleague get up because she wanted to use the bathroom and she didn't know the rules, that she get a warning and be like, look, Dr. Lewis, you need to. So when a lot of the things that I have done, it wasn't because of me. It was because I had to, sometimes I have to be radical. And it don't fit well with people that didn't even want me in this seat from the get-go. So people can go and use their podcasts or whatever, which I really don't follow. Only how I hear about it is when somebody called me on the phone. And for those who be calling me on the phone, really, I really don't want to hear that. You know, even when people call me and try to bash Councilman Mays to me, I'm not going to get into the gutter with people about him, because if me and him have a disagreement on this councilman, I don't want it to spill into, okay, I'm finna go and talk about, because this still my colleague and I still got to work with him regardless of whether we agree or not. So when I look at how the Lord blessing me to be here, it wasn't because somebody went and took a podcast and bashed me. People been bashing me for a long time, but guess what? The God has blessed me to be able to bring thousands of dollars to Dewey Park into this community and help so many families while you was on a podcast or whatever you wanted to do to bash me or however they wanted to do. But I think this is good, what you guys done with this Ethics and Accountability Board letter. I think we need to set the tone, whether y'all need to address me or whoever. We got a lot of work to do in the city of Flint, and a lot of us don't want to keep coming to these meetings and being in a hostile environment because our president don't agree because we don't vote his way, or we can't get our sentence out without us being cut off. You know, or it's just a combination of things, and not even admitting that maybe I was wrong as a council president and maybe I need to fix it. Instead, I'm never wrong. No one is, everybody else is wrong. I mean, if you think about it, so many of us done got into it with this one individual, and I think he is smart. And no, I didn't vote for him for president, because I was worried about his characteristic, not because I didn't think he was smart. I think he is a smart. Some people think me and him got some similarities when it comes down to us fighting in the community. I agree on that, but there are some things we are totally the opposite. But I was concerned about his characteristic. That's why I didn't vote for him for president. Not that I didn't think he had it in him. I just think he needed to work on some things. So I wasn't voting for it because I knew it going in, and here we are now, getting letters. I knew this going in. That's why I didn't vote for him. Not that I wouldn't have voted for him in the near future, but not right now, because I didn't feel comfortable. So whatever we need to do with this letter, I think it need to be individually, because I think our interpretation of what we think happened, even the public interpretation of what they think or what they think I am. You know, I'm getting calls like, Quincy, keep it up. And I know people out there praying for me, and I hear it and I feel it. And I always go to my mother like, Mother, do you think I should have? And some of them, my colleagues even call me and be like, look, Quincy, hold on. Councilman Winfrey voted to censor me. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, we still was cool with each other afterwards. We was able to break bread with each other because that's just how she was feeling. She just let me know, Quincy, you need to get it together. You need to reel it in. So when y'all come to me and y'all give me that tough love, I don't mind. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to sit up here as a councilman and allow my colleagues to be talked to and treated any kind of way and sit here and don't say nothing, because that's not who I am. I'm not going to allow the public to come here and be treated any kind of way because you the president or you've been here 8 or 9 years. That's just not going to happen. That's not who I am. And for those who think that I am going to be here and be that kind of councilman, you got the wrong person, because I'm not going to do that. But I try to be fair. Me and Councilman Eva Worthy done had differences before, but we broke bread afterwards because it wasn't personal, and we don't always agree, but I don't dislike her. So it's not, I'm not on nobody's side. I try to be on what's right side. But those, you got some that just did not want me in this seat, that I don't care what I do right. They still go try to find something wrong about Councilman Murphy. And I think this letter right here ought to give us a warning to figure out what we need to do and do a deep dive within ourselves to see what can we do to make ourselves look. I always do that every day I come here because I know the media is looking to find a story because violence sells. That's why I didn't want the camera watching no police escorting me out, because I was already leaving on my own. So no, I did not need no police escorting me out, because I didn't want the optic to look like I didn't want to leave. I left because the police was called on somebody that was sitting in the audience that was minding their own business. I'm done.
Anybody else want to speak as Pastor Gilbert stands here to clarify the letter and ask council to respond?
Mr. President?
Is that Ms. Worthy?
Yes.
You've got the floor.
I don't have a lot to say. I echo my colleague's sentiment in the third ward about attendance and leaving meetings. I don't understand why the Ethics and Accountability Board is going to focus on someone leaving a meeting. Meetings last until midnight to 2 a.m. at times, and we all have personal lives and other jobs. I myself have 2 children. And they're not always at their dad's, so I have to go pick them up. Meetings shouldn't last that long. So I wish the letter was more specific, such as, you know, meetings shouldn't last till midnight. And there's, you know, I do know you address the treatment of staff, but I don't feel that it seems like the entire council gets lumped in for one person's behavior, and that's not fair. It's not right or just. To compare someone berating staff, screaming, calling colleagues stupid, or let me teach you, those are threats and intimidation. To compare that with leaving to a meeting because you're upset or you mentally cannot handle that for 8 to 10 hours, it doesn't cut it for me. It doesn't, I don't understand it. I'm just gonna say that. It needs to be specific. And I think we skirt around the issue because there are people on the Ethics and Accountability Board that do support Mr. Mays' behavior. And that's concerning to me. It's not a mystery. Mr. Murphy stated it's not a mystery, really, what's going on. And it shouldn't, the Ethics and Accountability Board shouldn't present it as one. It is specific. And you could list in detail. As far as special meetings, I did not attend the investigative hearings. You know, I've been on this council for 4 years. My colleagues, they just have to learn, you know, the politics at play. It was a waste of time and city money. And I'm very sorry our clerks have to work so hard for something that was a political game. I put every special affairs council meeting, committee meeting on my calendar. And unless I'm sick or my kid's sick, I'm there. So this talk about attendance or leaving, it's concerning to me. We really do need to come together and figure this out, but it's been 9 years of the same thing. I really hope that we don't have a situation such as the school board did. But if that happened here, I wouldn't be surprised either because of the treatment of colleagues to each other and to staff. And to me, even the staff, that is really what upsets me because we had a CFO that stayed for 3 months. We had a transportation director that just left. We lose good staff constantly. I don't see any of my other colleagues berating and yelling and screaming at anyone. And so I think all the time about our staff and how we can't keep good people here. Those are the things that we should focus on. because we're not getting, who wants to work here in this type of environment? No one. And, you know, after the investigative hearings and people were just, I didn't watch them all. I know some highlights. It's not a pleasant environment. And I think it's going to change. I hope so, but my hopes are, you know, it just helps me hang in there because nothing's really happened since I've been here. But I want better for our staff and for my colleagues and myself. You know, we're celebrating National Women's Month, and you know, I just think that it's awful how women on this council have been treated, and men, but it's not right. So there's not much the Ethics and Accountability Board can do, and I understand that. I just wish there was more specifics in that letter. You didn't want to state that anyone specifically was a problem, but I think that absolutely does need to be said if that's the case. Anyway, thank you.
Anybody else? And if nobody else, Ms. Winfrey Carter, you got the floor.
Yes, Councilman Mays. I'm sitting here and I'm reading the dates of this letter. February 17th, 2021. Are we in 2021 or 2022? The date of this letter is February 17th, 2021. Okay? It's a couple of errors here in this letter.
Yes.
Now, it says here that the Ethics and Accountability Board met on February 8th, 2020. That's 2 years ago, right? It says the EAB discussed the conduct of City Council at its February 28th, 2020 regular meeting. Now, are you guys referring to the meeting in February of 2022? What meeting?
Thank you. It's not really funny, but it
I
is.
would say,
Yes, that was error, and that was, in my email, if I read the whole thing, I didn't pick up on that myself. And I'm sure they're probably the same thing. But
yes,
that certainly is an error. That was for the month of February on to the 28th in 2022.
Okay,
that was
so
error.
you guys
That
met.
was a mistake.
The day you met, you discussed.
On the 8th.
Okay. And you discussed the meeting we had on the 28th?
No. We had discussed previous council meetings.
Okay.
And then when we met, we had meetings, and that's when we decided.
Okay, so basically, I just want to clarify.
Certainly.
So basically, what you guys are asking us to do is to respond on what happened at that meeting in February.
That meeting on February the 28th.
Okay.
That's
of
correct.
2022.
Thank you,
Okay.
Councilman Winfrey Carter. I think that's very important. I'm glad she was able to bring that
Point of
forward.
order.
Go ahead.
You and before us talking about decorum.
Yes.
We communicate through the chair.
I'm sorry.
That's the proper decorum. Ms.
Okay.
Winfrey, you got the floor.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. So I would say, if we want to be correct, I would ask that the Ethics and Accountability Board please send us an updated letter with the correct address, with the correct dates, okay? Because I'm looking at this, I can't respond to something that happened back in February of 2020. I can't even remember that far back. Less than I'll remember what happened back in February of 2022, but I'll try, and I will send in my response but I'm not going to respond to something that's outdated. Okay? If that can happen, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman Gilbert, is it something you want to respond to and say? The chair will give you that privilege before I go on to other folks. And then I've got some stuff I have to say. Pastor Gilbert.
Yes, thank you, President Mays. Taking into account everything that's been said so far, both with Councilman Murphy and Councilwoman Worthing, when you start to deal with the scope of individual elected officials, we've always been advised by those that we have talked with that has some of this experience that you do the best that you can to remain impartial. And it's not easy to do, but that is what the Ethics and Accountability Board should do. And when there are things that are done and they come before us, that's the way we're supposed to approach it. And that's what we try to do in this particular case. And so I heard Councilman Murphy say hostile. And everything that he said, that's what stuck out to me. And then I heard Councilwoman Worthing say a pleasant meeting in everything that she said. Because what that does is it helps, in our view, in what we see, that the meeting will flow, the business will be taken care of, and the business of the people will be taken care of. But if you're in a hostile environment, in Councilman Murphy's disposition, and some of us on the board believe that the council as a whole and individuals is causing it to be hostile. Yes, we do believe that. We certainly do. But our job is to try to help resolve and put a stop to it so that the city can go on to where it needs to go. Because you're the deliberate body. No one wants to be here all night. No one wants to be disrespected. But at the same time, you have rules. I believe, and I will say this, the board has seen that you acted within the confines of your rules, within the scope of your rules.
Pastor
you have
Gilbert,
that right.
If I may interrupt you. Ms. Herkenrode, you wanted the floor.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to, just to very briefly highlight something that you said earlier. You made mention of how it looks very different there than it does here. And I wanted to expand that to a lot of things have happened, at least for me, I can't speak for anybody else, over the way I've been spoken to over the phone by a certain member of this body, the way I've been spoken to in my own office, and in the presence of clerks that the public does not see, that adds to, as Mr. Murphy stated, a hostile work environment. So there is a lot of things that happen, for lack of words, behind the scenes that the public does not see and will never see that adds to this hostile work environment, to the point where it does make it difficult to have to call somebody to say, hey, we want to put this on the agenda, because no matter what we say, I shouldn't say we, no matter what I say, because it's coming from me, will be automatically disregarded. I personally, and quite specifically, have been called stupid because I'm young, which is incredibly inappropriate, and it doesn't reflect my individual smarts, and it's a disrespectful thing to the members of the 7th Ward who voted for me, and to this community as a whole, because at the end of the day, we are all community members of the city of Flint, which is my favorite city in the entire world, and we're all neighbors. We are all neighbors in this city. We all choose to live here for a reason, and we want it to be the best that it can be. We want the future of Flint to be strong and to be hopeful for our kids, for our grandkids, for our grand dogs. We want it to be a good place to be. And there's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes that a lot of members of the public do not see. So with that being said, I look forward to working with the Ethics and Accountability Board through probably an individual response from me. And, you know, I look forward to coming to your next meeting to share my side of the story. Thank you.
Pastor Gilbert,
President
Chairman
Mays.
Gilbert, if I may, let me say this. I'll listen to what you've had to say, and we'll see how long we move on. Ms. Burns, I see you looking. Anybody who want to chime in will get a chance. You know, it's no time limits here that I know of. They voted to discuss it, and I've listened. I've listened to certain folks say hostile work environment. I've listened to them say treating women a certain way. Here you got 6 women on a political body. The charter say you don't discriminate, but women is a certain way. There's some women on here that talk nastier to me and other council people, but in front of the scenes and behind the scenes. Outright cussing. Now these are facts. And it didn't happen from the old council to the new, and the Ethics and Accountability Board didn't move. You got Mr. Murphy on film. Mr. Murphy on film talking about don't put your hands on me. Decorum, how people talk, how people treat folks. You got all of these things on film. So I would urge the Ethics and Accountability Board to gather the film. It's documented. The meeting that's, excuse me, Ms. Presley, did I say something verbally that made you just laugh out loud? But I heard you. So that's the type of stuff I'm talking about. All that has to do with decorum. Just that right there. Here I'm sincerely talking and folks verbally laughing out loud. That's something to do with decorum. You got folks who really don't know the rules. They don't know when a point of order is called, everything should stop.
Point of information, President.
What's your point of information?
As we're speaking of decorum in this round, the president's supposed to speak last, sir. According to Robert's rules.
Ms. Burns, if you want to speak, just say you want to speak, but that ain't no golden steadfast rule that the president should speak last. That's why I know I ain't taking up all the time that's being claimed by others about how long the meetings go. And if whether it was an investigative hearing or this. Point of information. If you want the floor, just say I want it, and I'll wait. Ms. Burns, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I know you've been standing up there for a little minute, Pastor Gilbert.
I'm good.
Okay, I'm just making sure. It's unfortunate at this time that we are talking, and it's embarrassing that we have to talk about civility, respect, and decorum at this point in the council. When I received the letter, the email, and I looked at it probably Friday night about 2:30 a.m. where I have time then to catch up on my reading. And as I'm reading it, I believe it should speak specifically to the issues and listening to some of the issues that have come out and to the persons, because we have to we talk about decorum and then we talk about attendance. But in order to keep attendance, we have to keep decorum. And when we don't have decorum or respect and civility, you don't have a proper meeting. According to Robert Rules, and it states that we're not to attack any member's motives for speaking to or for against. We're not supposed to do that. We're supposed to actually avoid using the use of names. So when I'm speaking, we should not use, say, for instance, if Tanya Burns did this. We're supposed to say the council person in, say, the 2nd Ward or the 9th Ward. So there's a lot of things that we need to work on. We're supposed to refrain from disturbing the assembly during a debate so that we're moving and keeping the meeting moving in a respectful way. Are we going to always agree? No, because we're all different individuals. But the one thing we should do at our core base is respect each other, have decorum, and there should be civility. And those questions, let me say, that has not always been served. So if my attendance, which yes, I did get up and leave, and I would do it every single time because there was no decorum. And as I left, I was proper. So if my attendance comes into question, because we do have to respond to this, I did not know how to respond. I did not when I read it, because it didn't say specifically to if you left your attendance. But we have to understand, for myself, and you say you don't hear what's going on, and you don't, there's a lot of things that are moving. There was no respect. I was yelled at going out. There were comments that were made, and I left respectfully and even called to the chair and stated that I would be leaving. I didn't make any noise or any comments. I simply did not. And as I left to walk out of the chambers, I was berated. Now, at that point, I wasn't expecting that, because I was expecting to just leave. A couple people grabbed my arm and said, hey, as the words are still over, you know, it's in the record, watch the videos, as we all say, because I do, it is a different perspective when you're sitting here and when you're watching it later. It's a total different perspective. And I did say some words back, but I had left the meeting. Prior to leaving the meeting, I hadn't said anything. And you get frustrated, because we should be so much better than this. We should be. I did not know that my two colleagues after me were leaving. I did not know that they were, I had no idea that they were leaving until I was at the back of council chambers. But when we talk about how do we respect each other, it's, you know, we have the rules. We've had a training now all together. Most of us were there, I think 8. So we now know what it is we're supposed to do as adults in an adult environment where there's structure, council rules, Robert's rules, and common sense rules. And we should know how to do that. If we want to be respected, we need to respect the other people. Responding to this, I would, as my colleague stated in the 5th Ward, that the dates are incorrect. And maybe you need to address, if it's Tanya Burns' issues, that her attendance is because she left, then I would address why I left. Or if, because I think I cannot speak for anyone else. I don't even speak for my grown children at this point, because at this point I hope I raised them, you know, to where they're good and grown and they know how to make good decisions as adults. So for me, responding to that, I would say let's fix the dates. Or if you want a general statement, because it would have to be general. And I don't think that our issues are general at this point. I just don't. But I know that when it speaks to Robert's rules, you know, there is supposed to be decorum. And it states everyone must adhere to decorum, carrying on the debate in an orderly manner without personal attacks on other members. That's Robert rules. That's a common sense rule, especially when leadership matters. And when leadership matters, we have to make sure we're leading by being an example. And I left council chambers because Tanya Burns was not going to use her adult words anymore. And it was time for me to leave, because you probably would have caught me in the back and admonished me for using words that were less than professional. I was frustrated. I was upset. I was disappointed. And I was disappointed in myself that I allowed it to get that far. But something has to change, because it's not the point. We should not be talking about our behavior when we have members here to talk about the city business.
Yes.
And this is a misuse of their time, because we were elected to come here to do the business, not behavioral issues should we be addressing. So if it's Tanya Burns' attendance because she left, please put it in there. It needs to be very specific so that we can fix it, because without making it general and putting a blanket over it, it does not, we won't fix it, and we'll be back at this again. And I want to speak to having the hearings. I was at the hearings. I never missed a council meeting. If I did miss it, if I didn't come to council chambers or committee meetings, then I made a point of looking up on YouTube. And so when we talk about this, the trash hearings, They are important. They are important, and for me, they're not a waste of time, because you had one procedure, 5 different processes by 5 different people, and we had a department head state that he was instructed to shred documents. That's troubling to me when it's a contract. So when it comes to that, because we, in our tenure, we will have another trash contract that will come up. And we need to make sure we're not having 5 different people doing 5 different procedures and no one can recollect, it's not in their memory. So I want to make sure we get that part done right so we don't keep doing it wrong. So the hearings, yes, they're important. What came out of that? 5 different procedures. What is the actual procedure and how are they following it? You know, and do we need to change our purchasing orders? You know, the procedures and the guidelines. We need to do that. But at no point at any type of job, government, or whatever, have I ever heard of someone being forced to go get a document off another person's desk, the CFO desk, and to shred it and dispose of it, and then felt that they were working in a hostile work environment. Those aren't my words. That person's views and opinions were stated under oath. So we have to make sure we listen to different ideas and what the community talks about. I make sure if I go to not only the council meetings, the committee meetings, we had our ward meetings. I believe I was the only council person also went to the mayor's meetings that he had, because I wanted to know, see how he was aligning his meetings as opposed to ours, and they were different. They had 2 minutes to speak, an hour and a half, boom, they were pretty much out of there. Ours, we allowed people to just speak, and to speak in what was on their mind and what they were concerned about with ARPA funds. So I would use the word, we have to allow space for each other, but we need to do a better job with us collectively moving forward so that we are being respectful, there's civility, and there's decorum within these council chambers every time we meet. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, I'll try to continue, Chairman Gilbert, Pastor Gilbert, whatever. But the point is this. When I listen to my colleagues, I did this, but the council president. I did this, but the council president. But you left. You got up. You didn't take care of the business of the city. They hung up on one word in the charter, and listen what the whole charter say. Section 3-104. That's the section that's cited in your letter. It says, as representatives of the citizens of the city of Flint, city council members are expected to conduct themselves with appropriate decorum. Now, we'll define decorum and look at the dictionary definition, but that ain't all what it says. It says, act respectfully with constituents, each other, and other public servants. Attend to the duties of their office as outlined in this charter. That's what's important for me. While they hung up on decorum, I'm hung up on attend to the duties of their office as outlined in this charter and become knowledgeable on the City of Flint charter, on issues of importance to the City of Flint, and the practices of city government. See, they stopped way back there on decorum. They not reading the whole charter language that say become knowledgeable and take care in so many words the duties that you done been elected to do. And I hear Mr. Murphy and Ms. Herkenroder talk about they've been elected. But I wish the Ethics and Accountability Board had got involved when all that illegal literature was being mailed out on their behalf.
Point of information.
What's your point of information?
Your statement is incorrect. You don't have facts, and you're making allegations that is not true.
I can guarantee you I've got facts. I've got the literature.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Can you prove that some literature was illegal? Because you keep on putting that out there, and you lying about what you said.
Point of order. You got a quick inquiry. You're going to be ruled out of order and given your first warning for taking the flow and making statements in a point of information. Do you understand? If you don't, keep doing it, and I'll give you your first warning. As I was trying to say before I was unlawfully interrupted with somebody making statements because they didn't like what I was saying. Yes, I can prove that the literature that came mysteriously through the mail, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 worth, your literature with your picture on it looked the same as Herkenroder's literature. What's your point of information?
Your statement is not true.
Mr. Murphy, right now, this is how this decorum stuff go. I sit and listen to y'all, and I don't even agree and like with what you're saying. But the minute I start, point of information, point of order, and it's more than one of you who do it. But when I do it, he interrupts us with point of information, point of order, won't let us talk. I mean, that's what the record will show. The charter say don't discriminate. If you can do a point of information, which you can, it's a privileged motion. But do it right. I can do them. As I was saying, and since you asked the question, yes, I can prove it. The one little literature had all these different colored little men, the women on it in your picture. The other one had the same little men and women on it in Herkenroder's picture.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Can you prove that we put some illegal literature out?
I can prove that in the video recording you said in front of council meeting you didn't know who was sending it. I probably can pull your finance statements and prove that you didn't list it as an in-kind contribution. I've already researched it, and we know some of the literature came from the same place that Mr. Neely get his printed. Maybe the Ethics and Accountability Board can use their subpoena power and get to the bottom of who was mailing this mysterious literature.
Point of order.
Did somebody call a privilege motion?
Me.
What did you say, point of information or point of order?
I thought we were talking about the ethics and accountability letter.
We are talking about the ethics and accountability letter as it relates to their purview to investigate.
They didn't mention campaign contributions.
Point of order. You taking the floor to debate. You out of order?
You didn't
rule. Did you have a privilege motion? What was your privilege motion? I'm not going to give you the floor for you can get it later, but you out of order. And y'all think I'm talking to you wrong. Did you have a privilege motion, and what was it?
Yeah, you didn't rule on it.
Okay, what was your point of order?
You're off topic.
I don't think so. I'm ruling that I'm not off topic talking to an investigative entity that want to investigate this council, particularly when they keep saying I was elected. Mr. Murphy said something about he was elected. So he added that in. When you get illegal literature mailed out in
Point of information.
What's your point of information?
Can you prove that literature was illegal?
I'll say yes if you didn't report it as an in-kind contribution on your campaign finance statement. You said you didn't even know who it was publicly. Ms. Worthen, if you asking permission.
Yeah, I have to do something.
Okay, well, you can get my attention. You can say point of order, point of information. You just got out that chair and didn't know if I was going to let you back in it because that's what the rules say, the goofy rules. But I did. Didn't have to. Maybe you're going to leave. You normally do. Attendance is a problem. Attendance is a problem. With some folks, it's been a problem since they were here before. Now, Ms. Burns think you shouldn't say their name. Reprimand me, recall me, throw me out of office. I'm going to say folks' name. If I hear an administrator come up here lying to this council, I'm going to say their name. You had people come before this council and tell them, you can't pass a resolution doing nothing to do with money. That's a lie. Oh, I don't like the way Mays talked to them. Well, they shouldn't come lying to this council. If you lie to the council in a public meeting and it's recorded, I'm going to talk to you a certain way as an administrator. You're lying. We had the mayor under oath the other day. I had no involvement in the process. Everywhere you turn, he had involvement. You had Mr. Brown come up and say, I was scared for my job. He verbally reprimanded me. Somebody lying. The mayor say he didn't have no involvement. The department head say he was scared. They shredding documents. I don't like the way Mays talk to department heads. Well, hell, they lying. Our job is to inquire and investigate, not to patty cake. Now, what I'm gonna patty cake with somebody who I know ain't telling the truth, and they in a public meeting on record, some of them under oath, Mr. Mays, he don't talk to people right. I can show you a meeting I think you referenced it on February the 28th. I guarantee the public, look at the meeting that Miss Burns walked out on. Oh, you can't say their name. I can, and don't say it, because I'm trying to make the city work. They saying one council person, that's me. Ain't but one president, that's me. So I'm going to say their name. Miss Burns left, and you didn't have to believe me. I heard it. When Miss Brown was trying to get my attention 2-3 times on this side, the city attorney, and not her, Attorney Kim, trying to get my attention on this side, I'm dealing with counsel. Hold on a minute. That ain't nothing rude talking to the clerk. It's a council meeting. And then when I give the clerk the floor, I'm talking about a special meeting, and guess what was said on the record? I need a legal opinion for that. It ain't rude to say we've been posting meetings, and that's our staff, and we've been posting them for 20, 30 years, and you don't need a legal opinion when 2 or more council people ask you to post a meeting. That's the charter. Oh, don't talk to people like that. It's a fact. 2 or more people ask to post a meeting, it should be posted. If I ain't mistaken, it's a post up now that deals with the budget hearings. I wanted to discuss that, couldn't get a second. You can't gather 5 or more to discuss budgets or any type of business without a proper posting under the Open Meetings Act. And if 2 or more council persons ask the staff to post the behind the scenes that they talking about, where they at? Because I'm behind the scenes trying to get meetings posted with staff who I thought worked for us and can't get them posted. I just done quit trying over the last 3 weeks. Don't get no calls. The president ain't in control of even the agendas. That's wrong. I don't care who the staff is, and I'm gonna talk about it. Yeah, he's disrespecting. Now the staff is disrespecting the office of the president. The office of the president. This office means something, and I'm going to make it do what it do. I'm not going to sit and let Miss Priestley laugh when I talk about it and think that's okay. To me, that's improper decorum. I'm not going to let Miss Burns leave and break decorum, her and Herkenrode and Priestley, and then say it's my fault that the business ain't getting taken care of. No, it's their fault they left. Mr. Murphy been doing it repeatedly. Repeatedly. I have a job to do, chair a meeting, keep it on track, facilitate a meeting. And so far, I've done my best and will continue to do it well. You've had habitual absenteeism. You got people worried about decorum and ain't worried about becoming knowledgeable on city business, the importance thereof, and the practices of the city. I know what the practice of this council has been. Kate Fields, Eva Worthen, and a few more of them just violated the rules, voted wrong. I can show you on film where our rules is clear and the majority of this council just voted against it. Due process means something. Under 1-801 of the rulemaking procedure, you should have a 2-week notice when you implement a new rule, and it should be a public hearing. And the new rule was a censure. Ain't been no 2-week public notice. I can show you a legal opinion from the person who wants to be the attorney now, talking about due process and other things. 1-801. Whenever you're going to invent a new rule or a punishment, whether it's absence, you go under 1-801. This group don't even know that. Be careful when you shake your head in affirmative, Pastor, because you're finna do an investigation. I want you to be impartial. I was looking at you shaking your head in affirmative when they were talking. Maybe that's what juries do nowadays. I know when I go to court and I look at a jury, you can't even read them. They sit there, don't give you no indication till they gather all of the facts, deliberate, and make a decision. So I'm guilty of calling staff people out when they're wrong, refuse to answer questions, lying on each other. Yeah, I said lying on each other. You just take Mr. Brown, for example, and then take the mayor's testimony. It's sworn. Somebody lying on oath. And it ain't just Mr. Brown. Mr. Whittigan, the city attorney, telling this young council in the infant stages, you can't pass a resolution that has to do with money. You try to call a special meeting and you can't get staff to post it. Staff should post it and then wait to see if a quorum show up. So the bigger issue to me is people running for these offices, being in here 3-4 months and already having habitual absenteeism and habitual breaking quorum-ism, if it's such a word. I just made that up. That's where the bigger problem at. And then they confused on the law and the rules, so they're gonna blame the president. What am I, a scapegoat for what y'all doing? And he shouldn't say our name. I'm gonna say their name. You got more cussers on this council than me. You don't hear him talk behind the scene. Hell, you don't hear them cuss behind the scene. They lucky I ain't cussed publicly. I ain't the only one who done cussed behind the scenes. So I'm just listening to them make their case. What folks should do is look in the mirror and say, am I habitual absenteeism? Having the infant stages, I got up and broke the quorum and left stuff on the agenda. Do I use my 5 minutes to speak before he do and make the meetings go long? Man, they've been blaming me for long meetings under 2 or 3 council people. Like they don't say nothing. I'm just getting tired of it. Now here come the new ones in 3-4 months, violating left and right, personally attacking me, worried about decorum. Look in that mirror. Get your stuff straight right. Get your stuff straight first, and then look to see what everybody else doing, because there's some folks out of line. Miss Herkenroder, don't let her fool you. Miss Priestley, she don't quite know sometimes. Miss Burns, she can talk as good and proper as she wants. She be wrong sometimes. So that's what I got out your letter. This wasn't no letter for me about the president, because I'll talk about the president. on each specific case, trying to get Mr. Murphy in order. Just leave quietly. Quit hollering and talking about don't put your hands on you. It's been repeated. I'll look at the video of the day in question when I'm talking to Ms. Brown and Attorney Kim. I'm not going to vote for Attorney Kim to be the city attorney because I know him. They don't. Just giving half the story as they asked him, Ms. Burns included. So they concentrating on me and need to concentrate on the business of this city. Sit in their seats, do what they were elected to do, and Mr. Murphy, he can squeal or do what he wants. They don't like it when I use them type words. That ain't properly decorum. Yes, it is, because he done interrupted me 3-4 times talking about can I prove that illegal literature was sent out. Yeah. I remember when it was being sent out, I asked Ms. Herkenroder, we was over at the jail talking to the registered voters in the jail.
Point of information.
Yeah.
Can you show me some paperwork where something been illegally used?
Yeah, with or without a subpoena, I can show it to you. Your literature look just like hers.
Point of information. Could you please produce it?
I said, yeah. I ain't finna go drive home and get it and come back. What's your point? You just finna get a warning. What's your point of information? Don't
prove it instead of talking about it.
Mr. Murphy, I hope you asked for it, Chairman Gilbert. I hope the Ethics and Accountability Board asked for it. Not only can I prove that you had illegal literature mailed out for you that looked like hers, Spafani's in the 5th Ward, Jerry just beat it.
Point of
I
order.
can also, what's your point?
I would like to excuse myself until you finish, and then I'll be back.
Well, you can do that. That's exactly what we're talking about. The truth hurt. But it's going to still be said. And so, yeah, we can prove that somebody mailed out all across this city thousands of dollars of illegal literature, and you just barely got in, and in my opinion, it helped. So I want to stop all them illegal mailings as it relates to the council races, the mayor's races, because it puts people on here who discombobulates.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Mr. Mays, the topic at hand is the letter from the EAB. From my count, you have been speaking for over 15 minutes on the fact that you want to get the city business done. Then let's move ahead with the agenda and get the city business done.
Ms. Herkenroder, I'm a rule that I'm in order. I can talk about stuff just like y'all, and particularly when I talk about you and that illegal literature you got mailed out on your behalf, which made you barely beat Miss Galloway, you don't want to talk about it. But that's how folks got on this council. That's where the chaos at. This council should be used to concentrating on the council. But when folk help mail out literature, they call them special interests, illegal groups. It messed this council up.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
As I just stated, we are on a discussion item regarding the EAB and the letter that was sent to us. You have been speaking for over 15 minutes on the fact that you want to get the city business done, yet have not moved the city business along.
Ms. Herkenroder, that's not a point of order. You're using it to get the flow. I done ruled on me being relevant. Now, if you do it again, I'm going to give you your first warning.
Point of order.
What's your point?
We should be at public speaking. This discussion item has gone far too long for what we have to talk about.
Ms. Herkenroder, that's in your opinion. You should have said it went long when Mr. Murphy spoke. You should have said it went long when...
Point of order.
What's your point?
That is your opinion where it went wrong. We should
That's your first warning, Ms. Herkenroder. You out of order. Now, may I continue? I'm not going to debate with you by no false points of orders in that mess. And that's what we're talking about, Pastor Gilbert. Let me ask you a question to set her mind at ease. Pastor Gilbert, is it possible that if I come to the Ethics and Accountability Board and raise the issue about illegal mailings, are y'all prohibited from taking that up?
No.
No is the answer. And so when we talk about the makeup at this council and how people act, it's just funny that the ones who didn't vote for me for president, for whatever reason, the ones who had that illegal literature mailed out on their behalf, Herkenroder, Quincy Murphy, and I'm going to name the rest of them. That's where the problem's coming from. They're trying to get a majority and Ms. Priestley be concerned.
Point of information.
What's your point of information, ma'am?
Is the chair stating that the problem is coming from those who have not been able to speak?
No, the chair is stating that the problems is coming from you, Quincy Murphy, and some people who had some illegal literature mailed out on their behalf who won by 40, 50, 70 votes.
Okay, and the point of information.
What's your point of information?
What problems have I caused in the meeting today?
It's caused Mr. Murphy to do 3 points of information, and you done flared up with points of orders and points of information today when I talk about it.
Okay, so point of information.
I've answered you. Now you're starting to get out of order.
Point of information.
What's your point of information?
What problems have I caused today by following the rules?
You causing a problem now. I done gave you a warning because you was using a point of order to take the floor.
Point of information.
And now you repeatedly using points of information. What is your point?
Could you please explain what problems I have caused by following the rules?
Not only have you caused problems today, Ms. Herkenroder, but you've been causing some problems for the last few weeks and months. You have got up out of your seat and broke the quorum. You have caused problems for me as president. When people get elected—
Point of information.
What's your point?
Can you please state what problems I have caused?
I'm telling you, you might not want to accept them, Ms. Herkenroder, but that's my view. You got your view about me. I can have my view about you. Y'all spent 4 to 6 hours talking about me the other day when you should have been taking care of city business.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Could you please explain what problems I have caused today by following the rules?
I have explained that you are using privileged motions to take the floor, and I've explained what you've done today. I've answered it once. Are you wanting me to answer the same 2 or 3 times?
No, this is the first time you've answered it. Thank you.
No, it ain't the first time I answered it. Not only did I answer it, I gave you warnings. You're not accurate. So, Ms. Herkenroder, that's what he's standing here before us at. Because you couldn't even see that. You didn't hear me say you're using a point of order wrong to try to take the floor to ARCA because I say y'all receive benefits from illegal literature. I said that 3, 4, 5 minutes ago. Now you gonna say point of it, you finally answered it once. That's not true. That's what you think. Call it a cultural difference. I talk black and white folk get mad. I say cultural difference. Hell, there's people listening to this know I had answered your question. Look at them people in the audience shaking their head. They might have a cultural difference. You know, I listen to people out in the community. People tell me, Pastor Gilbert and them saying, Ethics and Accountability Board see it. I don't know what they see, but I know people tell me, they ask me, why do Quincy do like that? They ask me about you. Sure, they tell me about myself. Guess what I tell them? With that crowd.
Point of information.
Yeah.
The number is 8-766-7418. They can call the council office if they need to ask Quincy any kind of questions.
Mr. Murphy, do you want to be removed from this meeting? That was not a point of information or point of order. And that's what we talking about, decorum. You proven to the honorable chairperson how you operate. You proven it. You proven it not only to him, hopefully, but to me, to the public. We know you talk in the third person. You want to say your name, Quincy Murphy. When I say it, don't say my name, Quincy Murphy. I'm going to talk in the first person, you talk in the third. It ain't cute to me. It's time consuming. It's a lack of understanding. It's ignorance, and he calling us ignorant. Ignorant can be polite if you take the time to learn.
Point of order.
Yes, what's your point?
Where are we at on this agenda?
I'm going to tell you where we at. We at a spot where y'all voted to have this discussion prior to public speaking. And the majority voted because they figured it was going to be centered around me and how I act and conduct meetings as president. That's where we at. We on that unlimited discussion that y'all voted for under the goofy rules. Now, if that answers your question where we at, then I've answered it. And if you didn't know where we was at, you should have stayed in your seat. What's your point of order?
Could you wrap up so we can get the business done?
I necessarily didn't want to have it here. This is the business. How council act is the business. How you act is part of the business. Whether you attend,
point of information.
What's your point?
Could you wrap up so we can get the business done?
I could, but I could have asked you to wrap up when you was talking. I could have asked Ms. Burns to wrap up. But the problem is you want to discriminate. You want the rules. What's your point of information, Ms. Burns?
I would like to let you know, Mr. President, 7:30, I will not be leaving the building, but I do have to excuse myself at 7:30.
I'm used to it. I'm used to council meetings started at 5:30. I'm used to various council meetings for whatever reason run for office and they can't stay on, I heard somebody say 2 Mondays out of the month. I'm used to it. That's what he's standing talking about. That's one of the issues. You knew the practice of the city government before folk ran.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Was that directed at me, that last statement?
It's directed at you and any other council person who leaves, breaks a quorum, have bad attendance records. If it fits you, it fits you. If it don't, it don't.
Point of information.
What's your point of information?
Again, I'm not leaving. I do have to take a call for prior schedule for 7:30. I will be temporarily out of my seat, but I will be returning.
Oh, okay.
So I want to clarify, I'm not leaving as I stated at first.
Oh, okay. I just hope everybody don't have to do it at the same time because it could break a quorum. See, I've been blessed. The Lord blessed me to have a good attendance record after 8, 9 years. Is it something you want to say, Mr. Murphy? Yeah, you got the floor. I'm going to give you the floor because you sure was over there talking and distracted.
I sure was over here talking about I'll be glad when we wrap up and move to the agenda to get the business done. Like you always say, we need to get the business done. You done said what you done said. You done threw rocks at whatever. You done called us out. You done called us all kind of names that you want to call us. We want to get the business done. We heard what you said. We get your point. We want to get the business done. And it's unfortunate you don't want to get the business done and you want to sit there and filibuster and have us up in here all day. And if we bust up out of here and leave, then people gonna be on their podcast talking about we ain't getting the business done when we want to get the business done. We done did this special order. We done talked. We all done had enough time to get the business done. We want to get the work done. President, Councilman Eric Mays.
Now, you see that decorum, Pastor? I'm smart. Now, I can talk to him in the same tone and or worse. And I don't have to say President Mays in the way he said it, but I could do it. But I didn't really want to have this discussion. They voted on it. It could have happened in committee meeting. It could have happened a variety of ways. But under these council rules, it wasn't no time limit on it. They wanted to chime in on their problems with President Mays. They didn't want President Mays to give his view of the problems I see with some of them after 3, 4, 5 months or less. And when you speak on the business of the city, their absenteeism, breaking a quorum, some of them think it's funny, some of them get offensive, but that's the facts of the matter. They done ran for these spots. They disrespect the process. They disrespect me, and I think I'm very knowledgeable.
Mr. President.
That's not how you get the floor. A privileged motion can get the floor, but Mr. President don't get it when I got it.
Mr. President, I would like the floor, please.
I'll give you the floor.
Thank you. I would like...
Well, not yet, though, Ms. Herkenroder. I'm going to wrap up what I'm going to say, give you the floor. Y'all can get out of this special order. Y'all can be careful about putting them in place before public speaking. In the next round, it'll be part of your learning experience.
This is not a special order. This was an item of discussion.
It's an item of discussion that y'all voted on to put before public speaking. It has no time limits. It's not a motion, and y'all put it there.
Mr. President, I would like to make a motion.
Okay, well, when you get the floor, you'll be in order to make a motion. But be careful where you put something and don't understand the rules, then get frustrated and all out of order and discombobulated because y'all speak 3 to 4 minutes and I speak 12. See, y'all got one subject to cover, me. I got a bunch of subjects to cover y'all. And so y'all been absent. You've been getting up. You've been breaking a quorum. Some of you talking about you've been elected and had illegal literature. These are the things that I'm going to bring before the board. I'm going to bring that you're looking at decorum and you need to learn the practices of the city. You need to really do it, and you need to know that we can investigate and talk to department heads who lie to us, and it ain't nothing wrong with that. I don't have to stand up here and condone your actions or theirs. And Mr. Murphy, yes, 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 I'm going to prove and show that illegal literature that
Point of information.
What's your point?
I have no knowledge of no kind of illegal literature.
Nah, that's going to contradict what you said in the public meeting when it was being mailed out at the time when you wasn't a council person and was calling in. See, what people say and do, character matters.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Mr. President, it's 7:30, and I need to
Okay,
push.
you may be excused,
Thank
and
you.
we'll wait to see if you come back. Trump taught us that character matters. And when folks just openly lie, that gets under my skin. I'm going to tell you either you done forgot what you said on the record, Mr. Murphy, or you're lying.
Point of information.
Yes.
I am not lying.
Well, then your brain has forgotten something.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Maybe your brain done forgot something.
You just got to put that in the form of a question. You out of order. I'm just going to let you stay up for grace and mercy, and I think you're a little ignorant to how this thing go. Ms. Herkenroder, whoever wanted to flow, you got it, and we can take it from there. If Mr. Murphy or anybody else want to leave, that's their business, and that's what we're talking about. Be careful what you put before public speaking, because it's bigger than what you thought it was. Ms. Herkenroder, you wanted to flow?
Mr. President, I would like to make a motion to limit this discussion item to 3 more minutes.
Oh, I'll entertain a motion to stop it now.
Mr. President, I'll second Ms. Herkenroder's motion.
It's been moved and properly second to limit this discussion for additional 3 more minutes. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Point of order.
What's your point?
There is no discussion on a motion to limit debate.
It doesn't matter if it is or not. We ain't gonna get in them particulars, but when you postpone something that ain't going away, you can have discussion. Y'all ready to vote?
Point of information.
What's your point?
Is the chair willingly violating the law, violating the rules outlined by the Flint City Council, specifically Rule 17.1?
No, what the chair is doing is making a ruling. And then if you knew the rules, you could appeal any decision of a chair. Now, the chair was calling for a vote regardless of what the rule is. So the chair is asking you, do you know how to appeal any ruling of the chair? The chair was asking for a vote on the motion because it was no discussion, I don't guess. Did you realize that? Did you realize that, Pastor Gilbert, I was finna ask for a vote? Don't nod your head, you impartial. Roll call on the vote to limit this to 3 more minutes, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 no. The motion fails. Look, I was just making my point about attendance, Pastor Gilbert. We look forward to discussing this dysfunction and lack of understanding from this council in front of the Ethics and Accountability Board. And it's way bigger than their false perceived thoughts about this council president and who they are. That's my view. I look forward to it. Is there anything you want to add? And if so, you got more than 3 minutes. The motion failed. But once you conclude, then we'll move on, hopefully, with public speaking, if we have a quorum. You've got the floor.
Thank you, President Mays, and to Councilman Murphy, and to the entire council. I watched, I listened. I paid close attention to what was going on and how you all deliberate and engage one another. We have a lot of work to do. And I would only say to the City Council is that you are the deliberate body. You're the voice of the people. And the people are saying that they want you to do a better job on their behalf. And so the Ethics and Accountability Board, it was an inquiry to get that ball to start rolling, that we might do better, that we might take the high road. And I hope that this can be a beginning of a new time to try to solve this. It's not going to happen overnight, but we've got to work at it. The Ethics Board wants to help. We're not here to help anybody's political career, nor to hurt anyone's political career. We're here to help our city. That's what the charter says we're supposed to do. And I will take this information back to the body, and we will see what they decide. If they decide they want to specify certain things of you, President Mays, or Councilwoman Alley, then that will be decided as the board. Or if it's the entire, whatever specifics, that would be a decision for the board to decide. So I admonish you to just take care of the business of the citizens. They are here. They have something they want to say, and that is why we are here, to take care of our city. And if we can just go forward, the Ethics and Accountability Board, as long as I am the chair, I will do my best, because that's all that I can do. But at the same time, my eyes have been open to a lot just standing here watching and observing. And I'm trying to do my best to be impartial. I know people, I've gotten calls and emails and different things about the way that they look at me, that I'm partial to certain individuals on the city council, and even a certain individual. Well, that kind of comes with the territory. So I got to work on that, and I'm doing my best to do just that. Because when that happens, people don't have confidence in you. They figure that your mind's already made up, that you're against this person and for another person. You're for that person and you're against the other person. That's what happens. So we all have some work to do. But in the meantime, our city is suffering. Our citizens are suffering. They're the one that is hurting, and they the one is who we should be here to take care that their lives can be lifted up and made better. Thank you, City Council.
Chairman Gilbert, I'm going to try to entertain a motion to make this fruitful. This letter is kind of messed up.
Okay.
Dates is wrong.
Yes.
Even when the Charter 3-104 is cited, is not cited in the Charter with that other stuff that I named. And that's very important. Now, if you limit it to decorum, then leave it like that. But if you cite in the Charter, cite all the stuff that go with it, the responsibility of this body. I'd like to entertain a motion that this council, the majority, who's ever here, is responding publicly to you and the board through this, and we first ask that a new letter be sent properly communicating, because it seemed to be some confusion. I'll entertain that motion. If it don't come, then I'll respond individually and see what the council do as a whole, maybe at a later date. But I think right now it would be advantageous, if it was my leadership, to get the majority of the council who's here to respond and get that out of the way. Is there a motion?
Mr. President.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion that the Ethics and Accountability Board send a new notice to the council stating the correct dates, as well as other pertinent information that may be needed in the letter.
Is there a second? There's been a motion made. Is there a second?
I second.
Mr. Murphy, you second the motion. It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion, that would include you as well, Chairman Gilbert. Is there something anybody need to know or add on to that? Chairman Gilbert, I think you've digested the concerns. All right. No further discussion? Roll call on the motion that would serve, if it passes, as a joint communications in response to the letter, and whether we do it then. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Okay. The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. Pastor Gilbert, Chairperson Gilbert, hopefully that'll serve as communications if you need a written letter or something from us, but you are here witnessing it. I wanted to get to that point. I call you up. And so let's say we've communicated back. They're requesting maybe some things be fixed, and then there'll be another letter. Is there anything you want to say before we close?
Thank you, President Mays.
Beg your pardon?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. All right, that moves us down the agenda, and that takes us now to public hearings. I see none. Public speaking. Are there any public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. Our first public speaker is Mr. Chris Del Moroni. Mr. Del Moroni.
Chris Del Moroni, are you still here? There he comes. Chris Del Moroni, you are being called as a public speaker as you roll a garbage bin down the middle of the aisle. I'm thinking you got a message in that, so I guess you're in order. We'll wait till you get here. Chris Del Maroney.
Thank you. My name is Chris Del Maroney, and I live in Flint, Michigan. Notice this in the lobby just this evening. It's something that should have been made available to the residents of the city of Flint under the new garbage contract with priority, along with this recyclable bin, also the garbage bin. You can go to other communities. I'll mention one, Swartz Creek. They have things very similar to this. I don't understand why Flint doesn't have these. With these things, especially on the trash, it means critters won't get into our trash, and trash will not be scattered about the community, our streets. Very simple. And for what we're paying under this new contract, I think it's $5 million a year versus the $3 million that it was. I think priority should have provided it, just like Republic provided the small bins for us. That being said, you know, I feel like I need to own a DeLorean or something to say Back to the Future. I don't know how many years it's been, maybe since our current state senator was on council, but there's something wrong with attendance and it needs to be addressed. Members come in early or come in late, they leave early, or they don't show up at all. So we've had two council members this evening that didn't show up at all. If you're running for city council, you know every second and fourth Monday of the month we have meetings. If you cannot adjust your schedule or your schedule does not permit you to be here, do some good. Do more good than what you could serve on council and not run. Because if you're not here to give your voice for the people you represent, if you're not here to vote, you are not representing your constituents. It's that simple. And constituents, I know this one would applaud anyone. And I'm not talking about my council person having to take a break this evening for a phone call that was prearranged. But the community needs representation. And things come up in life, and I understand that. And that at that point, one should resign. Our community is facing many challenges, and they're not being dealt with. Whether it be the school board, whether it be city council, city hall, we need to have a big paradigm shift from where we're at to where we need to be to get to where we have to go. I've heard about illegal literature. I can show you illegal literature because on that literature, whenever a piece of literature goes out...
I'm going to let you keep going, but wrap up. Go ahead, finish up, wrap up.
Literature needs to have a statement on there that paid for by, and then the committee's name. Now, it doesn't mean the candidate put it out if that's not on there. Someone else could do it on their own. But I can show you things in this last election, anything from illegal literature, illegal yard signs, the size of the yard sign, the placement of the yard signs, to actually, in my opinion, who should have been put on the ballot, their name. You know, from the clerk's office. But that being said, thank you. Work on this for the next contract, or maybe even during this contract. I think we can muscle them. Thank you.
Thank you for wrapping up, Mr. Del Maroney. That's what I was trying to do. I tell people to wrap up. I've been attacked for interrupting, trying to tell a lady to wrap up. Look how he talks to those people. You get to tell them to wrap up. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. A.C. Dumas. Mr. Dumas.
Mr. Dumas, you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is A.C. Dumas, and I reside at 533 in the East Rankin Street in the 3rd Ward. And I, like Mr. Del Maroney said, that when council leave their seat, not at a meeting, get thrown out of a meeting, get escorted out of a meeting by the police or whatever, that leaves the residents of that ward without representation. Mr. Murphy, you have left the 3rd Ward without representation when you leave for any reason. And I don't come down to council meeting, and I ran against you, so that's out in the air. You allegedly beat me. It moves on. But since you've elected, you are elected to represent all the residents of the 3rd Ward, even those who did not vote for you. And so I just want to put that on the record. Also, I want to put on the record that Marion Coates Williams, when you start talking about black folk, those who don't know about black history, was the first black African-American teacher in the city of Flint in the public school district. I heard somebody say about somebody else. That was incorrect. So when you put out information, put the correct information out. And if I don't think I'm wrong, I could be, but proclamations come from the office of the mayor. Resolutions come from the council. The council be it resolved. So don't get your role and the mayor's role mixed up. You may be doing something good, but you're absolutely wrong, in my opinion. Next, I want to say what Mr. Del Maroney said. You knew when you ran for office what it took to be a council person. And since you knew it, you would have to, in my estimation, represent the people. If you retired, that's one thing. You got plenty of time on your hand. If you got a full-time job, you cannot adequately, in my opinion, represent the interests of the people of Flint, because I hear it all the time. I got to go to work. I don't get off work. Well, you're making $25,000 a year. That's not, you have people working full-time jobs, making $24,000 and $25,000 a year. Excuse me. You want to say something? That's very rude. I saw you talking to Mr. Murphy. I'm looking right in your mouth talking to him, ma'am. Don't call me a liar. Please don't. I was looking at you. That's why I stopped. Don't. Okay. Mr. Mays, I will wrap up.
Go ahead and wrap up.
But my eyes are good. Matter of fact, I got some extra eyes I paid a lot of money for. I see very well. And if you in the black church, when your mama looked back at you, she saw very well, and she could read lips too. Thank you. Let me wrap up, Mr. Mays, since I was so rudely interrupted. You have a council individual who's been gone for 3 weeks. Literally been gone. But yet we're paying him. The taxpayer of the city of Flint is paying him. And as I close, Mr. President, they talk about Miller Road. Well, go down Welch Boulevard and see how bad Welch Boulevard is. Go down DuPont Street, where you have to ride in the passing, not the passing lane, but the turning lane, because the streets are so bad. And you talking about, it looks like a worn, torn city. Yes, sir. And finally, police vehicles. Why is the city of Flint buying police vehicles from Grand Rapids, Michigan, when you have dealerships in Genesee County and the city of Flint? I think that's all. Thank you. Well, last thing, Miss Herkenroder. I think when I was talking with Councilwoman Burns, along with Mr. Del Maroney, you came up. You didn't say, "Excuse me." You just began talking to her. to go take a photo op or interview. That was, I don't know what, it may be a culture difference.
Point of order.
Because when,
Hold up, what's your point of order?
His time is up.
Yep, so I'm asking him to wrap up.
and this is
Seems
my,
like
I
the
wrapped up, I
form
just
or
want to say it
something.
may be a culture difference because I was brought up, you would say, excuse me. You just don't butt in. Maybe that's an age difference also. Thank you.
All right. Is there any more public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Our last speaker is Ms. Lorraine Thompson. Ms. Thompson?
Ms. Lorraine Thompson. You have the floor.
Everybody.
How you doing, Lori?
Doing fine. Been trying to get here so long, but every time I make a list, then more stuff is added to the list.
Let's make sure
You
you're
hear
talking
me?
into that mic, lower it, make sure the button is up.
Hello?
And we want to make sure you heard.
Hello?
If it's up, it should be working.
I think it's up. No, you can't hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, when you lean a little
I
bit.
don't want to touch it, though. Ooh. Okay.
Go ahead.
Ready? I didn't know the Ethics and Accountability Board was moving forward in this, so I was coming to discuss, to give my concerns about how you all interact. And the only thing I'm seeing as a priority is yourselves. It's me. They talk to me like this. This is not a tea party. Y'all not on the playground. This is serious, serious city business. You all were elected to, if not one of, the most important positions in the city of Flint. I'm going to say the because you all can get 5 of y'all together and override the co-equal branch here. So that makes you the most important. I'm so dumbfounded about, well, maybe it's me though. It could be me though, for real, because I do think a little different. So in my understanding, when you were voted here to represent thousands of people in each one of your wards. In the way I feel, then that gave you another entity. You became something else. When you became something else, you have to move from your person to this other entity. It's so clear in my head, but it could be me. So when you all reach this area right here, you have to turn from yourself to your entity. You don't have no feelings. The only thing I'm hearing about is your feelings is hurt. Put on your big boy and girl drawers and get to stepping. Do our business. You can't do our business because you're too busy trying to change this man's style. You're not his mama. You're not his wife. You're not his husband. Y'all not in your house at your dining room table where you could say, leave my house. He only has one vote. And as far as I understand, he only has 5 minutes. And his 5 minutes, we can see. I don't even want you all to think I can't see. I've had this conversation. His 5 minutes might seem longer than your 5 minutes. I understand that. But that's what it comes down to, a vote and your ability to discuss whatever you want to discuss. I have sat and watched you all literally vote against the rules in the charter. 5 of y'all got together just to spite him. I'm watching it. We can see you. You're recording. It's crazy. I understand. I'm finna wrap up.
Take your time and wrap up.
That's the end of my story. I think I got my little point across. But I'm really sick of hearing about your feelings. I'm really tired of watching y'all go on and on trying to control his style. You can't even spend the millions. Millions. We're not talking about $50. We're talking about millions. But you're so busy worried about yourself. Get into, when you reach this area, you're not you no more. You're thousands. It's not about you. But that's it. I'm through. I'm so glad the Ethics and Accountability Board is getting involved in this whole situation, because no business is being taken care of, because you're so busy trying to raise this man. This man is grown. Okay, bye-bye. Nice to meet some of you. No, y'all.
All right, thank you. Any more speakers, Madam Clerk?
No, not at this time, Mr. President.
Okay, no more speakers. We'll move down the agenda and council comment to the public speakers. Anybody want to comment?
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Murphy, you got the floor.
Thank you so much. What a pleasure to be on this side of the table. AC Dumas, to your comments. Yes, I am your city councilman, and you used to text me on my personal cell phone, but I'm your councilman now, and my phone number is 810-410-7545. Let me get that number out again, 810-410-7545. As your councilman, I'll be glad and honored to do what I can to have help you in whatever issues you have with me as a council or me as your neighborhood. Matter of fact, I ride down where a particular house of yours is on Rankin Street, and down there it's a lot of vacant houses that need to be tore down. So I'm looking at trying to see what I can do to get those houses tore down. So I appreciate if you want to reach out to me. Don't reach out to me on my personal phone. Reach out to me on my city council cell phone number. And yes, I do leave sometime early. Not really early, but I leave if I feel like the hostile environment here at city council is not adequate to my mental. So yes, I do leave early. And to the other speaker that just spoke about the council and your interpretation of what you see on council, being that you think that the council president is always right and he a grown man. We never questioned whether he was a grown man, and we never tried to be his mother or his daddy or his cousin or his uncle. We tried to be his equal, his colleague. We all are equal up here, and we all deserve the same respect. And you want to get respect, you got to give it too. It go both ways.
Anybody else want to respond to the public speakers? Anybody else? Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I would like to thank all of the public speakers, and I would like to thank everyone that's here in the audience. Thank you for being here. Thank you for engaging in the process. Mr. Del Maroney, you are absolutely correct. I would think that priority waste would at least give the residents a recycling bin so that they can put their recyclables in. I've been using my Republic's recyclable bin, and I mean, we are paying them a lot of money, so I would think that they would give a recycling bin. I can't even say it right now, but you know what I'm saying. We need a bin. Also, Mr. AC Dumas, you brought up an interesting point about Miller Road. Although I am in favor of the Miller Road project, but you're right. We got Welch Boulevard, DuPont Street, Mason Street, just to name a few. And there are several other streets that we need to focus in on as far as getting new streets and our infrastructure as far as the roads in the city of Flint. And the young lady that came before us, thank you for coming. I understand what you're saying, and I do hear what you're saying. there's a lot of different personalities here. We all have been, we all were elected to sit in these seats, and we all come with different perspectives, and we should be respectful to each other's perspective. Even though you may not agree, you should still be respectful and try to, you know, digest what your colleagues are saying. You know, one of the 7 habits of highly effective people state, you know, you gotta seek first to understand. Seek first to understand. And I sit here and I listen, because you know what? I don't talk much. God gave me 2 eyes and 1 mouth and 2 ears. And with 2 ears, you need to listen more than you speak sometimes. So I understand what you're saying. Thank you for coming forth, and thank you, President Mays.
All right, thanks for wrapping up. Thanks for wrapping up. Is there anybody else want to use the time under the rules to respond to the public speakers?
Mr. President.
Ms. Burns, you've got the floor.
Thank you. To all the speakers who spoke, and I didn't hear every one of you, and I apologize because I did have a scheduled call that I had to take care of. Thank you for coming in, because this is your city council. It's your council chambers, and we have to take constructive criticism. We're not all alike, and our views are going to be different. But what we should all do is to strive to be better. And that is my goal. That is my intent, to take care of business. Let's move along in an environment to where we can move collectively to pass some resolutions, get things off the agendas, get things out of committee so we can take care of the business. That's what we're here for. Do we have things to work on? Yes, we do. We do. And decorum is important. It is important. And as I stated with the Accountability Board, we have to, for me, we have to specifically call out, you know, what is the issues. And if my attendance is in question, then we need to address it and talk about that I left one meeting. And I would expect that the Accountability Board put that into their document as to why. But there's also civility and respect that has to be had in these council chambers. As each person can step to the podium and speak and with constructive criticism, we are supposed to hold our composure and to listen, look within ourselves and say, what can I do to fix it? And then we're supposed to fix it, move forward together. We've got some work. And I guess we need to ask the public to be patient with us, because it's not, for me, about blame. I want us to move together. We have to be better. Too many years this council has been, each council, and I'll wrap up, Janelle, it has been an issue. And it's time we stop having to talk about issues that deal with behavioral issues in the council and deal with issues of why businesses won't come to Flint. We have to fix it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Anybody else? Hearing none. If nobody else, I'll close out by saying this. It's ironic that the chairperson of the Ethics and Accountability Board on this council is also a school board member. We know what happened over there the other day. And that's ironic. I'm looking at what they could do. That's extreme. I hope don't nobody get up out their seat. I don't get out of my seat and go at nobody, if that's what happened. But I think that's ironic. And I also think it's ironic that people can talk about what they see with others and can't look in the mirror and see what they see with themselves. You always start with the man or the woman in the mirror. I do. I'm knowing clearly 100% how I'm communicating with these council people. I know how I'm communicating with them about absenteeism. I know how I'm communicating about their attitude as to how I address them and or members of the administration. I'm confident that I'm addressing members of the administration and can prove that they're giving bad information. I'm confident that Mr. Murphy has been off base and wrong based on what I'm hearing people say and do. I'm watching him. I'm like, just leave quietly. Don't put your hand, they better not put their hands on me. And steady jabbing at me. I done survived under 2 councils, this the 3rd one. And I wouldn't care what Kate Fields say, Ms. Herkenroder, Ms. Worthing, Mr. Murphy. If I disagree with them, you gonna know it. They not finna run me over. They not finna make the narrative of me. And I'll wrap up too when the bell go off. And I don't care even if they talk proper and they're in the 6th ward. Because I know 100% that the 6th ward person said I didn't like the way, and said it in the media, that you talked to Ms. Brown and to Attorney Kim. Wait till they get to know Attorney Kim and his legal opinions like I do. I've been knowing Ms. Brown for years. I just don't believe you need a legal opinion to post a meeting.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Your time is up.
Mr. Murphy, my time is up and I'm wrapping up just like everybody else. And so what you do, you continue to show who you are, show how you act, and I'm going to continue to highlight it. Now, when I tell somebody else their time is up, wrap up, I want to see if you come with that old stale play. Point and border. Let's move on with this agenda as you continue to highlight yourself. And I'm going to continue to talk about you and help you highlight yourself, because to me, some of it ain't politics. I just don't know if the Lord bless you with a brain where you realize what you're doing.
Point of order.
What's your point?
You are attacking my character.
No, I'm questioning you, your character.
You are attacking my character.
Okay, well, that ain't a point of order.
And you ought to give yourself a first warning.
Okay, well, I'm not. We finna move on with the agenda. And I'm going to continue to question your credibility, who you are, and what you know. Maybe you just don't understand. Let's move on with this agenda.
Mr. President.
This takes us down to petitions and unofficial communications, Madam Clerk.
They're all listed on the agenda.
Okay, the petitions and unofficial communications is listed on the agenda, KWA finances, and that's why I keep talking about the fraudulent bond sale and tried to keep that on the agenda. We should be able to get out of that if people would do their job, from Dana Nessel to the people on this council in the city of Flint. Communications from the mayor or other city officials. Madam Clerk.
There are 2 items.
2 items on the agenda, the ramp closures, I-69 and 75, and the traffic engineering and closure permits 7 dated February and March. Yeah, we did. As far as the communications from mayor or other city officials, I would say that we did attempt to conduct the investigative hearing. We lost a witness because of the quorum wouldn't show up. We had some members get mad, it seemed, because I was asking Mr. Neely some tough questions and he was avoiding them, and they left again and criticized me in the hearing on asking questions. I've never seen such a thing, but it happened. Let's go down to any other additional communications, Madam Clerk.
There's none at this time.
Any appointments?
No, not at this time.
No appointments. That take us to the resolutions. As President, I would entertain a motion to
Point of information.
approve the master resolution. What's your point?
We have a special order before resolutions.
Okay, that's a point of order. It's well taken. It was a voted upon special order dealing with a proclamation. Ms. Herkenroder or Ms. Burns, the motion was voted upon. This is a time you were going to read a proclamation or something. You've got the floor, however y'all want to do it.
I believe Ms. Burns has a statement which was written by the second Ward Councilperson, Dr. Liddell Lewis, on behalf of all of the women of the Flint City Council in honor of Women's History Month in the city of Flint.
Thank you, Councilwoman Herkenroder. March is celebrating, it is Women's Month. Celebrating Women's History Month. The United States has celebrated Women's History Month during the month of March since 1987 to honor the extraordinary achievements of women and to promote the many contributions women have made to grow and strengthen our county and nation. Women's History Month serves as a time for us to reflect on the contributions of women to our society. Women have been advocates in their own communities. Women, let me back this up, I'm sorry. Women have been advocates and leaders for many generations, and we encourage our fellow Flintstones to take this opportunity to recognize and honor women in our own communities. We are proud that our city has so many women working and leading in various ways, including in our city government, and we want to honor all of those who have made a positive impact on our lives in our communities. Going forward, the City of Flint will continue to celebrate Women's History Month through a number of events, programs, and activities that honor trailblazing women in our past and present. We encourage citizens to get engaged and do all things necessary to support the dynamic women in the City of Flint, past, present, and future. However you choose to celebrate Women's History Month, let's all remember to recognize and thank the outstanding women in our lives and in our communities. Yours in service, Councilwoman Liddell Lewis, Councilwoman Allie Herkenroder, Councilwoman Eva Worthing, Councilwoman Judy Priestley, Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter, and myself, Councilwoman Tanya Burns.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burns, for reading that resolution. While we're in the special order, are there any members of the council who would like to make some remarks?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Being that I am the only of 3 males, happy Women's Month to all the city council women, to all the great women, Inez Brown, our lawyer up there, and my mother, and all of the teachers out there, and doctors who have sacrificed themselves to raise their kids. A lot of women has been single parents raising their kids and done a great job. So I just want to congratulate you guys for a job well done. And happy Women's Month to y'all. Hopefully we got a happy Men's Day coming up or something.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Herkenroder, I would like to do a special acknowledgement. I would be remiss if we did not give a special acknowledgement to our Flint City Clerk, Ms. Inez Brown, for all the work she has done with our elections in our community and being the official records keeper of the great city of Flint. You set a precedence for us and for me. You are the most formal woman I know, and you have always been, and you do things with such class and dignity to where that bar has been set high. And I appreciate the letters that you still send me if they're typed up, and they're on nice paper too. I appreciate that. And it's something that it gives me as a young, well, I'm not a young woman anymore. I'm an old one now. For us, you set that bar for us, and you have been a role model. And I appreciate what you've done for the city of Flint. And all the years you've been here, you've always spoke so eloquently and professional. Thank you for that.
Ms. Brown, if you want to say something, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thanks to members of council. Needless to say, I'm very surprised and shocked, and I'm about to faint, as a matter of fact. But I should indicate to you all that having grown up here in Flint, and with my dear mother, who is still alive, almost 100 years old, being active in the community back in the day along with my dad, they set an example for me. And I've tried to set an example for my children, my grandchildren, and so forth. But I want to thank you all very much again for thinking about me. It comes as a total surprise, but I do thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Brown. It's a resolution. I'm going to ask that the resolution be read at this time. I've already looked at some of it, and I don't know how accurate it is, Mr. Dumas, when it comes to the first school teacher. I don't know. I don't know who did the research, and it might be accurate. But I know I've heard some things over the years. But that resolution that was put together, Ms. Burns, since you were reading a letter, I understood from that the second ward council person drew up. That's what was being referred to as the proclamation.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, let's move to the resolution, because we voted on a proclamation. I thought it was going to turn out to be maybe, I didn't know a letter. I thought you was referring to the resolution. Who has the resolution that was
Mr.
drafted?
President,
Yeah.
I move that we pass Resolution 220136, Recognition of Women's History Month.
That's what I was getting at, to entertain that motion. So that motion has now been made by Ms. Worthen. Is there a second?
Mr. President,
Yes.
support.
So it's been moved and properly second. Is there a discussion on this resolution?
Mr. President,
Ms. Worthen, you've got the floor.
I would just like to add that both of our, well, actually, 4 of our council secretaries, all 4 are women, so thank you for all the work you do. And Ms. Donahue, who is our deputy, I was looking for that word, deputy clerk. They do a lot of work. They're here overtime a lot. So I appreciate all of the staff that helps make this possible, and Dr. Lewis for that very nice letter. And thank you also, Mr. Murphy, for your kind words. Thank you.
Let me say this as I open the floor up for more discussion on this motion. I look at people like Mary Bethune-Cookman, Mayor Karen Weaver, a bunch of black women and white women around the nation. Black, white, young, and old. I want this council not to just focus on us and our staff and the historic amount of women on the council, but when we celebrate Women's History Month next month, I wouldn't care if at a council meeting you honored 5 or 10 people. I wouldn't care if it was a Monday treasurer in the Treasurer's Department. I wouldn't care if it was the Vice President of the United States who sits there now. When we talk about Women's History Month, it's bigger than this council and the women on this council, for me. It's big. All across the nation and world, the resolution say. Will somebody read that resolution into the record? The resolution itself? Yes. If not, I'll read it. I got a strong voice and I ain't a woman, but I'm trying to let y'all read that resolution into the record that's been to be voted upon.
Mr. President, I'll read it.
Who said that?
Councilwoman Herkenroder.
Ms. Herkenroder, it's difficult for me to hear you sometimes, so I sure hope you read it loud and proud.
Do I have the floor?
Beg your pardon?
Do I have the floor?
I said, yeah, read it loud and proud.
Okay. By the Mayor and Flint City Council, whereas March has been designated as Women's History Month to spotlight and pay tribute to women for all of their accomplishments domestically and globally, and whereas this celebration began as a 7-day event in the Sonoma, California School District before the United States Congress approved a resolution dedicating the entire month of March to women, and whereas Women's History Month is observed around the world, the City of Flint joins in recognizing local women for their history of achievements. And whereas Nina Mills founded Flint's Young Women's Christian Association, or the YWCA, in 1908, which still serves women today. And whereas in 1937, the Flint Women's Emergency Brigade helped lead workers to victory in the fight for better working conditions during the UAW's 44-day sit-down strike against General Motors to support employees' rights. And whereas Lois E. Holt became the first female black school teacher hired in 1942 by Flint Public Schools, paving the way for other female educators. And whereas according to the 2020 census, 51.9% of Flint's population is female. And whereas despite women in the U.S. earning 83 cents for every dollar earned by their male counterparts, have continued to contribute much more than their wages in all areas of society, including education, labor, public service, the arts, sciences, sports, and in every other profession. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and the Flint City Council hereby recognize March as Women's History Month by saluting all women for their significant successes, which have benefited us all.
All right, anybody else want to speak in the discussion part of voting on this resolution on the council? Anybody? Hearing none, I'm going to say this. I wanted that read because I didn't want us to look like we was just celebrating something that's happening up here. This is globally, nationwide, even here. I'm going to look at the history of Mayor Dr. Karen Weaver, the first African-American female mayor. Look at all them pictures back there on the wall. Old, long beard, haired men and whatever. So this city reflects some woman history. And then I look at folks who helped African Americans and others through the tough times, and it ain't just been black women. It's been white women, Hispanic women, and globally it's been women. So as we do this at the end of this month, maybe next year in March we can highlight and do a little more. I'm hoping that whoever researched the facts of this resolution got it right. Did you research the facts?
I did, Councilman.
And so you got it right?
I think I did.
And even that part where we had in the community, we hear about, I know who Ms. Holt is, and I also know of Ms. Williams. You got that right.
According to an obituary that appeared in the Flint City Journal, Ms. Holt was recognized as the first African-American teacher hired by Flint Public Schools. She died at 101 years old in 2017, and her funeral services were by Lawrence Moon.
Okay, so I'm glad we're qualifying the history of the obituary. And so I know sometime obituaries could be right, could be wrong. Looked like council was going to pass this resolution, but I wanted to make sure because if you Google Miss Williams, I wonder when she would come up. And I don't want to filibuster until you do that, but some of these things mean certain things, and when council vote and pass resolutions, that stuck out. So we'll see what happens. You know, I don't want to abstain. Can you Google Miss Williams? Mr. Dumas, I don't want to rule you out of order. If you want to approach and there's no objections, I'll allow you to approach, but you know I'm not going to let folks holler out, because I did that with Murdoch the other day and folks went crazy, cussing me out, talking about I don't listen. So if you want to approach Ms. Burns, he done been out of order. You've got the information.
If Mr. Dumas wants to.
If there's no objections, Mr. Dumas, I don't know why you say she had it.
I object.
Okay, well, you can object and we can vote on it. We'll vote yes or no whether or not we can hear from Mr. Dumas. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Mr. Murphy, your vote.
Point of information. What is the yes and a no? Is the yes?
Yes, he could vote. No, he can't. You had an objection, turned it into a vote.
Oh, thank you. No.
Okay, roll call, continue.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
Okay. And let's see, it's 4 yes and 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, Mr. Dumas. Whether you're the NAACP or not, that's going to preclude you from speaking on this issue. Anybody got it right and no? Ms. Burns, you want to chime in yes or no before I call for the vote on this resolution as written?
President Mays, thank you. I do not have, well, I've got the information. It does state, when we look at it, it does also state that Ms. Marion Coates Williams was also the first female black teacher.
Yeah, so I don't want to, I had heard different stuff and it's contradictory. I'll probably abstain because when we're trying to get resolutions right, council people don't want to hear from, maybe they didn't know Mr. Dumas was connected with the Flint branch of the NAACP. Maybe they didn't know you had that information. Maybe folk don't care. But to me, when you're trying to get stuff right, Mr. Dumas, decorum, how people vote and act, it means something in this small community. Roll call, Madam
Mr.
Clerk.
President.
Beg your pardon, did somebody want the floor?
Yes.
Because I said I would speak and call for it. So remember, I'm going to say this, I'm going to give you the floor. But a chairperson don't have to wait to last. And if a chairperson was last, I've heard somebody say it, nobody else would be having discussion after that. Ms. Herkenroder, you got the floor.
I did want it to reflect in the record that Ms. Williams began teaching at the Flint Public Schools in 1943, whereas Ms. Holt began teaching in 1942.
Yeah, well, if it says somewhere that she started in 92 and we don't know the 92 from Ms. Holt to her, all I'm doing is saying what I'm going to do as it relates to the resolution. Y'all sponsored it. Y'all cutting folk off, in my opinion, and we moving forward. Roll call on the resolution, Madam Clerk, if I don't hear anybody else who want to say that. Roll call.
President Mays.
Yeah, Ms. Burns.
Through you to Ms. Herkenroder, where did you find that information at? Could you?
The Miss Williams, AKA sorority bio, and then in a story from MLive regarding the death of Ms. Holt.
Thank you.
Yeah, hearing no more. You know, I'm trying to teach the council, and they get mad when I say help or teach. They can amend stuff. They can fix stuff. Roll call, if they choose, or if they know. I don't know what people choose to do. I just know that I'm just a certain type of person, and I'm going to abstain based upon that. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
I abstain. I'm not sure of the accuracy of all of the information in the resolution.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes with 1 abstention.
The vote is 6 yes with 1 abstention. The resolution passes. I would wish everybody a happy Women's Month, March 2022. Now I'll entertain a motion to approve the master resolution.
Mr. President,
Mr. Murphy.
I would like to move Resolution 220059, 220095, 220105, 220110, 220114, 220118, 220120, 220121, 220122, 220123, 220124, 220125, 220126, 220127, 220128, and 220129 with any separations.
Yeah, I don't know if I heard everything that I needed to hear, but if I did, if master resolution has been approved with any separations, if that's proper, if somebody want to object, then fine, or can appeal the ruling, but it's been a motion to approve the master resolution with any separations. Is there a second?
Mr. President, I second that motion.
Yeah, Ms. Priestley has seconded it. Any discussion and or separations on the master resolution?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I would like to separate 220118.
What page is it on?
It is on page 4. The retention outside legal counsel, the Flint City Council for
As
transfer.
it relates to tax reverted
Yes.
properties.
Yes.
Any more separations?
Mr. President,
Who said that, Ms.
Ms. Herkenroder.
Herkenroder?
I
Go
would al-
ahead, you've
I would-
got the floor.
I would also like to separate 220114, please.
220 what?
114.
114, what page is it on? 114? I don't see a 114, I see a 124. You say 114 is on page 4. Okay, and that has to do with Zito Construction, the Miller Road project. Any more separations and or discussions?
Mr. President,
Ms. Priestley,
I'd like to separate 220059.
what page is it on?
It is page
Page 3.
4. 3? Yep,
Page 4 or
No,
page 3?
3.
And it's
Oh, page 3, sorry. It was
159.
220059.
0059 on page 3. And that's dealing with the Mott Park Recreation Association.
Yes.
Any more separations or discussion, Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to separate 220105.
What page is it on?
It's on page 4, and that's the contract with Road Professional Services.
Dealing with service lines. At the top of page 4,
Yes.
220105.
Yes, thank you.
Any more separations?
Mr. President,
Yeah, Ms. Burns.
I would like to separate 220122, Berger.
What page is it on?
Page 5 at the top.
Page 5. And that's 220122 Berger Chevrolet 20 Chevrolet Tahoes.
Correct.
I would ask everybody to look at them, at what's remaining, and decide if you have any more separations and or discussion on any of them at this time. I'm looking to see if I have any separations. I have some discussion, and some of the discussion might make me decide if I'm gonna do some separations. Attorney Gurley, look at 220095, an amendment of settlement between the concerned pastors and Nick Corey et al. Did they send you here with any information concerning that?
Councilman, this is the same item that you all had in closed session about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, and I'm familiar with it, but I'm noticing that 220105 have been separated, dealing with row engineering. So I'm gonna ask that 220095, which in my opinion kind of goes along with that. I'm gonna kind of separate that and let those discussions flow is what I was getting at. Now, if you had heard something pressing or some court-wise as far as any penalties to the city, then I would have entertained that. We ain't heard nothing like that come back since then, have we?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. We'll see what happens here. I'm still looking. I have discussion. Who with the administration can discuss this tree stuff? Can you come forward? And the reason I want to discuss this tree stuff, Mr. Brown, is I see you moving, because we've had trees fall on folks' house. And the lady from Edward Street called me today, Attorney Gurley, and I'm going to try to deal with that, because trees falling, breaking folks' windows broke out, cars smashed, and we don't want to settle them. I got an issue with that. And so I'm concerned about passing this tree stuff when I have an opportunity to discuss how it's working, is how many trees you expect can be serviced with these two resolutions and so forth. Shed some light on this tree removal stuff.
Well, President, Councilperson Mays, I stated in our last Wednesday's meeting, this is to take monies that we have and put it into 2 contractors who are out doing work. It's hard to say, like you say, you want to know how many trees are getting done. Well, if they're $200 trees, we can get a lot done. If they're $2,000 tree, we can get 100%, you know.
Let me do it this way.
A different way of doing it. But the thing is here is that these are 2 companies that have been doing a great job for us. We took the $75,000 that was available, moved them 60% to the one that's done the most work, 30% to the one that's done the second most of the 3 groups that we have that are still working, and that's how we did it to try to get more work done in the city.
Let me ask you this question. How are council people to report or request a tree to be trimmed and or cut down if it's dead? How did that process work?
Okay, there's a process that you can either send it directly through your referral service, or it can also be brought up and called to the tree person that we have, and she will take the notes down and send out someone to take a look at it.
Mr. Edwards, can you come forward? Because I'm hearing something, Mr. Brown, that disturbed me. I've been here 8, 9 years. I done did 3-way calls with residents about trees, trimming, and cutting, but this administration in this current time seem like they want a specific way of communications. I got people in departments saying, I've been told not to talk to you, and no other council persons. Are y'all familiar with that?
I don't hear what you said.
Did you hear my question, Mr. Edwards?
No.
I'm going to repeat it. I asked Mr. Brown, how would council persons get trees trimmed and or cut down? He gave 2 ways. What would you say without hearing or knowing what he said? What would you say?
Well, if it's an emergency, calling direct, whatever the emergency line is to be able to handle an emergency situation, the administration very much encourages. But I have provided a pathway for all council people to be able to do referrals. In fact, I have almost 90 referrals accumulated at this point from council members. And trees are in those. Trees are in those. And
you can get more. Do you know for 8, 9 years I've been able to go to plan and talk to Bill Vandercook or whoever was down there, and last week I got the word from Mr. Vandercook they can't talk to me or no council people. You're familiar with that order that's went out?
No, I'm not familiar with that order.
Well, I am, and that's problematic. The reason it's problematic because we have the right to inquire. If a resident called me dealing with Pulaski, Philadelphia, Marengo, the charter gives me the right to inquire. Can somebody go look at that tree? That ain't no order. The charter language y'all referring to says that council people can't order department heads or nobody else to do nothing. But the charter I'm looking at said that we can inquire. And all these orders for department heads and or folks not to talk to me and other council people is unprecedented for me in 8, 9 years. What you have to say to that?
I would say as politely as I can say to you, Council President Mays, that you have been misinformed. I am the one directly responsible for staff. There's been no order to tell people not to talk to council. There has been instructions that we need to organize our responses back to council based on a referral process. Why do we do this? Because we have been brought here on many occasions to question the manner by which we perform the job. So, as a result of that, we decided it best to put our responses in writing back to council about our actions. I see no problem with that. I'll stand by that. I support that same response.
Well, I don't know if I see a problem with it, but I know there's some miscommunications because I know 100% what I was told. And I know 100% what I've listened to in a public forum as far as who's talking to who and how processes should go. And then I know 100% that I can read the King's English, and inquiring and asking questions ain't the same as giving direction and order. You would agree?
I would agree that you are entitled to ask questions, no problem. I think as you're making my point to some degree, communication has to have a single point and has to be streamlined so that we don't run into all this kind of confusion, because that's what we got. We have confusion right now.
I don't know if communications have to have a single point, because if it did, I would know everything these council people were doing. And that ain't a fact. And so I don't know if communications have to have a single point. I just believe that we should live up to the charter. Council people have the right to inquire and ask questions. They don't have the right to direct department heads and or employees. That's what the language is there, and I'm clear on it. And if y'all want to have a session on it with legal and charter people and experts, fine. But I don't want council people, myself, or nobody crossed up, because you hear people saying, oh, I don't like the way folks talk to folks, even in asking questions. And so remember, if you sit in the same council people and listen to some of what I listen to, you'll bring this up in a meeting, whether it's about trees, whether it's about planning commission business, because it took me for a loop when I was told, we can't talk to you, and that ain't just you, President Mays, it's the whole council. And Suzanne told Bill Vandercook that, unless he misunderstood or was lying to me. Is it something you want to say, Mr. Edwards?
I simply want to say that whatever that directive was that was put out was a miscommunication.
Okay, good.
I have had personal contact and communication with staff members saying to them, the cautionary note is, because everything we do comes back here before council and sometimes has a negative reflection, is that I'm included on that piece of communication as a part of that. So they do consult with me. Each department, division, or anybody else, they consult with me about what their response will be, or if they even feel like they should respond, and there's nothing wrong with that.
And Mr. Edwards, I know there's nothing wrong with the communications, because I hear council people saying stuff about me, let alone if they out there giving orders and directions because they think they big time. I remember a council person thought they could just cross the yellow tape at a crime scene because they was a council person. I ain't gonna name the name, but it tripped me out. So I know you might have some council people who might not understand, they might be giving orders, they ain't asking questions, they ain't inquiring, but I'll accept this answer on the record. And then I'll see if employees, because I had a situation in finance doing budget under a different chief financial officer, where we deal with audits and budgets, and you had an administration, it might have been this one, that was telling folks who and how they could talk to doing budget processes and or audits. And I found that appalling. So I'm gonna listen close. I'm not gonna help assist people to direct and give orders to department heads and or employees, but I'm gonna get involved if I think the administration is misinterpreting the right to inquire and or investigate, with inquire being more question than order. Was it something you was going to say, Mr. Edwards?
If I may, Council President, just to clarify, because some of the statements that you have provided have some validity, but that was based under the old council. And I think that that's the delineation that we have to understand. Under the old council, there were some violations. We may disagree or agree on that, but there were some violations.
Oh, I've seen some.
In terms of how staff were interactive.
That's correct.
During that time period. But there's been no directive upon the establishment and the seating of this new council to try to interfere in any way with that process. So questions and inquiries are welcome. I think the only thing that we may have issue with is that sometime when it's time for us to respond, that response needs to come.
You need time to research and get
Absolutely.
good answers. I understand that part. And I do understand the old council. I could name names. They were just bogging departments down with stuff, unnecessarily in my opinion. So I think we've got a meeting of the minds, and let's take it day by day, step by step. I won't separate the tree stuff, particularly with this conversation on the record, Mr. Brown. We'll see how it goes. But I don't think this is enough money. From my experience and knowledge, I don't think this is enough money to go through the summer with trees. You think it is?
Actually, I doubt it very much. And I stated that at last Wednesday when the question came up, is it enough money? I said, if it isn't, we will be coming back to ask for more because we want to get these companies, if they're still doing the work, we want all the work done that we can get done in the city. A second thing, there's not a council person on this here or not here that has called and talked to me that I haven't talked to them, both in this council group and the council group before. So we haven't been told we can't talk to you. I agree with that wholeheartedly. But I do agree with also going through the steps so that we have something listed, because today I received an email asking a question on one of the previous ones this last month, a question that was asked by a council member, and the answer never did get back to them. I thought I directed someone to send it to them. It didn't. I now have that. I'm working on that to get the answer from the person who has it and then move it back to that council person. So having that list that Mr. Edwards keeps up and Ms. Pringle take care of, when they're checked off, at least we know that there's been an answer given. If there isn't an answer given, they do come back at us and ask, as department heads and cost center managers, asking us, okay, where is this answer? Did it get taken care of? And if it did, why weren't, in other words, why weren't we added to that list? So we make sure that anything recommendation from this council or any question of this council goes through and gets taken care of. So that's what I was trying to state earlier, but go with that.
Yeah, I can see the opportunity to get questions and stuff, certain stuff in writing and giving the administration time and whatever. And so I think it's been enough on this conversation on the record for us to have an understanding. We'll see moving forward how things go. That's all we can do at this point. And if things don't go right or timely, you know, we've got the avenues. Any other discussion on this master resolution as far as any discussion
Mr.
on
President.
the matter? Ms. Worthen, it looked like you want the floor.
Mr. Brown, don't leave.
Mr. Brown, I think they're requesting you back.
This is hot. I breathe and it's like, ooh. How long are you staying here tonight?
I couldn't hear you.
How long are you staying? Are you leaving at 9?
Through the chair to you, I missed that earlier. No, actually, it was back and forth. It was good. As long as I'm told to be here, I'll be here.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because this Miller Road project, I really wanted it to go through, and if anyone had any questions. So I'll just wait. I just wanted to make sure you'd be here. Thank you.
Is it something on this agenda you needed to ask him about?
No, because I have all my answers and I'm ready to get it done. I don't know what my colleagues might have.
You just wanted to know what time he would leave.
Yes, just in case. This Miller Road project is pertinent to get passed tonight.
Oh, because it was separated.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Mr. Brown, I would ask that you stick around. Mr. Edwards, I would ask that Mr. Brown and whoever else is necessary stick around for discussion on the Miller Road project that has been separated versus 9 o'clock. Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Any other discussion on resolutions that have not been separated? I'm looking at them right now. This will be discussion on items that has not been separated. This Michigan State Housing Development Authority, that's what I think the young lady brought the other day. All right, if there's no further discussion on the items that has not been separated, then I'm going to call for the vote on the master resolution. Any other discussion? Roll call on the master resolution, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no on the master resolution.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no on the master resolution. The first separation, from what I'm looking at, and folks can correct me if I'm wrong, it's going to be 220-059. This is an agreement dealing with Mott Park. Who separated that? Ms. Worthing?
Ms. Priestley?
Ms. Priestley, you've got the floor.
I'd like to make a motion to approve 220059.
It's a motion to approve 220059. Is there a second?
Mr. President,
Yes.
I second that.
It's been moved and properly second. I thought this was supposed to be a .1 or something. Do anybody have that information and or need to make an amended motion? Ms. Burns?
Mr. President, thank you. It is supposed to be a .1. You are correct. And we do not have the, we had spoke with Deputy City Clerk Davina Donahue last week, and it is supposed to be, the corrections were supposed to be made, and it is not on here currently.
I'd entertain a motion to table or postpone it to the next council meeting or
Mr.
committee or
Mays.
whatever. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to move 220059 back to finance.
Okay, could I recognize you? Ms. Priestley, go ahead with your motion.
I'd like to move 220059 back to finance committee.
Okay, and I've seen you smile, Ms. Priestley, but when you sit in this seat and the way people talking and acting, you can believe I'm gonna tighten up on some stuff because I just don't like the whole truth or non-truth to come out. There's been a motion made to postpone this back to Finance Committee. Ms. Priestley, is there a second?
Mr. President,
Ms. Burns?
I second that.
It's been moved and properly second to postpone this back to Finance Committee meeting. Any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no to postpone.
7 yes, 0 no. That's postponed back to Finance Committee meeting. Amanda, you gone? See you. Keep up the good work. Okay, look. We had separation 220095. I want to see if we can discuss 220-105 at the same time. I think they kind of go together. I'll entertain a motion as it relates to both of them, or anybody can
I'll make
do
a
a
motion.
motion separately. Mr. Murphy, did you want the floor?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve 220-095 and 220-105.
Okay, it's been a motion to approve both separations, 220-095 and 220-105. But before I finish repeating that, would you allow Mr. Murphy for your motion to include that they might be separated if need?
Oh, you know what?
They've already been separated.
I'm talking about from each other.
Oh, y'all want to do them separate?
If they might not, but just put it in there if you don't mind anyway,
Any
in
separate,
case somebody wants to.
I'll make a motion to approve 220-095 and 220-105 with any separation.
If need be,
Point of
between them
information.
two. What's your point of information?
Or, excuse me, point of order, I meant. Wasn't 220-0095 not separated? It was part of the master resolution?
It was separated.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's been a motion made to approve these two, allowing that if anybody want to separate them, they still can. Is there a second to the motion?
Mr. President,
Ms. Worthy?
I second that.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion on these
Yes.
resolutions? The maker of the motion, I'll call on you first, Mr.
Yes.
Murphy. You got the floor.
This is a resolution. We went into executive session about this. We know what's on the table. We asked questions. I did receive a phone call today in my office about Resolution 220-105 for the contract for professional management services. We asked those questions behind closed doors in executive session on why we should move $2.9 million for professional services. We got our answers. We may, some of us may not have liked it. I wasn't in love with the situation. I talked about this before, but it's something that we have to do because we got a court order to act on some things that was predated prior to us getting in office, and it's just something that we need to do. I mean, it's just unfortunate, but we got to do what we got to do. That's my spiel on these two resolutions, and I yield the floor.
Mr. Whittaker, Mr. Edwards, and to the purchasing lady, Ms. Rowley, as I get ready to vote on this, and it might be some more discussion, but you know, I remember hearing that no bids had been put out. Nobody know where the money is at right now for the restoration. 500,000 of the 2.9 is for pipe replacement, and the rest, I guess, would be restoration. If I'm saying something wrong, let me know, because I'll try to entertain a motion for the pipe replacement until y'all get the restoration together. Anybody understand my comment and want to chime in and convince me why I should go 2.9 versus the 500,000? Mr. Edwards, Mr. Whittaker, could have swear somebody told me the service line part of row was 500,000. Was that correct?
Okay, the breakdown of that 2.9 million, you are correct. $500,000 or $500,000 is for doing the single line replacement, overseeing that and making sure that it gets, if we can get it finished, hopefully we will. If we need to get it finished, period, get it finished this year. And that's
the
for.
500,000.
500,000
for lead and service line replacement.
$2.4 million that is left over is for taking care of the 8,500 restorations that have to get done yet.
Which haven't been put out for bid yet.
Nope, they haven't been put out for
When
bid yet.
do we
We were waiting
expect-
on this to be done. We hoped it would have been done by now.
One,
We
don't,
have a packet.
if I may, you telling me you not gonna put it out for bid until this is done. Let me ask this question. Ms. Riley, how long is the process of putting it out for bid?
Well, it just kind of depends on the compliance needed for Eagle and DEQ. Sometimes they have longer
Give me an
requirements than we
estimate.
do. I wouldn't know.
30 days, 10 days, 15?
I wouldn't know. I never was here to put out the prior phases, so I
So
would-
you telling me, you the purchasing manager, and you don't know if the bid process is gonna take 10 days, 20 days, more than 30 days? You have no idea?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I don't believe that. That's just me, and I don't even have bid experience. I know we know how long it takes. Mr. Edwards, is it something that you want to say, these restorations haven't been put out for bid? The last person doing restorations, who was it, Goyette?
Yes, correct, sir.
And Goyette was paid an additional $1 million they was arguing about. Do you recall something of that nature?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you were supposed to say something. Go ahead, Mr. Edwards.
Well, I just wanted to say from the first of all, in relationship to the WIN dollars, there was a report that was sent up, the report from Eagle concerning what WIN dollars were left as of December 31st. That was the most up-to-date report that I could get.
December 31st of last year.
Of 21. That was the, yes, because I asked
Do you
him
recall
for.
about how much?
It was saying in the neighborhood of the 11 million. Once
11
again,
million. Can it be reprogrammed?
that's what I was about to say, is that there was a discussion about repurposing some of those dollars, and that was the dollars for the Northwest Transmissions service line and for the Cedar Street storage container.
The reprogrammed 11 million, so that still wouldn't leave none for the pipe replacement restoration. Are you saying that the 11 million would come to us to reprogram for restoration? And if so, when? What are you
With
saying?
the idea, if I may,
Sure.
Councilman, Council President, the idea is that, I sent you that document so you can look at the total dollars that were available.
Okay.
Now, the problem with this project, I've said it before and I'll say it again here, that the problem with this project is, from the beginning, the dollars were not separated. That is, pipe replacement, there was no designated amount of money designated to pipe replacement, no designated amount of money for restoration. It was just one big pot of money. So now you're just juggling between two projects. The key here is that the line replacement is nearing its end based on the numbers we have remaining. So our biggest concern, those dollars, line replacement dollars, will still come out of the wind fund. Our biggest problem is the restoration based on the sheer volume.
I understand. I see the biggest problem, restoration. And I do remember being on the council voting to put the money in the categories for the Cedar Street project and others. That was voted upon. Because we had to make a choice back then. Certain council members wasn't here. We could have voted to remodel the water plant. We could have voted to build a new water treatment plant. But we chose to vote on the Cedar Street and all those other projects. I remember. Some folks wouldn't because they might not have been here. So I understand that. But what I'm having a problem with is this. I'm hearing this administration say, we don't want to dig up and proceed with them pipe replacement and or inspections without y'all voting on restoration, even though we ain't giving you no details. That's problematic for me. I would rather amend this and let Roe get started with pipe replacement and or that end of the work, leave the 2.4 million until y'all come and tell me when it's gonna be bidded out, who gonna do the work, and things of that nature. That just make more sense to me. I don't wanna sound like I'm being blackmailed.
Point of information.
Who asked for a point of information, Ms. Worthing? What's your point?
Do you know who is bidding out these services? Isn't it Roe?
No, I know that our city purchasing department puts the requests for bids and proposals out. We put them out, and then other people respond to them. If we had put a request for a bid or a proposal out last month, and then that time period closed, we would know right now whether Lane, Goyette, WT, or anybody else had bidded on this restoration. So that's who puts the request out. Am I right, Ms. Rowley?
I'm sorry?
Hold on.
Oh.
That's generally how it goes, but for this particular project, no, that's not correct.
Okay, well, if generally we put it out, who gonna put it out this time?
We're going to put it out in conjunction with Roe's review. We still have to advertise in the Flint Journal, which is unlike what we normally have to do for the bid process. We have to comply with OMA, and considering these are WIN funds and this big, this big of a project, there are different steps that need to be followed. From what I've understood, some of those steps may have been missed during the last phase, and that's why we are moving forward with them in oversight so that we don't get those problems.
Well, if some of them steps was missed, then we paid Goyette millions of dollars on missteps. I don't know if it's that difficult to plant grass, fix a sidewalk. We do some of that internally now. We fix sidewalks, we put cement down, grass seed. I ain't even an expert and can do that. You put dirt down, you put grass. I don't even think they putting sod. So this ain't a rocket science for me. If you got 8,500 lawns that's tore up and the summer getting ready to start, and you got people who called me today, a man called me today about this. I want to know when and what I can tell him, and I don't think the two is hooked together unless you're going to have the same contractor. Now, the only thing I do different, how many pipes we got left to inspect and or replace, Mr. Edwards? An estimate.
If I may, President Mays.
You may do what you choose, and everybody sitting up here may ask questions and interrupt me, but I ask you, but you may not answer and tell me.
I will.
Well, go ahead.
Respond, but I want to
respond. This is on the news, so when y'all make the news with it, I'm going to get the details right. Go ahead.
I want to respond to what you said before, that in terms of the two aspects that are for Roe, this is about coordination. It's not just about, I recognize what you indicated about the simplicity of putting lawn and driveways and sidewalks back, but this does have a lot to do, because as you pointed out, 8,500, this is about coordinating those services. And Roe is the entity that has been involved at least for the last couple of years. They have some familiarity with the specs, with the requirements for the contractors, so we wanted them involved in the process as we make those selections so that we would get the best qualified people providing the best service for our residents.
So how many pipe replacement and restoration? I mean, you know, because that's what I want to know, Mr. Brown. What is the number? I've heard y'all say it, that you anticipate we got to dig up and check. Some will be replaced, some won't. What's the number?
Okay, currently the number that I can give you is about 2,500 homes are out there that have not been checked yet.
Okay, now the reason I asked about that 2,500, you can get frustrated if you want. This is our turn. The reason I asked about that 2,500, because some of us believe the same person who dig them up should restore them. And she was talking about putting the bids out and doing them separately. And we learned in our history that it might be better for the same one to tear them up to restore them before they leave. So 2,500. Not only is we got 8,500 that's got to be restored, but if you add the 2,500, that would take it to 11,000. Is that what you're telling me? And this don't include restoration, what you're talking about,
okay,
the 2,500.
May I continue, sir?
I just want you to answer my question. You can continue till the cows come home. I hope you'll answer the questions that I'm trying to get straight.
Well, if you add those two together, that's 11,000. That is
That's
correct.
what I want to know. Go ahead.
Okay, but of those 2,500, there's over 600 that have negative, that have signed declarations they don't want their pipes even touched. There's a large number of those that we have never gotten in contact with, even though we've made anywhere between 7 and 10 different tries to be at that home, weekends, knocking on doors, trying to get someone to come to the door to even talk to. With all of that going on, we have set up for the coming future, any work that Lang does, they will be doing the restoration at the same time. So it will not add to that 8,500 because they'll be finishing them right as they do them. All the cleanup, all the reseeding, etc. You're right, it should have started that way, but it's not the way that it started back 5 years ago. So
Lang didn't have to bid on that restoration?
Lang still has money in their contract from last year. All we had to do is get the extended dates, and they're going to use that money to finish up the work that they're doing.
So Lang had been doing restoration last year?
At the end of last year, yes, they were doing restorations.
And how much money do they have that you're referring to? Or we'll just keep putting money in? Lang is going to be the
find that out to let you know. I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Lang going to be the restoration person?
No, they're going to do, when they go and do a dig, they're going to tear up the street, they fix the street, they get taken care of.
They fix the street, the sidewalk, the grass, and everything before they leave?
Well, not that day, but in time, yes.
Yeah, they doing their restoration from what they tearing up them anticipated.
That's what I understand.
2,500, but you say now 600 of them ain't responsive, and so it might be
Mr.
down
President?
to 1,900.
And it'll probably be less than that.
I'm hearing everything that's being said. If anybody else got any
Mr. President?
communications or comment, who is that, Ms. Worthing? I'm gonna go with Ms. Burns and come back to you. Did you have something?
Yes, I do have a few questions, but I will.
Well, you can yield to her, but I was just trying to be fair. I thought I had called on her once, and I've been talking, so.
I have not spoken in our first round.
That's what I thought,
Okay.
but y'all can do what you want. It don't bother me. Go ahead, Ms. Worthing.
I think I did a point of information. I don't
No, you can have the floor.
didn't speak on this.
I don't know what's happening. Don't matter to me. I ain't gonna be Jesus sitting up here.
Why can't I remember? Yes, thank you. Okay. It's getting late. We have went over, this is like just beyond me on how, it's simple comprehension, in my opinion. And I think there's some of us that don't want to comprehend because we have a certain contractor in mind to get it all done. But moving on to my question, so can you please explain the process one more time? Roe will be bidding out everything along with the city who...
With us, correct, yes. I mean,
input to that.
We have already begun drafting those RFP documents. It's more or less just making sure they provide oversight or any feedback, especially since they were on the previous bid situation. They were around when the last phase was completed. They know what went wrong with that bid process. They know what went wrong with those contractors, maybe fixing what was missed at that point or whatnot. I can't even speak to it. To be completely honest with you, I wasn't here. So, and with their compliance, along with all of the organizations that are involved in this and everything that's going on, they will make sure before it's posted in the Flint Journal, before we post it on BidNet and the City of Flint website, as we always do, that it is compliant and 100%.
And just to be clear, no City of Flint dollars is being used on this. This is all WIN funding.
Yes. Correct.
What was your question, Ms. Worthing? I didn't hear it. Point of
No.
information. Can you repeat the question?
No City of Flint dollars are being used on this. This is WIN funding, which was verified. Thank you.
You're talking about general fund dollars or any other type of grant dollars?
This is being paid for through WIN funding.
Yeah, okay. Are you done?
I would love for this to pass so that my constituents, Dort Highway still has some things to get done. There's a few that were missed. I want them to be able to get their pipes replaced. If we vote no, which I can't think of one good reason why, then how are we going to replace the pipes in time? It's not using our dollars. It's using WIN funding, and it will disappear. The WIN funding will disappear if we don't use them now. So then we're going to have to what? Use ARPA dollars and use that up? How disappointing. Why can't we get this passed? It's beyond me. I don't understand. This needs to pass so our constituents can get their work done. If it doesn't, then please tell me why. Other than Mr. Mays wants W.T. Stevens to get the job done.
Point of
he has connections with them.
Point of
and probably gets paid off. Thank you.
You're going to get ruled out of order and warned if you don't stop talking when it's a privileged motion. And if you want to treat everybody's privileged motion like that and smile and laugh, we're going to ignore yours. Now, my point of information was you don't know or ain't heard me say that about WT, and I wish that, would it be
You're very
fair?
transparent. If
You
you're
out of
asking
order, Ms. Worthing. That's your first warning. That's your first warning. This ain't gonna be no game with me, particularly in light of what we experienced earlier today. Just because Pastor Gilbert gone, this is still being recorded. Ms. Burns, I'll stop that because I see foolishness, in my opinion. You've got the floor from Ms. Worthing.
Thank you. And this would be to probably the administration. It would be through you to the city administrator and also Mr. Mike Brown, head of DPW. My question, I understand that this project is time sensitive. Either use it or lose it. And we were supposed to be using WIN funds. And WIN funds, to my understanding, because I've had questions in for over a month with WIN funds, and then also ARPA funds. I got a phone call from someone who asked me to make sure I take a look at this project and for it to not be political. It's not political for me, not at all, because it will border my ward, and I'm not running for nothing. Second of all, I was told that the WIN fund projects, when I asked, they told me that we would be using ARPA funds, that we would be using ARPA funds to pay for this, the part of the project, because when the project first was set out, which was last year, we put the barrels down, it was ready to go. This was in the fall, and the barrels and everything were taken back up. And the monies that were set aside and appropriated for that project last year, we did not have them in the WIN fund, so the project could not proceed because those funds we didn't have. I asked the question, what happened to the wind funds? I was told that during that time that we had many change orders, and because of those change orders, that money had been exhausted for that part of the project, because this project was supposed to be done last year. Understanding the sensitivity of it, and I believe you have a December deadline for the MDOT portion of it. And my other question is, because I was told we're using ARPA funds, that the wind funds had been exhausted. We have, I believe, 89 million that is already put out, and then there was 11 million which was left, and that the 11 million was actually put out to projected projects that have already been set. So, and that we would be using the ARPA funds. Are we using ARPA funds to complete the Miller Road project? Because we did not complete it last year because we did not have the money in the wind fund.
The response is no to the ARPA funds. I'm hearing a lot of, there's a lot of, I'm just going to say, a lot of information that some of it has some validity, some of it doesn't. And I was kind of left trying to sift through it. The answer to your question about Miller Road and ARPA funds, let me start there, is a no. Miller Road, number one, was a projected project with MDOT. It was never a projected project as part of the wind, as part of water upgrades. What we are doing with respect to that is we saw an opportunity to maximize and leverage our monies the best way. That anytime any of these water projects, Court Street, any ones you can think of, anytime we're involved in those projects.
Can I ask, because so we can have it to clear? So we were doing the road part, and I get the infrastructure has lived beyond its expectancy, and that the pipes and the water mains need to be corrected.
Point of information.
Yes.
Ms. Burns, you don't think you was being rude interrupting him, do you? I'm just asking, because I think it was appropriate, but I'm just asking what you think when you did that.
No, I
don't neither, but you know, we hear that.
I'm trying to have clear, open and respectful dialogue so that I can give a vote tonight on this. So my question, so the road part was there was the MDOT. Were we using wind funds for the water main? Here comes Mr. Mark Adis.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So we were using the street part, which was the MDOT funds. I believe it's a joint project. And were we using for the water main portion of it? Because I agree it does not make sense to put the road down, tear it back up to replace the water mains. It does not make sense. In order to have to go through to cut the road, to dismantle it after we have a new road, because then that reduces the life expectancy of the new road. So my question is, how do we pay, how was the water main, the piping part, what fund was that coming out of?
Yeah, you would, okay, if I understand correctly, originally you asked me a question about whether we have—
Point of information. Ms. Burns, you do understand that that item has been separated and that we're on the service lines, correct?
I do, but I had a couple questions about—
Okay, proceed.
Okay. May I, President?
Yeah, proceed. Y'all go ahead. Just trying to make
Okay.
sure we know where we're at.
Yeah, when we're talking about what I believe you're asking about is in relationship to the financing of the water main. And so my answer to you is that the first question you asked me about talked about projecting it and making it part of the wind funds, which it cannot be because it wasn't a projected project. Now we're talking about the item that's on you before you is being financed through ARPA. That's not what we were talking about before, because you asked me about was it projected as a part of that process, and I told you no.
So a portion of this project is being paid for by ARPA. Is that what you make? Let me be clear, because you.
Let me, yeah.
Yeah, please,
Yes,
please, if I
yes,
can get
yes,
some.
yes.
I know not the road, but I'm talking about the pipes. What's underneath? I get there's two parts to that, and I see you talk. I get that, but my question is ARPA funds being used?
And we on the Miller Road
yeah.
project, correct?
That is part of Miller Road. Yes.
So we offer the service lines. and
Point of
road,
information.
and we on Miller. What's your point of information?
I thought the motion was to, on 220105, which is the service project management, and also 220095.
And it is, and if you appealing the ruling of the chair, it's a waste of time, because I'm ruling the letter proceed, given the latitude, and we'll take it from there. But y'all can do what you want. Proceed, Ms. Burns. Maybe it's just a method to a madness.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this will be, I'm going to elect Mr. Adis, and I'm probably dug in a little too deep, but I want to get these projects done, and I apologize. Thank you for extending the courtesy for me too. Mr. Adis.
Yes.
You know, I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait, because I'll wait. Because
So that Miller Road project is
Yeah.
separated. Is any other further discussion on the service lines and/or road engineering? Anybody?
Mr. President, if
Yeah, who wants
if
the
no one else
floor?
has
Ms.
talked on their
Worthing?
first round,
What did you say?
does anyone want to talk on their first round still? No? Okay. I just.
Go ahead. You
I
got
wanna-
the floor
I wanna
if you
say
want it on the
something.
second round. Did you want the floor, Ms. Worthing, or somebody trying to get it?
I have
Okay,
a question.
go ahead, Miss.
I'm confused. I just sit here and got confused. So are we talking about service lines?
Yeah, we was on the resolutions with row
okay.
and the service lines, but you know, this chair gets a lot of criticism, so I kind of let stuff flow and see who appeals and who don't, but you know, it's a tough job. Go ahead, you've got the floor.
Yes, it is tough, Chairman.
I'm up for it.
But I do have a question. I'm conflicted here because when will they get started with the project for the service lines and restoration? Of course, if this passes with Roe, then they'll start bidding out for contractors. Through you, Mr. President, to Mr. Brown.
Mr. President, through you to
Y'all go ahead
Councilwoman
and
Winfrey Carter.
dialogue.
Thank you. Yeah, as soon as Roe is on board, then we'll start setting up with Lang. Like I said, there's still money left in their contract, so we'll get them started as quickly as we can. As soon as it's just a little bit warmer and the frost is out of the ground, they can start digging. The restoration might take a little bit longer to get those bids in, and as was said by Ms. Raleigh, is that we are working on that currently anyways. We have been. We were just kind of hoping to get their okay when we put it in to make sure, as our oversight, that it's taken care of, but we're getting very close to turning those out anyways, those bids.
Okay. I still think that, what is it, 2,500 for Roe?
2.4
Yeah,
for,
I mean,
for restoration and 0.5
yeah, 2.5.
2.4 for
2.4.
restoration and 0.5 for single line replacements, or lead
Okay.
line replacing.
And then for Roe, 2.9.
Right. 2.9 total,
And that's going to include
both.
both.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm just, I guess I feel like Roe didn't do what they needed to do this last go around. I think more could have been done. More could have gotten done. So that's just my feeling. That's my opinion.
Okay, one of the things that we had problems with last year, speaking of getting things done, we had a lot of appointments that were missed. There were appointments that someone would set up to have their house done, and Lane got there to go do it, knock on the door, and nobody would answer the door. There was nobody home, so then they had to skip that, even though they had scheduled it, had it all marked out by Miss Stig, et cetera, to get that job done. And there were other times that when they called the homeowner after Miss Stig probably had already started doing it, they tried to call a day or two before to make sure. Again, we're just reminding you we're coming. They had cancellations then too. So yes, we could have gotten a lot more done with a little more cooperation. There are things that happen to everybody, and I understand that too. And to set it off, to back it up maybe, but you are correct that there could have been a lot more done, but it takes a lot of cooperation with our residents to get that much extra done.
And so,
does that make sense?
Yes, and I hear what you're saying.
Okay.
But here we are now. We have this resolution. A portion of the resolution, the money is for restorations and service lines, and then the other portion is for row. Okay. And I'm just not sure row did what they were supposed to do. So I'm going to have to abstain for this vote because of what I'm feeling. Now, I do want the restoration to get done, and I do want the rest of the service lines to get done. But I think row needs to step up more to the plate, and that's my opinion. So I'll hear what the rest of my colleagues got to say. And you know, this is what I feel. And Worthen, I heard what you said, but you know, everybody that sits up here, we can make our own decisions based on what we see. So that's it, Mr. Brown. I'll just listen to what my other colleagues have to say, and then I'll make my mind up.
Anybody else wanted the floor?
Has Quincy spoken already?
You in the first round or second round, Mr. Murphy?
I'll be the second round.
Okay, then I'll go.
And you in the second round, Ms. Worthen? Yeah. You want her to go first, Mr. Murphy, or you? Yeah. Ms. Worthen, you got the floor.
From my understanding, work stopped because of the pandemic. Is that correct?
It slowed down quite a bit because of the pandemic. I wasn't here at the time.
Mr. Point of information.
Here, you know.
Point of information.
Well,
Mr. Brown, is anybody from row here?
No, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Worthen.
Actually, it's through you to.
It didn't stop. Yeah, okay. It did slow, but it never stopped.
So, first of all, it's because, well, everything shut down at first. Like, no one was really working. And then they still have to go to homes, correct? Knock on doors.
Yep.
So, there's many of us here who have, like, expressed concern about, even now, people coming in to people's homes. I don't understand the road didn't do enough. Like, is there evidence to that? Is there, like, not you, Ms. Winfrey Carter had mentioned it. Wow, this is very sensitive. I don't get it. Please give me proof and substantial evidence that they just didn't do enough. Work slowed because of the pandemic and other reasons that our DPW director has mentioned. If we do not pass this, I guess I don't know what my colleagues want. You want another contracting company? I mean, is that even possible? We would have to, how would that work? If we don't pass this, what happens as far as finding someone that's going to get this done? Well, and also Rose is still finishing up stuff, right? So we can't even, we'd have to fire them or something first, correct? Help me out with that.
Okay, the first one, if it doesn't pass, that's just setting us back further and further. And the other resolution that is linked to this one, giving us an extension of time to work with the concerned pastors, they will probably, my thought is they will probably go and get a hold of a judge and put an injunction or put a order on us or whatever else, a legal obligation to get it done, period. Whether, it's passed or not, they're going to come in at us. The other thing, I don't know if it's being noticed or not, but when I came in here a year ago, Goyette was still here, but they were just finishing. I wasn't really involved in any of that at the time. Coming back after that, we have about $700,000 of addresses that went, because there was no one to oversee. It was just sent to us and it was sent to the state. Well, the state oversees us, and we have that monies, about that amount of monies sitting out there that didn't match up. We're working with our data and everything else to go back and try to find all of these to make sure that they do match up, to make sure that we get paid for it. But there wasn't somebody watching and saying, okay, this address matches, get it taken care of and reviewed. And so there's a large amount of money sitting out there that we have to go back and try to find all of these things, extra work. The whole idea of having an engineering company overseeing all of that, distributing the work, will help us to keep good records and to make sure things are done correctly.
Because we're running out of time. We don't have time to make mistakes.
We're behind the 8 ball to begin with, I kind of think, but to use that colloquialism. But we need to make sure that we find and get as much done as we possibly can. I still feel that the single line replacements can get done this year, but we got to start them. And if this isn't in place, sometime in April, the asphalt plants will open up and we'll have all the materials we need to get it done.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
No, I just, based on, through the chair, to Councilwoman
Worthing.
Just a one point of clarification, not just to you, only to your question, but to all of the council, is that the lead line replacement, what you have to understand based on the lawsuit, is that lead line replacement has to continue. Even when we run out of money, we're still going to have to do that. It's going to be but the obligation becomes that of the city of Flint. What we're doing right now is we're on a time crunch. Now, you have to, as a body, have to make the decision that you have to make. I mean, so you evaluate it and make that determination based on, what you know. But this is the fact that, we presented to this body that December 31st we lose the WIN dollars, and that's a fact. And we can't get an extension. We've talked to them concerning that, so we won't get another extension to stretch those dollars out. And what they're telling us is all project spending that takes place, we can pay it beyond that point, but we have to claim all of those. We have to claim all those expenses by the 31st. And so there's a requirement from EGLE with relationship to the lead line replacement and to infrastructure commitment by the city of Flint that we're going to do so much of that as we continue to do for years to come, and upgrading 5% in upgrading our system. And that includes continuing to work with the lead line replacement as a part of that process. All we're trying to do as an administration right now is utilize the dollars, the federal dollars, so we don't have to tap into our funds. At some point, it's going to happen anyway, because to what Mr. Brown talked about, out of those 2,500, it's like 1,000 people haven't really replied or have canceled, and then we've gotten 600 solid, at least 600 solid declinations of people saying, don't even come here. And so that's what we're up against with this process. We want to try to get as many of them done that we can, and we want to use it. We want to complete that with the WIN dollars, utilizing those as many dollars of the WIN fund that we can to get the project done. But at some point, when people come and, concerning that, we still have to be, we're still obligated to help with line replacement until we get them all changed.
Thank you. I appreciate that because that means it will be ARPA dollars, millions of ARPA dollars gone, which we could use for other things. And then, like you said, eventually it'll be city money, but I sure hope that we can get as much done as we can. As a council person that's been here for 4 years, I want to say, one, the Miller Road project has nothing to do with this. Please don't confuse them. Two, this is just a continuation of what was happening and started. To me, it's a simple, let's get this done, let's use the WIN funding, not our funds, not the ARPA funds, the WIN funding that we have right now and get this done. I really hope this passes tonight because, you know, it's gonna take a little while, I'm sure, for concerned pastors if they have to take action, and that's still a delay. But thank goodness they can, because apparently we can't get it done here. I don't know. I hope that's not the case, but it's going to happen anyway. If we pass it or not, it's going to happen anyways, just in a different format, and that's unfortunate. It's just time wasted. Thank you.
Mr. Murphy, did you want the floor?
Yes. So I guess I'm kind of confused that we had an executive session that they talked about this agreement that we had to complete. Maybe I'm wrong. They're giving us dates that we need to have this stuff completed. The second piece, 220105, talks about the management services that will oversee the completion of this in order to get the deadline done. We asked questions. I remember us, well, I know I did. I asked questions about this in executive session. So I think some of my colleagues, we asked questions, and it was clear to me that we needed to move forward with this. I think I came up out the executive session kind of heated because we had to do this anyway. So I'm just saying, whether I like it or not, whether I agree with whatever, it got to be done. So I'm willing to support this, move forward to get this done so that we can move forward on what we need to get done, because at the end of the day, this stuff got to get done. People are waiting on getting their service line replaced, the restoration. People, April 17th finna be 7 years, I think, that we done went through this water crisis. People want to get this out the way. So regardless whether we agree to it or not, it got to get done. If we don't move on this tonight, it still got to get done regardless. Come on now, y'all. This don't take no rocket scientists to know that it has to be done. If we don't do nothing, okay, we'll have to rebid this back out to somebody else. Then it's going to take a longer time, and we may not get it done till probably June if it go back and be rebidded out again. I'm just not willing to wait. But if my colleagues want to wait and do something else and y'all got another idea to do, go ahead. But I ain't finna support nothing else. I just want to go on and get this over with, even though I have some reserves. I'm pissed off a little bit about whatever. I'm pissed off about the water crisis completely altogether. But this is just something that got to get done. So I'm willing to go on and vote. It's WIN funds. It ain't coming from ARPA dollars. We got to spend it by December. I mean, like, come on now. I'm done. I'm just ready to vote.
Anybody else? Hearing none, and you can come behind me. I don't have to be last, but I just want folks to know this. I've been watching this stuff from the beginning. I've watched requests for proposals and bids go out. I've sat in on contractor meetings. In my mind, I know 100% this project could have been done and done on time. But you had a majority of the last council got rid of AECOM. Now here we is with at least one of those council members ready to vote for $2.9 million, but was arguing with AECOM over similar amounts, and the project fell apart. I watched it. You got an administration right now, in my opinion, wrongfully got WT.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Does the speaker know that the problem was not money, but the fact that they were not following the predictive model?
No, the speaker don't know that, and you don't neither. My position is this while I got the floor. The predictive model was a moot point because we said we'd check all of them who want to be checked. And you still hung up on a predictive model is where do we predict lead was at? If you're going to try to check 28 or 31,000, whether you go first where lead might be at in a predictive model or whether you go last where lead might be at, you're checking them all. That's why your argument about the predictive model didn't weigh with me, because I say these supposed to be intelligent people. If you're going to check all of them, you're going to check all of them. I ain't got to sit back and predict where they at. W.T. Stevenson should be working, should have been working. In my opinion, Mr. Neely shut them down because he felt they supported Weaver more than him. Now you can ask, do the speaker believe and know that? Yeah, the speaker do. Politically, this project was stalled because of the Kate Fields, the Eva Worthings, and the majority. Oh, you ain't supposed to say folks' name. Poppycock. I'm going to say names. 5 people shut it down, the majority. And the predictive model don't hold a grain of salt with me when you say you're going to do all of them. Now, getting past that, people can listen to who they want. Right now, I might agree to move the project forward, Mr. Edwards, but I might do $500,000 for the lead service lines with Roe and do another $300,000-400,000 so they can check y'all bids and stuff before they put them out. I don't have to get a whole $2.9 million and can't get it back. I can spend money in increments. Right now, y'all want me, you confused, Mr. Brown, I help you understand. Because I was looking at your demeanor and your look. I don't have to vote for $2.9 million for Roe. And I'm hearing clearly we want Roe involved in the request for proposals of putting bids out. Well, that might only cost $200,000-300,000. And then you come to me within a week or 2 weeks to get another $1 million or more dollars once you show me who gonna do the work after they done help you put the bid out. Now I know what I'm hearing. And so the way that this administration have did W.T. Stevens and the way that some of these former council people have done AECOM and others, if I'm not mistaken, who know this history? Didn't Roe get a no-bid contract at the beginning of this whole process from the state of Michigan? Who know that? Y'all don't know? I think I know. I think I know. That's how long I've been around. The first contract for pipe replacement before General McDaniels and all AECOM, if I'm mistaken, it was a no-bid contract that Roe got from the state. And you know who came and told them, rather than pour the lead out, use directional bore? The W.T. Stevenson folk. Because they were pulling the lead piping out in Lansing. And that's how they started here. And then some folks came and told them, and I know who it was specifically, to use directional bore machines and so forth and so on. So I'm looking at the whole project. I understand the whole project. And so I'm surprised that y'all wouldn't come. I'm surprised that y'all wouldn't come and bring this council a logical deal. You got 500,000 for service lines and replacement and checking. I'm hearing 2,500 or so maybe projects. But then I'm hearing Lane will do the restoration and the service line. If that costs $300,000-400,000, and then if you wanted them to help you put the request for bids out or the bid proposals, then that's a charge. Leave the others sitting there until you get folk in place. I don't have to vote to approve $2.9 million, and you ain't even ready yet. Bring it to me in intervals. Don't play to me in this council like you need to vote it all and lay back. This is what we want them to do. I'm hearing that, but it ain't making sense to me, particularly when politically your bosses and your administration done set these folks down and got $1 million of their money tied up, but you paid Goyette. See, unlike some of my colleagues, I'm going to talk about the politics and the injustice as I see it as it relates to these companies. And Ms. Worthy, he just wants this one company. Now, I want all of them to have fairness and equity. She don't speak for me. I speak for myself. And I speak for the people I represent. And it's a fact that Mr. Neely, in my opinion, have done WT wrong, have bent over backwards for Goyette, have kept Lang on the job who stored dirt where WT did, have kept Lang on the job who wasn't one of the bigger producers. I know these projects, Mr. Brown. I ain't guessing and asking. I'm knowing.
Point of order.
What's your point, Ms. Herkenrode?
The speaker's time is up. We should be at the vote.
Ms. Herkenrode, you gonna get a chance to vote. And if you want me to start playing strict time frames and parameters with you, Worthing, Ms. Burns, whatever, that's so be it. I heard the clock go off. I ain't even confident that it was 5 minutes, but I heard it. So your point of order is well taken. Now we'll see what happens when the vote goes. You gonna vote for it. Ms. Worthing gonna vote for it. I'm counting the votes good. And I said that anybody could speak after me. So point of order, Ms. Burns, you want the floor?
Yes, thank you.
I ain't studying. She talking about a vote. I'm going to stick with what I said. Somebody else can speak before we vote, Ms. Herkenrode.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we have to be, when we talk about reputations of companies, I know for a fact this project, the restoration, we were ahead of schedule, and it was being done with W.T. Stevens. I know for a fact that the contract with W.T. Stevens sat on the shelf of the mayor's office and was told that it will never be another contract as long as he's mayor. And many of you were not here. I saw that there every day. Every day. I worked in the office next to the mayor. I had access to the mayor's office. So what I'm speaking is the truth. And I spoke with him many times about that. We do need to move the city forward. But W.T. Stevens was squeezed out of the process. We still owe them $1 million, almost $1 million. When we first came into office, we negotiated giving them, I believe it was $1 million, of the almost $2 million which was owed. And us moving forward, as long as we have a company that is not allowed to bid for upcoming projects because money is still owed to them, or they're saying that their project was not complete and it's hit many different stages. The project wasn't complete, it wasn't graded properly, it was stated that the permits weren't done properly, and there was a lot of mistruth, and it was being played out in the media to the detriment of the reputation of W.T. Stevens. That shouldn't have been done. That shouldn't have been done. You don't have to like a company or use them or whatever. Pay them their money. They weren't paid. They still haven't been paid. So when we talk about the predictor model, I was in the council, in the committee room when they actually talked about that. I didn't miss council meetings or committee meetings, as I stated. My attendance was pretty darn good for not even being on the council. So I just want to say, when we look at that predictor model and how it was done, that contract said it got down to how you moved earth. Goyette was paid that additional, that prior they weren't paid. It was suggested to not be paid, and they were paid, I believe, $1.1 million for hydrovacing. And here it is, we have a company who did the work, and they still have not been paid. And then they have been added on so many different things with Premier Street. And I went over to Premier Street, and it is a dead end. And they have done over and beyond and making sure, I think now it should be seeded, and I know that that's in the 3rd Ward. But when we look at how do we move the city forward, our contractors treat it the same. Is there preferential treatment over any contractor? And and there is. It should not play a role when we are bidding or awarding, nor should any contractor be left out. That contract sat on that shelf. It was not looked at, and it may even have dust. I don't even know if it's still there. And it sat there with 4 other contracts.
Point of information.
What's your...
And you say you knew that because you were working in the mayor's office?
Yes, Councilman Mays, I worked in the mayor's office. I was the only one who had access, actually, to the mayor's office with the key in the administration. So I know for a fact, and there were contracts that sat there that shouldn't have sat there. They shouldn't have. Now, we don't have to debate the truth, because I've always said it. But I don't like when we have contractors who are being withheld, who are local.
Point of information.
What's your point of information, Ms. Worthing?
Does the speaker know that they were not qualified to do the job? That's
the
a fact.
speaker, you didn't ask your point of information. It don't use it to take the floor. Remember, you've had one warning. I don't want to put you out in this vote. Your point of information, did you hear her point? You can answer it if you choose.
I will answer that. And I want to state, without having confusion because of that remark, how it came. Not only was the company qualified, they were licensed by the state. They followed every type of guideline there was. W.T. Stevens, we take back a history, was actually the father who had been doing construction starting in the 50s and came up here. So I absolutely know for sure. Now, when we talk about the number of service lines that there were issues, Lang and other companies, there's certain issues that happen. Just like if you build every car, General Motors, some cars have defects, some things happen, and we fix them and we move on. So getting back to that question, they were absolutely qualified. They were licensed, they were insured, and only licensed and insured companies are allowed to do do business in the city and in the state of Michigan. They met the requirements. They did. They met the requirements. So yes, but back to what I was stating, we have to make sure when companies come that it's a fair and equitable bid process. We should have had W.T. Stevens cleared off the books in 2019, no later than 2020, the summer, to have that. So if they wanted to bid for something else, they would have been allowed to bid. They're not allowed to bid, and they're being withheld from the bidding process because of some preferential treatment. And we have to do better than that. This should not be political. And a lot of this part, it is unfortunately political. Thank you, Mr. President.
Anybody else want to speak before we call for the vote? Anybody else want to speak before we call for the vote? All right, the motion on the floor is to pass these 2 resolutions that has been separated, correct, Janelle?
Yes, sir.
Janelle, welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I'm going to just say that. It slipped by me publicly at the last meeting you was here, so they can call me out of order. They can appeal the ruling of the chair. They can say I'm out of order. Welcome back.
Thank you.
You're welcome. This is a motion to approve 2 resolutions together. One of them has to do with the court case with the concerned pastors, and the other has to do with the service lines. Based upon Ms. Herkenroder's point of order and based upon the motion, look what I'm going to do. I'm going to separate them. I'm going to separate them. And the one that they will vote on first will be the concerned pastors, if I ain't mistaken. Let's see what come in first. Then I'm going to have some more discussion on the other because of politics.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
We have them together. There was no motion to separate.
You're
I
mistaken,
object.
Ms. Worthen. The motion made by Quincy Murphy included the ability to separate. I made sure of that.
No.
Well, you want to argue with me or you want to get put out this meeting for being out of order? And then check it later and see if I'm right or wrong. Now, if you want the floor, your time is gone. If you want to put a motion to suspend the rules and want more time, or you can speak when I separate them. But I know for a fact, if I ain't mistaken, Janelle, you want to read the record back for Ms. Worthen and anybody else who want to hear whether the motion includes you could separate these two. Do you have it written?
To approve 220095 and 220105 with any separations if need be.
That's correct. So, Ms. Worthen, that's how I operate. And so I'm going to use the rule to separate them and going to discuss it some more, Ms. Herkenroder, because it's that important. While y'all points are ordering and trying to rush and do. This will be a call for the vote on the first resolution that was separated. And let me make sure that's the right one. It would be 220095. The settlement agreement for the concerned pastors et al. Versus Nick Curry. Madam City Attorney, and do you know the details of what's being voted on here? And if so, shed light to my colleagues before I call for the vote.
Council President, I would refer you to the discussion that took place during the executive session, simply because it was in a closed session, the particulars. But nothing has changed from when you were in closed session.
Well, I'm going to read what it says in open session. It's a note. The parties have agreed to extend the deadline for completing the excavation and replacement of resident service lines to 2022, along with other related amendments to account for the current circumstances. Y'all ready to vote on resolution 220095? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no, so the council have agreed to extend those deadlines as it relates to the concerned pastor settlement. Is there any further discussion on resolution 220105, a contract with Road Professional Services, Project Management Service? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'm going to have some. Let me say this. All of the colleagues who want to rush the business don't know the history, don't care about politics. I do, particularly when it's minority and black-owned businesses being done wrong by this administration. I've heard discrepancies from the garbage investigation, Mr. Brown, to what's happening with these service lines with Rowe, Lane, W.T. Stevenson, and Goyette. And the same person who I heard manipulating the garbage agreement, Mr. Neely is the same person who I'm very suspicious from listening to the Sam Riddle show in 14:20 a.m. manipulating this, calling the shots on it, sending y'all up here to this council. And some of the same person in the name of Ms. Worthing, who was involved in it under the other council, is involved in it now. Some of the same folks who spoke in public comment under the old council didn't agree with them then, don't agree with them now. But they sitting up here, some of them making decisions. I know 100% that W.T. Stevens has got a raw deal and has been played because of a relationship, in my opinion, with the Weaver administration. I know for a fact that Lang and others were storing dirt and nobody called them environmental injustice companies. I know for a fact. I even talked to Rob Benzick to get approval to store dirt in the middle of the street temporarily as we was going through this emergency. I know for a fact that Ms. Fields and Worthing them blocked and stopped at the AECOM and we could have been done. I know all of these things. I'm not guessing. I'm not asking questions. I'm not going to vote for this on principle. I don't care what the majority of these colleagues do. I'm going to protest because of WT and what Mr. Neely is doing, and particularly Mr. Brown. I'm convinced from the testimony sworn from you and him that he's involved. And I'm saying you shouldn't have to read a definition of involvement to a mayor 3 times on the public record to admit you was involved. I believe that you were scared for your job and that he verbally reprimanded you in the other bid process. I believe that. Either you lying or he lying. When I weigh the evidence, I don't think you lying. I think he lying. That's what I believe. So I'm tripping. And Mr. Whittigan, you ain't found money other than the wind fund yet on these projects. Mr. Whittigan, hello. How do my dear say, hello, can you approach? I'm tripping. So, Mr. Whittigan, Chief Financial Officer, where is the money for restoration coming from? Do we know at this point?
I believe the resolution before you says when. Is that right?
No, don't tell us. Everybody done stood up and told us, Mr. Whittigan, we don't know where the money for the restoration is coming from. I'm asking, have you had discussions or do you know?
I'm going to let Clyde answer.
No, I'm asking you. If you don't, you don't. If you do, you do. I'm asking you. You the Chief Financial Officer. Either yes or no, I do or I don't. Ain't had no conversation. I didn't ask Clyde.
I'm going to repeat my answer that it's in the wind fund.
So the 8,500 gonna be restored in the wind fund. Mr. Edwards, is that correct? Y'all powwowing. I wish I could have heard that earlier. Earlier I heard that didn't nobody know where it was coming from.
I believe we shared with the council that starting that project, we would work with the wind funds until the wind funds are exhausted.
Okay, so we got 11 million to exhaust?
If I may finish.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Exhausting the wind funds will depend on us getting contractors in place, and the number of contractors. As you pointed out, 8,500 homes to do the restoration on.
That's what y'all said, though, correct?
That is correct, and
right,
it's probably...
that's y'all number. Don't put them numbers on me. Go ahead.
I'm just repeating back what you just
I'm repeating what y'all telling us and taking it as true. If it ain't true, then we'll find out later. Go ahead.
No, that's
Don't
correct.
give me them numbers. I'm giving them numbers to y'all.
That is correct, Council President. The issue here is that 8,500 restorations, and we're in the end of March, about to go into April, and we don't still have this process secure that we need to secure to begin. That's a lot of restorations. The summer is only so long before the ground hardens again. Every week we don't get started, every week we're delayed, means that that's less and less of those restorations that get done. And it's going to take more than one company. It's going to take several companies if we're going to get 8,500 done throughout the summer months.
And it's going to take more money if y'all pay WT what you owe them and then include them in. I know what the deal is. Them are y'all numbers. I heard a new number today, 2,500. I've heard 8,500, and then I heard a new number, 2,500. And then I checked it after doing the arithmetic. You can put your hand up and I'll call on you, but I'm knowing what I heard. Go ahead. What is you want to say now?
Council President, we don't want to confuse the public by just uttering numbers.
And
Can
I put my hand up?
Can I finish?
Can I put my hand up like you?
Can I finish, please?
Yeah, you can, but now when you put your hand up again and I stop, I ain't gonna stop, because you don't play the put your hand up game fair with me. Go ahead. I had my hand up just like you.
I only put my hand up so you recognize that I have a statement to make.
And I'm putting my hand up so you can recognize I've got a statement to
But I always let you finish, though, before I speak.
You got something very important. You put your hand up. Go ahead.
I just wanted to finish with the fact that as we're talking numbers and we're talking to the community, the 8,500 is in reference to the restoration, and it is a greater number than that. The 2,500 was in relationship to service line replacement. So I wanted to make sure that we understand what the two numbers are that we're talking about.
Yeah, but when you dig up in the service line replacement, you got to do restoration. You can't get around that. If you do 2,500 dig ups, you got 8,500 and 2,500 more. Let me say this, Mr. Edwards. Isn't it a fact that this is the third summer this administration has had? This administration.
If you count COVID, the first year we were here, everybody stopped working. So I don't think you would even be fair in counting a whole year of COVID that was going on. So I would say to you, if you want to count and call it 3 years, that's your prerogative.
So, Mr. Edwards, are you telling me we didn't patch a street, do a sidewalk, or nothing in them first 2 years? I'm just asking a simple question, because the building went
I was only talking about the first year.
I know for a fact that we did patching the streets.
Point of order.
During COVID.
Point of order.
Ms. Herkenroder, what's your point?
The timer has gone off.
Ms. Herkenroder, we hear it every time you do. Mr. Edwards, carry on.
Point of order.
I done ruled on your point of order. I'm going to wrap up. You're not going to discriminate against this black councilman because you white. Now I'm asking white folks to wrap up, black folks to wrap up. The bell went off. I'm going to wrap up. Why you keep pointing the border trying to take the flow when we know how this works?
Point of order.
Hold up. I'm on a point of order. Ms. Herkenroder, I've ruled on your point. We got a wrap-up deal. Now, if you want to appeal my ruling, Mr. Murphy, what's your point of order? I done ruled on hers.
You are out of order. Calling a race out. It has nothing to do with this situation.
Well, I'm gonna
You are
rule-
completely out of order.
I'm
and you
gonna
need to
rule
rule
on that.
yourself out of order.
I'm going to rule on that. To me, it has something to do with it. And discrimination and racism and people understanding black and white is old as the hill. Now, y'all can appeal it, but I rule that I do have the right to say black and white.
Point of information.
Who is your point? What's your point of information?
So I just want to make it clear that enforcing the rules makes the representative of the 7th Ward racist. Is that what the speaker is saying?
Say what?
What the chair is saying, and the representative, myself, from the 7th Ward wants to clarify that the chair is stating that by enforcing the rules, which we are all held responsible to, that the chair is stating that the representative in the 7th Ward is racist. Is that correct?
No, that's not what I said. I said you
Okay.
white.
Okay.
And I said I'm black. And that we got the wrap-up rule that we've been using for black folks, white folks, community folks speaking on the mic and council people. And within a matter of 2 minutes after the bell went off, you came back with another point of order talking about the bell went off. I already ruled on it that I would wrap up. I said that it seemed funny and I stick by it. Maybe it's a cultural difference. But when I tell other people to wrap up, whether they black, white, whether it's the president or whatever you're jockeying for as vice president, I had a right to wrap up. And I don't have to entertain a point of order when I had a right to wrap up within 30 seconds of each other because of what point you trying to make. And you happen to be white and I happen to be black.
This is crazy.
And it's a different treatment than others. Now, don't put words in my mouth about racist. Miss Worthing, if you gone. Okay, well, you can head out. And anybody else. But no, Miss Herkin wrote, I'll rule on that point. You don't put words in my mouth. Now, I'm going to wrap up as I was doing. And if you do another point of order, I'll deal with that. It's very well known that we can wrap up. Did you say something, Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I did say something.
What did you say?
I said point of information.
What is your point of information? Since you want to say it like that, what is it?
I need to be at work.
Okay, you want to go?
I was hoping
you
that
can
we
go.
could vote on this, but this has got out of hand, so I will be leaving the meeting because I have to be at work. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, but that ain't really a point of information. That's a statement. A point of it, you gonna be ruled out of order, and we can be quiet, and you can be quiet and leave politely. That's what you can do. Mr. Murphy, you trying to interrupt this meeting and persuade people to do things, you getting out of order. Ms. Worthing is gone. For me, that's great. And for the administration and the business of this city, I don't know if it fares well for y'all. So, wrap up, don't wrap up, it's a common practice. Anybody else got something to say?
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays, Mr. President, you got the floor, whatever it is. Ms. Herkenroder.
I guess I should have called a point of information. Are we at the vote for resolution 220105?
It's going to take a motion. If I ain't mistaken, it ain't a motion on the floor, is it, Janelle? It was separated from the one. It was a motion to pass both of them. This one is separated. Nobody called a point of order. There's no motion on the floor for this one. Do we table it, move it forward, pass it? That's my position.
Point of order.
Hold on.
No, that's correct.
That's correct, right, Janelle? Yes. Okay, now what's your point?
Hearing the ruling from Janelle, I would like to make a motion to pass resolution 220105.
You asking Janelle, or you asking the chair, or what is you saying? You
I
said
will
something about
restate.
Janelle.
I will
If you want to
restate.
make a motion
Mr. Mays,
to
I will
pass this
restate.
resolution, then I'll repeat the motion, and then I'll ask for a second. So if you making a motion to pass this
Mr. Mays.
particular resolution, has been a
Mr.
motion
Mays.
made. Is
Mr.
there a
Mays.
second?
Mr. Mays, I would second that motion.
So it's been moved and properly seconded. Is
Yeah.
there any discussion
Yes.
on the motion?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy, I thought you were gone.
Do it look like I'm gone?
I know you ain't honest, but go ahead. Do
I
it
know
look
you
like
ain't honest neither.
Hold up, Mr. Murphy, because I'm a rule in my mind whether you was or what.
There we go. I'm just saying.
Mr. Mays.
Hold on. So go ahead. You've got the floor. We're in discussion on the motion.
Okay, I thought that I put a motion to move both of them with any separation. So if I separated the motion, if the motion was still on there, you decided at the last minute to separate the motion to try to prolong the meeting because you had intentions on doing what you doing, and it don't make no sense that we still here and y'all president who y'all voted for, here we are again.
Mr. Murphy, you've been on this council since November. Some can separate and require a motion. Now, if you don't know that and you don't experience what happens when stuff is separated, another motion is required. You can get that speech to the cows come home, but it ain't carrying no weight with me. Anybody else got any discussion other than that the vote was separated and it's a proper motion on the floor? Anybody got any discussion? I'm not voting for it. Y'all can get together, vote for it. I done said what I look at with W.T. Stevens. I look at the pipe replacement. I know the history. I know about Worthing, Cape Fields. I know about AECOM. And sometimes it's obvious when the administration through Neely is manipulated. I'm not going to vote for this with 2.9 per row, and I know it can be amended, separated, and came to us. And so I'm not going to vote for it.
Point of order, President Mays.
What's your point?
I would like to make a substitute motion.
Okay, I'm going to give you the floor.
Thank you.
Because I'm just on my discussion. I asked, was it any discussion? And so I don't mind not being last on the first round. And this will still be the first round.
Okay.
So you've got the floor.
Yeah, I would like to make a substitute motion to postpone 220105 back to the Finance Committee.
It's been a motion to postpone this particular resolution back to finance. Is there a second?
Yes, I second.
You can get recognized to second it. Mr. Murphy, would you like to second the motion? If you don't, I'll second it. Let the record reflect that I'm going to second that motion. This guy is going to fool around and be out of order, not being recognized. He's going to be out of order with that attitude and that mess, and I ain't buying it, and I ain't going to never buy it. And if he don't learn the rules, I'm going to hold him against it because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. Just ridiculous. And it ain't cute. I guess he think it's cute. It ain't cute to me. Is there any discussion on this motion to postpone back to committee? Ms. Winfrey Carter, I might support that motion. I don't know what everybody else will do. But I might support that motion because of what I know is what I know. Ms. Burns, did you have any discussion on this motion? Are you ready to vote?
I do. Thank you, Mr.
Go
President.
ahead. You've got the floor.
And through you to Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter, and I don't want to speak for you, but I believe you see the importance of this project, and you didn't want it to die here because we do not have, and it's a possibility it will die here because we do not have several of our council members here. And I don't appreciate a council person telling me how I'm gonna vote, because that person absolutely did not know how I was going to vote. I have a right to ask questions and to inquire, because that is exactly what the residents elected me to do. I don't want it to die. There's too many things that we have a right to ask questions. And this was not, the public needs to know, this was something that should have been done in the last council. We're fixing things from the last council and this council, and we need to get the information. So if we have questions, I want to ask them. And I wanted to do it transparent in an open setting, in the public meeting like we have. I don't want this to die. We need restoration. I've got residents who are waiting where the flags in the end of their driveways with the stake, it has a little red little flag on it. It's almost like orange now because it's been through 2 seasons. So the apron of their driveways have not been repaired. They have not repaired grass, and I never saw any sod going down, but I think Johnny Appleseed was doing the restorations. But I want it to be fair and equitable. So if we have to have the uncomfortable conversations with the administration, we have to do it, because the ultimate goal is to make sure we fix it so we don't have this problem again, so that we can move forward. I would never speak for any of my colleagues how they would vote. I would never do that, because you really don't know. My questions for the staff were just that, my questions for the staff in an open setting. And I don't want it to die, so I will be supporting, because I'm looking at, we do not have, we're missing, is it 4? 4, we're missing 4 council people, and that will greatly affect the vote. I think it will greatly affect the vote, because I'm looking at how some of our, their convictions and what our council members vote for, and I don't want it to die. So I will be supporting your amendment.
Substitute?
Yeah, that. I will be supporting that. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on this amended motion?
Yes, Mr. President.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, you got the floor.
Yeah, I thought it was feasible to make the substitute motion, because I can count well, and I don't know, it didn't seem like to me we had the votes. I mean, I'm still researching this thing here with Roe. I have issues. So I'm going to have to, research some more, get some questions to some of the issues I have. And I think it's a good thing. Like Councilwoman Burns said, we have 3 members that's absent right now. And I know Worthen, I thought she wanted to vote on this, but obviously not. She left. So I think it would be beneficial to send it back to Finance, because I don't want this to die. I got residents asking about restoration. So and they went over to University Park and tore up lawns over there. Checking pipes, and already know that University Park do not have lead pipes. So, it's a lot to this. It's a lot to this. So I'll be voting yes to send this back to Finance Committee. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on this before we call for the vote? I'm going to speak on it. I don't care who have to go to work, but I take people at their word in life. People can change their mind, but don't interrupt meetings saying you're finna go and then you're putting motions on the floor to pass and it turned out to be a lie. You didn't leave. Because I'd have just warned you and got you out of here. You're out of order. You got to have some character and integrity, and that's in reference to what Mr. Murphy did. Ms. Worthing, I mean, it's repeated. It's habitual. Now, here we sat with 5. I don't care who do and what do. I'll be the last to leave, because I know this is what the Ethics and Accountability Board is talking about. in the infant stages of this council, for me, it's embarrassing. It's outrageous. It's somewhat egregious as to what I'm witnessing is going on. And Ms. Herkin wrote, a wrap up is a common practice for black folks, white folks, young and old. And you're not going to put words in my mouth on this record, Ms. Herkin wrote, talking about, is the seventh ward of racist. Them your words. Mine had to do with wrap up and then you pointing of order within 30 seconds or so of each other think I'm a fool. So I've learned something by looking and watching personalities. And I'm going to continue to look, listen, and watch personalities. I listen well and I talk just as much better. Now, what happens if I don't vote to postpone it now and don't vote to pass it? You see that, Mr. Dumas? That's what could happen with this crowd. See, I ain't that sensitive to the administration when I know folks lying, acting a fool, and then trying to put it on me. I can guarantee you, streets were paved last year under COVID. I guarantee you, blacktop was dealt with under COVID. It's called street maintenance. So I don't buy that, Mr. Edwards, about COVID. And I know y'all back there talking, I'm looking at you, looking at the demeanor. Is it something you want, Mr. Edwards? Because this is really where the conversation at. So I'll decide what I do, because I don't have to deal with folks walking out, absent habitually, ain't here. I don't have to deal like that. Any more discussion on this motion? Any more discussion on this motion? Mr. Edwards and whoever it is back there talking, maybe the mayor can lobby Liddell Lewis, maybe the mayor can lobby Quincy Murphy, who raising hell in these meetings, and Eva Worthing, to do a motion for reconsideration. Because when you play games with WT and others, you playing games with Councilman Mays and others. And when you play games with a council that you try to divide and conquer, in my opinion, I be seeing Herkin Rhoda and them the other day running out the door, trying to talk to Neely. We still in a council meeting. We in an investigative hearing, and I'm looking at Ms. Herkin Rhoda not sitting in her seat, going in and out the council office. So lobby them on the motion for reconsideration. The more I think about it, let them work for y'all. I got a job to do for the people. And they think they ain't in politics, I'm in it. And I listen to Sam Riddle, 1420, and I'm appalled at this mayor lying and calling folks insurrectionists, trying to pick the pockets of the poor. He need to cut that mess out. I'm tired of it. Roll call, if it ain't no more discussion on this motion to postpone back to finance, then we'll go, if this don't pass, we'll go to the motion to approve it. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
I abstain.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 4 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 abstention. and abstained because of this mess. And so now we go back to the original motion. The original motion, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Clerk, is to approve this resolution for $2.9 million for road engineering as it relates to service land replacement. Was that the motion?
Yes, sir.
That was the motion. Any further discussion on this motion?
Mr. President,
Yeah, Ms. Herkenroder.
I would just like to say publicly that by voting no on this is only going to do more damage to the city's finances, given that we've just passed the resolution for the concerned pastors, which means that we have to get it done by December of this year, correct, Ms. Gurley? And
You mean through the chair to the city attorney?
And as the administration
Point
has
of
just-
information. Did you mean through the chair to the city attorney?
And as the administration...
Point of information. You just don't like to respect this chair, do you? Go ahead and proceed.
And as the administration had just said, these pipes have got to be replaced. We are doing a disservice to our constituents. We are doing a disservice to the future of Flint. We are doing a disservice to our budget that we are about to talk about on Wednesday if we do not approve this money, which has already been allocated to the city of Flint through the state. I personally don't like it. I think $2.9 million is far too much. But you know what I also don't like is how many people have tripped in my neighborhood because their sidewalks aren't replaced and it's gravel. I don't like that I keep getting constant emails from people wanting to know when they can use their snowblower because they can't go snowblow their sidewalk because it's full of gravel. We have got to help the city of Flint. We have got to move the city forward. We have got to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Anybody else? Because I sure want to say something behind that. Anybody else want to say something before I speak in the first round? Then I'm going to speak in the first round. Ms. Herkenroder, you the reason that I'm going to vote the way I'm going to vote, because you tried to put words in my mouth like I said you was a racist. You got to stop doing that. You've got to stop doing that. Don't nobody appreciate you characterize them and playing them 3-4 months. I'm used to Kate Fields and even them doing that. You can't play tricks with me and the public I represent to put words in my mouth. And you've been doing it constantly. I've been watching you. So then you get your vice president self together and lobby and get a motion for reconsideration. That's what you got to do. You don't tell me what I got to do, and you don't define me and set a narrative on me and try to put words in my mouth as it relates to you. Wrap up is a common practice. You point or ordered it twice in 30 seconds, then tried to be explosive and characterize me as a racist, calling you a racist in Women's History Month, and I'm sitting up in here around 6 women. People talking about bullying and whatever. You in politics. You in politics. And you sure ain't putting the politic me, trying to mischaracterize anything I do and say, because I'm going to speak well for myself. You can convince people in the cultural center who they think I am. I'm going to convince them on Piper, Russell, Marengo, Laredo, who I am and who you are. I done seen this movie before. So you can take blame tonight, because I am in politics. And I'll be doggone whether it's you or anybody gonna play me like this. So you do the work. You get the motion for reconsideration. But when it comes to talking and making speeches about me, I ain't really known you but 3, 4, 5 months. I know white folks from Mount Morris, Michigan State, and all across the city. I can name them. Not only went to school with them, played ball with them, and you not gonna characterize and set no narrative on me. Them your words. So you take responsibility for pissing me off, and you take the responsibility to get together 6 votes for reconsideration. And then you watch what you say out your mouth about me. Because I ain't studying you, setting no narrative. So you're saying this 7th Ward person is racist? No, I said you did 2 points of orders when I got the right to wrap up, just like white folks, black folks, young and old. That's what I said. Enough is enough. Talking about he disrespects departments. You disrespects me. It ain't just you. You, Quincy, Eva, Kate, and them been doing it. Been doing it.
Point of information.
What's your point of information?
Is the speaker aware that perhaps he's also disrespected several members of this council?
Say what?
I said, is the speaker aware that perhaps he has also disrespected several members of this council?
I gotta know what you're saying. Say it loud, and then I can answer it. What's your point? Say it again, if you choose.
Is the speaker aware that perhaps he has also disrespected several members of this council?
Hell yeah, I done disrespected several members who disrespect me.
Point of
Now,
information.
What's your point of information?
Now, isn't it true that the speaker is a Christian?
Yes, it's true that the
Point of
speaker is a
information.
Christian.
Point of information. Point of information.
What's your point?
Isn't it true that in the Christian scriptures, one is told to love everyone regardless of what they do to them?
Yeah, but there's 3 types of love. But I'm familiar with what love is. And love, what love got to do with it, a lot. Any more points of information?
No, that's all.
Oh, okay. Because I can love you, but I just don't agree with you politically. Ms. Herkin wrote, I can love you. I don't know what the word is. I had to go study the scripture. Agape love, what?
Point of information.
What's your point of information, Ms.
Did
Priest?
you know that Matthew 5:39 says, but I tell you, and this is Jesus' words, but I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to them the other cheek also.
Yeah, I can believe Matthew say that, but I done been slapped on one
Point
cheek.
of information. I did not say Matthew said it. I said Jesus said it.
Okay, well, Jesus said it in the book of Matthew, correct? I think that's what you read from Matthew, but the point is, if I turn the other cheek and they slap me on that one I turned and they slap the other one, I don't know what it told you to do then. But what I'm going to do is speak on it. I'm not going to just sit up here and turn cheeks left and right. My whole head will be spinning around. And so my whole head ain't finna spin around. I done turned cheeks. And in this political arena, I can turn some more. But I tell you, if you search the scripture, you're going to find something in there about an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. I don't know. I ain't my daddy.
Point of information.
Yeah.
That is actually the verse ahead of the one that I just read.
Okay, I
That
was
is in
right
Matthew
then.
5:38. You have heard what it is said. Eye
Point
for
of
eye
order,
and
is
tooth
this
for
a
tooth.
point of information or
I-
are we in Bible study?
I am giving you the point of information with the complete reference.
Okay, what's your
You have
point
heard
of
that
information?
it was said, eye for eye and tooth for tooth. But I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to them the other cheek also.
I did that in Roots and then told the police and still couldn't get Murdoch arrested. So believe me, I'm 64 years old. I done turned cheeks politically, physically, religiously. So I'm all for Bible study. Remember my scripture since we're doing it, Proverbs 3rd chapter, 5th and 6th verse, trust in God with all thine heart lean not to their own understanding. Acknowledge him even in a council meeting, and he shall direct thy path. But the devil can do some stuff too.
Point of information, Council President.
Yes, ma'am. What's your point?
Is Bible study germane to us voting on this?
Bible for me is always germane, but it ain't gonna change my vote. See, I want them to quote the Bible when they calling me names. I want them, and I'm not necessarily talking about Ms. Priestley, I'm talking about Ms. Herkenrode. I don't believe that Ms. Priestley is reading scripture to call Ms. Herkenrode evil. Maybe they reading them to call me evil. I'll wrap up, because when you don't wrap up quickly, it gets name calling involved. So this is my position. I believe that folks believe it's evil in here. I don't know where it's at, but I done testified. I'm a Christian. Pastor Mays did me good. Pastor Robs baptized me. And I can't quote all the scriptures, but can't walk on water, but I'm going to try to live by it. If it's any other discussion, Bible verses or otherwise, I enjoy it. Speak now, then I'm going to call for the vote. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? The motion is to approve the resolution for $2.9 million for Roe. If I hear no discussion, I'm going to call for the vote. Roll call, Janelle.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I abstain.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Vote is 3 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 3 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention. The motion fails, and if anybody want to give notice to try to get reconsideration, you might can deal with Ms. Worthing, Ms. Liddell Lewis, Mr. Murphy, but I want them people who disappear to do it. And I want those people who calling me and trying to say I'm a racist and I ain't said it, I want them to get the votes together. I want them to do their thing, because I ain't buying some of it. And then when they meet with Mr. Neely and we get bad information and hear how we talked about on the radio, guess what I want? I want that mess to stop. Because I won't continue to play ball with nonsense, lies, and mischaracterization. And I don't want people to treat people differently. And I know the Bible talks about that. Was there any more separations, Janelle?
Yes, 3 more.
3 more separations. What's the next separation?
220114.
220114 on what page? Page 4, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's dealing with Zito Construction, Miller Road. Who separated that?
Mr. President.
Did you separate it?
No, but because we're down to 5, and I don't want to break quorum, can we
Sure.
take a 5-minute recess, please?
Okay, no motion, no nothing.
Oh,
If there's no objection, I'm willing to take
I'll
a
put
5-minute recess. Is there any objection? Is 5 minutes long enough?
For me, it will be.
Well, let's go 7, make sure. No objection? 7-minute recess. We shall convene about 5, 6 minutes after 11, if we have a quorum.
issue and that there really isn't time for us to go out and search for those dollars to make sure that this project can be covered. So I am going to vote yes on this.
Any more discussion? Yeah, I was going to vote in favor of it because it was time sensitive. I'm familiar with the $4.8 billion infrastructure bill that I think Governor Whitmer was going to sign. I don't know if that money will be applied for and dealt with in a timely manner. I've been watching it on the news. I do believe what colleagues say. I'd like to entertain a motion to postpone this until a later date.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I would like to offer a substitute motion. I would like to move this back to Finance Committee.
There's a motion to postpone this back to Finance Committee. Is there a second?
Mr. President,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I'll support that motion.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion on this? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder.
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. We'll see this again in Finance Committee meeting. When is the next Finance Committee meeting? Is it be in April or March?
Point of information,
April.
April 6th.
April 6th. All right. Hopefully, I heard how you did that so fast, Ms. Priestley, but you know, I'm in a certain mood, but remember I'm held to higher standards. I must inform you, that was no point of information. That was a statement. That was no quick inquiry.
Did you know that it was April 6th?
Now you're talking. Now you're talking. But just what I do. And I don't mind laughing and joking, but I'm not going to be dealt with a certain way as I do what I can do. The next separation is 220118. I'll entertain a motion. This is a retention of outside legal counsel as it relates to tax reverted property. Is there a motion?
Mr. President,
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I would like to make a motion that we send 220118 back to committee.
Which committee?
I think it came out of finance.
Nah, let's
No.
go with governmental ops.
Okay, maybe governmental ops.
How about
Okay.
that? That's your
Yeah.
committee. You got a
Okay.
problem with
Yeah,
it?
no, I don't. You
Is
can go
there-
back to governmental operations.
Is there a second to that motion?
Mr. President,
Ms. Burns?
I second that motion.
It's been moved and properly second to send this back to governmental ops. Is there any opposition to this motion?
Mr. President,
Yeah, Ms. Herkenroder.
I don't think it's in the interest or the best interest of the city to be pursuing legal action at this time regarding the transfer of the tax reverted properties. I do, however, look forward to working with the administration and the council as a whole as we continue to discover and fix this process for tax reverted properties in the future.
Is there any further discussion in this first round? Any further discussion? I'm going to say this. The majority of the council voted to do a resolution in order to request 46 properties in the 1st through the 5th wards. Those resolutions went over, that resolution went over in a timely manner. It was time-stamped. And we had cover letters and communications that said we had to the end of December. So the majority of the council spoke. And I don't think it's a waste of resources to try to deal with properties. So, you know, I asked, was there any opposition on this motion to postpone the governmental ops, and it looked like it is. Any further discussion on this motion to postpone the governmental ops with this 5-member, at this time, body? Any other discussion? Roll call on the motion to postpone the governmental operations. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Vote is 3 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 2 no. I'll entertain another motion, but I don't think we're going to get 5 of consensus, and I don't think that the 5 is going to vote a certain way based upon what they know the majority of this council did. Is there a motion?
Mr. President,
Ms. Herkenroder.
I make a motion to send Resolution 220122 back to the Finance Committee.
There's a motion to postpone the Finance Committee. Is there a second? Is there a second? I'll support and second the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Mr. President,
Ms. Priestley.
I think that we should just go ahead and vote on this, and we've got 5 people, as long as everybody's going to vote on it, because this is the last lease payment on this, on the police vehicles. It's a lease payment. We're not purchasing them, and we do need to go ahead and get that completed.
Are we on the same resolution? I thought we was on 220118.
Mr. President?
The motion was for 220122.
The motion was for what?
Mr. President, the motion was for Resolution 220122.
Okay, so I entertained the motion, but me and the keeper of the records thought we was on 118. I look at Ms. Burns' face, she might have thought it. I look at Ms. Winfrey Carter's face, and they might have thought it. And so we hadn't disposed of the previous one, so I won't be voting out of order and doing based upon these
Point of
points of
information.
orders and the jumping around. So is there any discussion on this motion? I know where I stand.
Point of information.
You can have the floor.
I don't need it. I just want a point of information.
Okay, what's your point of information?
Given the comments that were just made, I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. Can you please state which motion you believe that we're on so we have an informed vote?
Yeah, we were on a separation of 220118, and a motion failed, and I said I entertain another motion. The keeper of the records thought we was on 220118. I'm sure we can see that you made a motion on another one that we wasn't to, so that's the motion on the floor. It was made and properly seconded. I think I seconded it because I was confused as to what you were doing. So it's a motion on the floor. Janelle, the motion on the floor seemed like it was made and properly seconded, dealing with 220122. And so the only person I think, I can't speak for Ms. Priestley, was Ms. Herkenroder. I seconded and didn't do it. So, you know, I guess I could ask to table it until we went back and disposed or did or the other one. But I see the fleet manager here. You want to come forward, sir? And we might can go and vote this and get it out the way. But I mean, we got to really be sharp when we listen at these council people make motions and just skip the business that is at hand. And the business at hand was not this resolution. You've been here pretty much all night, correct?
I have.
And you've been here for this resolution, correct?
That's correct.
And you want this resolution passed?
I would.
And you are the fleet manager?
Yes.
And I appreciate your professionalism. Does anybody have any questions or communications for this distinguished gentleman as I've seen him so far tonight?
Mr. President.
Ms. Burns, you've got the floor.
I do. Thank you for waiting patiently. I do have, now is this for the existing vehicles we have?
This is the fourth and final payment for 20 of those vehicles, yes.
Okay, so it's the ones that we're already utilizing.
That's correct.
Okay, so I got it. I don't have then my other questions, because I have questions. Why are we using an outside dealership? Are these used vehicles? But they're the vehicles and the Tahoes we are already currently utilizing.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're finished a final payment. Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, can you state your name for the record keeper?
Aaron Cottrell.
Mr. Cottrell. And Ms. Burns, you know, some of this stuff we bought in a package deal where we buy stuff from a state group. And this might have been some of them in addition to what you're asking.
These are those 20.
These are those 20.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, you want the floor?
Mr. President.
You know what I was talking about. Anybody else need some discussion?
Mr. President.
Ms. Herkenroder.
I was also confused, which is why I wanted to postpone it, so thank you. That being said, I'd like to make a substitute motion to approve Resolution 220122.
There's an amendment to the motion to approve this resolution 220122. Ms. Priestley? It's been moved and properly second to approve it. That's better than sending it back to Finance Committee, ain't it, Mr. Cottrell?
I certainly think so.
Anything else you want to say?
No, that should be it.
Say, leave well enough alone, huh? I would have thought it would pass, but I appreciate you being the guardian. You are the last of the administrative Mohegans. You are the last one here, and you ought to be commended. What made you stay so long?
I'd really like this to go through.
You really like for it to go through. You might deserve a raise. How long you been with the city, Mr. Cottrell?
13 months now.
13 months. And so you've been the fleet manager that whole time?
Yes, sir.
Then I say welcome to the city of Flint.
Thank you.
Where had you been before?
A couple different places, Scrapyard in Howell, most recently.
Okay. You like it so far?
I love it.
If they paying you right?
Good enough.
If they ain't good enough, you'll let me know?
I'll pass the word.
Don't be scared. I have a lot to do with budgets and pay and, you know, not everything, but I've enjoyed talking with you. Good to see you. Nice to meet you. And I can say from my official capacity, welcome to the city of Flint.
Thank you very much.
And I hope everything goes smooth. If I or we can be of any help, don't hesitate to let us know. Any more discussion? Roll call on the motion to approve Resolution 220122, Berger Chevrolet, 20 Chevrolet Tahoes, police pursuit vehicles. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes. Give me the thumbs up.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. Mr. Cottrell, is that it?
It's just for me. Thank you
If
very
you
much.
gonna stay for the rest of the meeting, or you finna go?
I'm fitting to go.
Nice meeting you. Call us if you need us. God bless you. God bless you and your family. God bless you. Okay, what's the last separation? If we go back to the 118, that'll be it?
Yes.
Okay, I want to circle back to Resolution 220118. I'd like to entertain a motion to send that back to Finance Committee meeting. That's your committee, Ms. Burns.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. Can you repeat that?
I'd like to entertain a motion to send that back to Finance Committee meeting.
You would like me to put I'll put a motion on the floor to send item number
220118
back to committee, Finance Committee.
Is there a second?
Mr. President, I'll support that motion.
It's been moved and properly second to send that to Finance Committee. Is there opposition?
Mr. President?
Yes.
Yes, there's opposition for the reasons stated earlier.
Okay, so don't look like that motion will pass in light of the numbers we have. And, you know, that's the politics of this council. And so that's why I want people to see and understand the politics, so don't be mad at me, because everybody has the right to cooperate, compromise, work, and I'm past that. I don't do it no more too much, because I watch the input stages of this council. I've watched voting patterns. I've seen the majority vote. I've seen absenteeism. I've seen break the quorumism. And I'm knowing that some of that stuff is what Chairman Gilbert was talking about. I know a lot of council people is high on Council President Mays, but I already know the total picture. And so I don't expect for this motion to pass, but I bet you the will of the majority of this council that voted, if I can help it, ain't gonna be blocked by people who didn't vote and don't respect the majority of this council's position. Any more discussion? Hearing none, roll call on the motion to postpone the Finance Committee meeting.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 3 yes, 2 no.
So the vote is 3 yes, 2 no. Is there a motion?
Mr. President,
Ms. Priestley.
I'll make a motion to adjourn. Oh, we got more things? I'm
It's
sorry.
a motion to adjourn.
I withdraw my motion.
You might better wait to get recognized, because when there's a motion and I'm repeating it, I know there's discussion and things, and I don't want to be a stickler, but believe me, from where I said I have to be a stickler. You want to withdraw your motion, Ms. Priestley?
Yes, Mr.
The
President.
best way to do it is to get recognized. So Ms. Priestley has withdrawn her motion. Is there a motion as it relates to 220118? Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. President?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I'll make a motion to, I'm sorry. I'll make a motion to approve 220112.
There's a motion to approve 220118. Is that your motion?
No, 112.
112?
We're on introduction and first reading of ordinances, right?
No, we still on 220118.
Point of information.
But you can make a motion to
Point of
deal with 112. Hold up, there's a point of order, a point of information. Let's entertain that privileged motion, and then we'll get back to your motion. Who called the privileged motion?
I did.
What's your motion? What's your point?
hasn't the resolution 220118 already been voted upon? Thereby we would be, as Ms. Winfrey Carter stated, at resolution 220112.
No, it hasn't been disposed of. 220118, there's two motions that failed. There's other motions that can be made, and we were still on it. You took us out of order on the Tahoes. Now she's made a motion, and she's moved to another part of the agenda. I'm going to entertain her motion just as I did yours. So that's how I'm ruling on that point of order. 220118 is still on our agenda, right, Janelle?
But I guess that would be up to you.
Yeah, it's two motions that failed to postpone to committee. It ain't been disposed of off of the agenda. That's my ruling. We'll come back to it just as we did when Ms. Herkenroder made a motion. So, Ms. Winfrey Carter, your motion is, let me get it right. You down there at 220112, which is a introduction and first reading type of ordinance. Is there a second?
Mr. President?
Yes.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and properly second to approve 220112, an ordinance amendment, Chapter 12, Business and Occupations, an ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances for the City of Flint by amending Chapter 12. And this is a motion to approve for introduction and first reading. Is there any discussion on this ordinance?
Mr. President?
Ms. Priestley, you have the floor.
From you to Ms. Gurley, how does this change in timing and distance, how would that affect grocery stores that are attached to, or convenience stores that are attached to gas stations? Could you answer that?
Councilwoman Priestley, I think we'd have to look into that. I'm not sure that is a scenario that was considered, so we'd have to look into that and get back to you with an answer.
Okay, I know that there are several gas stations in residential neighborhoods who may fit into that, and I just want to make sure that we're not going to affect businesses in that. I think it's a laudable ordinance, but I am concerned about that aspect.
Any opposition or any discussion or opposition to this introduction and first reading from anybody?
Mr. President.
Ms. Herkenroder, you got the floor.
So this ordinance has gotten a lot of mixed reviews, at least in the 7th Ward. Several business owners who this would directly, indirectly affect them, if that makes any sense, have reached out and already stated that this ordinance doesn't really mean anything unless we have the enforcement behind that, and they're true. We already have the no loitering signs. We already have, limits on alcohol sale. It's just a matter of how are we going to enforce them. So with that being said, I don't necessarily have a good answer as to yes or no, because I'm not making much sense right now, I do apologize. But so if we don't enforce this, then this ordinance means nothing. And then on the flip side of that, I've also had residents reach out to me who are ecstatic and in so much support of this ordinance because, they live so close to the liquor stores, and there's one in particular that's in the heart of my neighborhood, for example, and it closes at midnight, and I understand that changing it to 10 is the intent. However, loitering is still going to happen unless we have some enforcement. So it's a matter of how do we make sure that this resolution actually has that teeth behind it. And I look forward to working with my colleagues to be able to help get this resolution have that teeth so that it actually makes sense to enforce. But right now, as it's written, I don't think that I can support it right now. But like I said, I look forward to working with my colleagues to amend it to make sure that we actually have that enforceable side of this resolution to make sure that it does what it's intended to do. Thank you.
Is there any discussion in favor of this ordinance? Anybody on the pro side? I'm going back and forth, pro and con. It's a little used technique that I read about. Anybody? Any further discussion on this ordinance?
Mr. President.
Regardless of what position you take, Ms. Burns, you got the floor.
I echo the sentiments of my colleague in the 7th Ward, and I really look at, we really have an enforcement issue. If we were to enforce the laws that are already on the books, which we do not have enough officers, then we wouldn't have the problems. It's not hard to cite how many people are standing outside the stores. Not just that, a lot of the stores have, some of them in my ward have cameras that are hooked to the Intel Center. If someone was looking at the Intel Center and saw the loitering, they could dispatch a car. So for me, it goes back to we have an enforcement issue. Closing at 10 o'clock, and I know the issues have been before, if some people, they may go to the store. But you shouldn't be able to, you know, I guess if you want a bottle of wine or whatever, they want that store closed down. I think the loitering is the issue, not so much as the sale of the products that they're selling. I look at if some people may go purchase, if you want a 7-Up pop, if you got to get a loaf of bread. I went to the store at 1 o'clock in the morning because the batteries in the smoke alarm were going off and I could not go to sleep. So I look at what is convenience. It's a convenience store, what's convenient for people. We've got to get a handle on enforcement. And enforcement, unfortunately, affects a lot of other things that are out of control, like speeders and traffic. So we have to get a handle on enforcement. And we are able to enforce our laws, and there are loitering laws. A lot of these businesses have in their establishments the loitering signs so that if the police come, that they can actually arrest the loiterers, and some of them actually have the, they're connected to the Intel Center. So when I look at, for instance, came into question, how did the 3-point plan work for Sunoco? Worked very well. 1, they were connected to the cameras. 2, they caught the perpetrator, and they also had the cameras that were connected, and they caught the person who did it. And the loitering they could see from the Intel Center. So, I mean, that case was closed because of the cameras. So when we look at, you know, people are no longer loitering around there. 1, they're on camera, and the loitering signs, you know, the people are asked to leave. And the Intel Center is able to track and record. We have a serious enforcement problem. And until we get regular patrols that can patrol our streets, and I don't know if that's coming with our number of officers on the street. So it's not only for the safety of our officers, but for the safety of the community. We're going to continue to have this problem, and this will be another ordinance, I feel, with no teeth, because we aren't enforcing it now. And they have the ability to arrest people if they are out at these places, and there used to be videos. There were videos that people, because I called the owner of the Sunoco and told him myself I was looking at it and told him this has to stop with loitering. And it stopped once the loitering signs went up and their cameras were connected. So I think for the convenience stores, if I were to leave here tonight and I do need bread, if the stores closed at 10 o'clock, I couldn't get bread because we were still in the council meeting. That's just, and I go where I feel safe. And that to me, I get where people don't want, people say, well, they can go to other places. A lot of people do not have the luxury of being able to drive outside of their community to Myers or to a Kroger or to Wigville and Grand Blanc if they want a bottle of wine because of the distance and lack of transportation. So I don't think for me, 10 o'clock is a problem. I don't like the liquor stores open up at 6 a.m. I mean, that to me is a little early for a cocktail, but I didn't write this ordinance. So I would like to let us have some dialogue, do some work on it, and we need enforcement of what we already have on the books. Because right now we're not enforcing it. And I know that when we talk about places like the Don Donuts, It's an enforcement issue that's there. They have a convenience store, and every Friday they've had shootings around there. They've been trying to work with the police, and they have cameras. And I know the family very well. And it's an enforcement issue that they would shut down Clio Road. And so with the proper patrols and police and personnel, then we can really put a dent into these. And I think this needs some work. I don't think, I mean, 6 a.m. is a little early for a drink, and I'm looking at this. So thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. Metcalf, you're not going to get away like that. You might as well come up here and shed some light on this for the council president. You are a police officer and you are a store owner. I don't know if you can change my mind, but the council president would ask that you shed some light or give your opinion
Point of
on this
information.
hours of operation. Yes.
Did you know that his grocery store is in my ward, within walking distance of my home?
Yeah, he telling me about it, so I give him my cell. I want to come check him out. Mr. Metcalf, you got the floor.
All right, she hit it right on the head. It's about enforcement, okay? If you're gonna take that route, then you're gonna have to close Miller Road down because people speed and play loud music all hours a day. So are you gonna close the road down or are you gonna enforce the laws? The neighborhood people have to have a place to go. And close it, it's only gonna close just a couple stores.
I want to hear you in that microphone.
It's only gonna close a couple stores because most stores, I went around and drove and checked the areas out. Okay, most stores aren't 300 feet from a residential area. So it's gonna affect a very few stores, okay? And you're gonna take 56 hours, just say my family store, my son owns it, you're gonna take 56 hours a week that he has to close. It's gonna cost him, I did the math, over $500,000. They lost 100,000 people in Flint over the last 20 years. General Motors is closed down, and some of the businesses are still just barely hanging on. Now you're gonna take another 56 hours, which is gonna be over $500,000. It's one of the best stores, my family store is one of the best stores in Genesee County, okay? They do more business than, on some things, Myers. The store has everything to offer that Myers has got to offer. Not as much quantity, but there's pretty much anything you can get in there. People come up, it's a UPS stop, so people that work second shift, when they get out of work at General Motors or at the packing company, they can go up there and get their package they couldn't get when they were working at midnight. It's a UPS drop-off. Some people's lunchtime is at midnight. If they're working second shift, they're getting out of work at midnight. That's the time when it's our 5 o'clock in the afternoon is midnight to them. So when they're getting out of work, you're gonna close certain businesses up. And probably if you take like $500,000 away from one guy's business, because you figure it average a couple $100 an hour, you're gonna close them down for 8 hours. You're gonna take $500,000 or more from their business, they're not gonna be able to stay open. So between losing General Motors, losing the population, now you wanna close them another 56 hours, you're gonna have a problem. What you should do, in my opinion, is if you wanna have a 300-foot distance between a party store and neighborhood, okay, from today on, let's do it. But don't have somebody buy a business, and that store's been in my family for over 40 years. I spent 20 years working at the police department while my wife worked at the police department, taking our paychecks to that store to make a small business work. No money was taken out of the business for over 20 years. Now we're to the point where there's 15 employees, you're gonna eliminate 5, I did the math. You're gonna take 5 people that are gonna lose their job that work between 10 o'clock at night and 6 in the morning. The store now closes at 2 because since the pandemic, you can't find a responsible person to work between 2 and 6. And I don't think you can sell liquor till 7. You can open up, but you can't sell liquor anyway. The problem is there's no enforcement. I work at the police department. Constituents call, we can't get the police to go do anything. Okay, if you get the police to go there, you wouldn't have the problem in the first place. One night, about 1 o'clock in the morning, I got a guy in the parking lot with his pants down, okay, swinging it around in the neighborhood, jumping on the cars. There's like 4 or 5
Point of information, did he have underwear on?
No, he was butt naked. And I'm trying to get him back in the car. This is when I was retired. A police car comes by I said, oh my God, the police. I walk over, I said, he didn't know me because he's a new guy, and I just had retired for about a year. I said, my God, I'm glad you're here, I need help. This guy, and I told him what he's doing. He laughed at me and said, sir, you're in Flint, Michigan, that's how people act. You're on your own. He drove away. That's the enforcement problem we got. That's when I decided to come back to the police department. Out of the no trespassing, no loitering sign that's on the side of Corey's Market, okay? Not once has it been enforced.
Say that again.
It's
I
not been
couldn't hear
enforced.
you.
It's not been enforced one time. The sign is on the wall. I can call. We got lawyers. When I come back to the police department, Chief Tolbert said, Metcalf, you're not to enforce any laws on your property, because I own quite a few properties. Because he didn't want me to come back thinking I was going to protect my property, which is very understandable. I can call. Nobody comes. It's not been enforced one time. I was working a couple of weeks ago. There was a lady walked in the store, pulled her pants down, and crapped in the basket. Okay. I was working. They called. I arrested her. I said, "I'm not supposed to."
When did that happen?
A couple weeks ago.
That was during Women's History Month, correct?
Anyways, she had 8 warrants. Okay, she had 8 felony warrants. I took her to the county jail. They wouldn't take her because they said she was crazy. I took her to Hurley Hospital. They wouldn't take her because they said that she was crazy. She was back at the store before I got to work. Okay, that's the enforcement problem. It's not the stores. Do you think the stores want people standing in their parking lots causing problems? You're costing you at 11 o'clock at night that wants to come in and get a gallon of milk and some bread, and you see somebody hang out, you're not going to stop. We don't want them out there. We don't want them out in the parking lot. You don't want the guy out there with loud music. I don't understand. I don't get it. People get out of their car, turn the music all the way up, and then go in the store. Nobody's even in their car. They don't want that problem. But there's no enforcement. The rules are out there. If you take a 2-man car and say, for the next month, if you drive by a bar, a store, a grocery store, a convenience store, and there's somebody hanging out in the parking lot, they're gone. You take them. People will get the message and quit happening. Okay? They'll get the message and it'll quit happening. But right now, they see the state police, they run. They see the city of Flint police, they laugh. I work there. I'm ashamed to say that, but it's the truth. Okay? It's the truth. That's how people think. I know the neighborhood. I got quite a bit of property in Flint. I got a lot of renters, and they come up and tell me, they'll say, Metcalf, it's the city of Flint. They think it's a joke. That didn't happen back in the 80s. When I heard on, we had respect. They saw the police, they went the other way. Now they see the police, they want to come and see what's going on and get involved in it, get the camera out, take a picture of it. We need enforcement. We need the laws to be enforced. If you arrest somebody for hanging out in the parking lot, if you start writing tickets for people going 80 miles an hour down Miller Road, people will stop doing it. Are we gonna close the road? I got another question. Some of the highest crime rates are in the housing projects. Some of the highest crime is in. Are we going to close the housing projects, or are we going to enforce the laws? You gotta think about that. Do we just start closing? We want to bring business to Flint. You don't want to force people out of Flint. And that's what's going to happen. You're going to close a couple of the good stores for all the bad. You want responsible people to be responsible for the irresponsible people, instead of having the irresponsible people being dealt with.
Let me ask you this question, Officer Metcalf. Have you and I always seen eye to eye?
Every single time we look at each other.
That's about the size of it. That's a heck of an answer. We
go back and
agreed.
forth.
That's correct.
My number one thing, because people come up to me and they talk about Eric Mays on a regular basis, and you'll never have one person say I ever said anything other than he's a very smart man.
You know me and I know you. I'm not going to vote to approve this for introduction and first reading. I appreciate you shedding light on it because I've seen those signs. I've got a store in my ward on the corner of DuPont and Pearson, and I spend time up there. And I've called police, and sometime I can get them to come, and sometime I can't. And even though the no loitering signs is there, they'll say, hey, we'll ask them to leave. If we come back, then we'll arrest them. Now, we've had a couple arrested, but they're right back. and then the store on Pearson and Martin Luther King. They call me at home. We know these people by sight. We know them by sight. We know who hanging out. We know who they are. Repeat, triple repeat offenders. And the stores is crying out for police and help. Can't get it like we do. If you could clear that up, you could clear that up, and even the cameras. Most stores got cameras. You can see these people. The proof is there. So it's enforcement. Is it something else you want to say before I ask any discussion and call for the vote? I'm not going to approve it.
We got cameras, and the reason I didn't go with the Cat Eye, I believe it's called, is because when I talked to, and Chief Tolbert was a great, I miss Chief Tolbert. I think he was a great chief. The reason I didn't go with the Cat Eye is because I said, I work down there, and I know nobody's going to be watching those cameras.
Say that again.
I said, I work down there, and I know nobody's watching those cameras. Nobody's going to be watching that. So why do I want to pay?
The intel center is empty, eh?
Why do I want to pay money to have surveillance when I got my own cameras and I can do my own surveillance, and I can give the pictures of the people that need to be looked at because I got my own cameras?
That's correct.
But the theory's good. If somebody was watching those cameras and sat back and said, hey, we got a guy loitering outside of a D&H Market, he's been there for like 10 minutes, panhandle, whatever, and you take a car, but you arrest him because you already got a police officer watching it on the camera. Nobody's ever been arrested. I don't know if anybody's ever been arrested on that ordinance.
And that's where the problem. That's where the problem is.
Why have it?
The cameras are at the stores. You can see the people. I'm at the store. I'm looking at it. I mean, you got witnesses. You got camera footage. It's just the enforcement. They'll say that all cars are tied up, and some of that could be true.
That's true.
They tied up on shootings and other stuff, but that means we got to increase personnel. And it's a way to do that, particularly when you're looking at crime prevention. You're sitting on $94 million. Part of it can be used for crime prevention. I'm an advocate of 10, 12, 14 million. Whatever it takes to get the help on the street and make a better quality of life. So I've seen this ordinance float around under 2 councils as far as hours of operation. You know what happens today? It ain't gonna pass because of look at the quorum, look at the people here. Is it something else? I'm gonna ask any discussion and call for the vote. I just had to bring you up because you're police and you have a store.
I've got my theories on what should be done. I'd like to sit down sometime and talk about it because I really think that things can be done. And I know my son and my daughter that eat out of that store because they own it now, and that's what their bread and butter is. I've been worried about they did the math. They said, Dad, we're going to lose over $500,000 if we close, and we are just barely making it now. Luckily, it's paid for. I paid for it. You know.
Well, I know some store owners that say, Councilman Mays, if y'all do close them up, is y'all going to protect us throughout the night?
Thank you.
Because when they close up, people breaking in through the roofs, people breaking in. They say, so Councilman Mays, if y'all close them, is y'all going to give us that extra protection? Y'all can't help us when we open.
I also own the old Red Rooster across the street. Got broken into 3 times in the last 2 weeks. Couldn't get the police there. They go in and they take the meter off the wall and break in, and I can get there quicker from Grand Blanc than the police can get there. That's not right. And I understand because I work there. When you got calls that are more important, that's
correct. They prioritize calls.
But don't take a man's business from him because you can't control the crime in the neighborhoods.
Yeah, it could shut some of them down on their margin of profit. And so it won't pass tonight from if I got something to do with it, but at the same time, we need to fix the problem. And we can fix the problem. I'm confident of that. And we'll discuss that during the budget process and so forth and so on. Any further discussion on this introduction and first reading ordinance? Any other communications from any council persons with Mr. Metcalf?
Mr. President.
Ms. Burns, you got the floor.
Thank you. Officer Metcalf, I actually honestly forgot that you did own that store.
My son does.
Yeah, and that is, it's in your family. But from my view, it's just being practical and looking at it. And I have a long history of dealing with the police, as you know. And for me, it is, we have an enforcement issue. And if you talk to any officers when Flint had a larger force, and then how the structure was, and it was totally different. It was totally different. That I don't know how we get back to that, because we can do more. And I mean, how do we get back to enforcing and not just overlooking it? And the quality that a lot of residents are saying, like you said, they say it's a joke. Had a shooting at a party store, and well, it's not in my ward, but it will be. And it was midday, 1 o'clock, and it's on video. So closing at 10 o'clock doesn't do anything. No. I have the video, and it is, they're shooting. One guy shooter comes out, and they've been loitering there like all day long, and they're backed up with their cars. And then they see a car go heading east, and one of the loiterers comes out. He's got a gun that you can see in his hand. He comes out and he's shooting at the car that's traveling, and there's still other traffic. It's on a busy main road. Then another person who was there loitering stepped into the car, and he stood on the roof of the car with an assault rifle, and he's shooting into traffic. This is daytime. This is daytime.
The same thing at the Dexter and the Davison at the Admiral gas station, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, same thing. A guy got shot the flower shop across the street, the Arby's, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, doesn't matter.
Yeah, they don't wait till
just to hang around. Yeah,
they don't wait till it's night for crime. They just simply don't. They don't, because they don't see regular patrols. The view of seeing, visualizing and having that officer or patrol car there, it needs to be more. Our numbers are low, and I know that the chief doesn't like to talk about the numbers publicly, and I'll honor that, but the numbers are extremely low. I know that we have Michigan State Police who are in our neighborhoods doing some community policing, but they do not answer 911 calls, which is a problem for the Flint Police, because MSP doesn't answer them. They did, I think, they did one time during the sad death of Captain Colin Burney. They answered all the calls, and I was told that they cleared out all the calls that came in that day during his funeral. So I think we have to figure out how do we make the best with the officers that we have, enforcement, morale, because like I said, if those loitering signs, and they have been up there, and they have, a lot of the business owners said, I did everything that they asked me to do, and there's still a problem with loitering. So one more ordinance is not gonna stop it. It means start enforcing what's on the books.
I just want to say one thing. You got Don's Donuts at on Clio Road. You got Action Auto on Dorrit Highway, where everybody's hanging out with the loud music and all the problems. They're closed.
Yep.
They're closed when all this is going down. The Holiday Party store across the street from Don's Donuts, they closed because there's so many people. People can't come in the store anyway. I hung a sign up. I went around hanging the signs up to no trespassing. I think it was 2 years ago. And the guy goes, we're closed anyway, so we can't get customers in here because so many people are just hanging around outside. So it's got nothing to do with that business being open, because they'll hang out in the parking lot when it's closed. The Action Auto, it's closed, and that's one of the hot spots in the summertime.
And
the car wash at Averill and Robert T. and Averill, it's closed. There's 50 to 100 cars in there doing burnouts and stuff. They're closed.
It used to be the old Target.
Yeah, I mean,
that parking lot was full. I mean,
look
and
at,
the police.
Look at the Northwest Plaza. What was it, 2 years ago, and they had all those people get shot? It was
closed.
The
land, the Sea Land party that they had.
Yeah.
I won't say it, but
Are we going to close downtown Flint because the flat lot's a problem spot? You got all the loft people, going on. They get to hanging around and the party, the noise and stuff. You got to address the problem.
Y'all ready to vote?
You got to address it before it starts.
Y'all ready to vote?
Thank you, Officer Metcalf.
Thank you.
Officer Metcalf, do you feel guilty that you kept this meeting going long, or this was
I
necessary
already said I wouldn't be home
discussion?
till 2, so I got 2 more hours.
Huh?
I told my wife I wouldn't be home till 2, so I'm.
Well, you know they gonna blame you. They gonna start calling you Officer Mays for making the meetings go long. I'm used to it. Welcome to the fraternity. These are necessary discussions. I appreciate you coming up and shed light. Any other discussion? I'm already knowing it ain't gonna pass, Officer Metcalf. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Miss,
Hold on. Miss
point of
Winfrey
order.
Carter.
Can you please?
Yeah, this is a motion to approve introduction and first reading of ordinance 220112. Is that the motion? That is the motion. See, the Lord blessed me with a decent brain. Sometimes I'll mess up, but most times I'm right, and that's a blessing. This is a motion to approve for introduction and first reading. Any further discussion, Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No, that's it.
You want it to pass?
Well, no, not necessarily. I guess I
mean,
thought it was getting sent back to committee.
You can make an amended motion. I'm still ain't gonna vote for that,
Yeah.
and the original
Okay.
motion gonna still come up. So when you got
No, I
five,
guess I
ain't
heard
even
work
gonna let
on
that
it
happen.
or something, but yeah. Okay, I'm ready.
I don't want to be accused of interrupting nobody, not allowing motions, cutting nobody off. Ms. Burns, anybody? I like a 5-member council. But that ain't how it works. I can tell you what I'm going to do and when and why I'm going to do it. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the motion to pass for introduction and first reading of ordinance 220112. Roll call.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Vote is 0 yes. I'm sorry. Yeah, 0 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 0 no.
0 yes.
0 no. Oh, 0 yes and 5 no. I got to call it right, though. So I'll thank you, Janelle. 0 yes and 5 no. The motion for introduction and first reading fails. And so now that takes us to 220068. Is there a motion?
Mr. President,
Yes.
I make a motion to approve ordinance number 220068 for a second, for whatever.
Second reading and
Second
adoption.
reading and adoption, yes.
Is there a second?
Mr. President,
Yes, Ms. Herkenrode.
support.
It's been moved and properly second. Let me say something. These people, Darren Dado, in this rezoning over off of Boulevard Drive, they lost their they lost this property. They lost $30,000, $40,000 in investment trying to get this council to pass this, and it wasn't done timely. They knew that they had until the beginning of March in order to try to get this passed because they had put a deposit down. I've already been told by them that this could be dropped. So I just was waiting for it to come up. When business people invest money, they deserve an answer. In my opinion, the Third Ward Council person hurt this business. In my opinion, this sat on an island by itself. It was the old Buick Credit Union. Now, they say whoever gets it after them, let them try to rezone it. Now, I'm gonna see how the vote go, but I'm telling you what's real. I seen his dad sit in the audience. I've known him for years, Ronnie Dado. Darren Dado, the son, a young man, These Dados own stores. They got one in your ward. They just got redone where they finna open a gas station. From muffler shops to stores, and here the Dados come before this council. The youngest one, Darren Dado, I seen him sitting there one day, asking to do business on a defunct building. I watched the previous council vote and give somebody $500,000, a $500,000 deal on a toe-up St. John Community Center. And these people invested money. I couldn't afford to lose 40-something thousand trying to get a decision for council, from council for 2, 3, 4 months. That's not business friendly, Chris Del Moroni. Give my answer. Give my answer. Look at what's going on. It wasn't never spot zoning, because you got a D6 right there next to it. You got all kind of heavy commercial over there by it. And then they bought the building that was the burnt up store right next to that gas station or train. To me, this is an example of bad council information. I looked at the Planning Commission, talking about the master plan. Man, don't you know the master plan for me is outdated. It needs to be updated. This council needs to look at it. They talking about a master plan that I know it in detail. Me and Kerry Nelson them blocked it because they wanted to turn the 1st and 3rd ward into primarily green space. No new bills at one time. For those who listening to the master plan and don't understand what's going on and don't want to help development and businesses come into this town, I'm like Gomer Pyle. Remember Gomer Pyle? You said, shame, shame, shame. So for me, it's a shame. Any further discussion on this motion to approve 220-068, Chapter 50, PC-21-41, Darren Dado, rezoning 3801 West Boulevard Drive. Any further discussion or communication? In this first round on this motion, any? Ms. Burns, I'm gonna have discussion. Did you know they had done lost the property and that was over? You knew that?
Mr. President, I must have looked like I was shocked still. No, I was not aware of that because I really thought that that area was off the road. It was in a place that the frontage wasn't in a main area, wasn't in a residential. I thought out of all of the locations, there are many dispensaries which are in our community and in other communities, that one, and it was in easy on and easy off access of I-475, that when I look at for marketing and ease of accessing it, that I thought that one would have been a great, it wasn't within a school, and I thought that one would have been a great location. I know that there had been some questions about a park that was to come, but I think that we have to be very conscious of why businesses don't want to come do business here in the city of Flint. And when I was in economic development, again, I will state the #1 reason why people don't want to do business here is because of our council. And if we lost this, or they lost 50,000, that shouldn't have happened. We should have been able to give them an answer to whereas maybe they could have did something else. We didn't do that business justice if in fact they lost that money. You're stating that they did. That is a responsibility that on this council, that shouldn't have happened. We shouldn't have things get caught up in council. That's why for myself, get it out of committee, get it to council, vote it up, vote it down, move on down the road. That is how I feel. And whether all my colleagues are going to vote with me or not, but I know that some of the Dados went to school with them. And I think that when you look at a family who is here in Flint and have placed their businesses in Flint, we have to look at how many other businesses where things have gotten caught up. And I've seen it. I've seen it work in economic development, that people will take their money and they'll say, hey, I will go to Grand Blanc, I will go to Burton, and even people will think that new businesses are being steered out of our community. And it was happening. It's very real. And this was, I hate that I had no idea that they lost that, because that's a huge loss. Business should be done honestly, professionally, and as a council, we should do it with questions, but expeditiously, as not to cost businesses money, because they're here to make a profit. You know, I'm just going to close with this, Mr. President. I would hope that from here on out, that the information that we get will be in a timely manner. I didn't know that their deadline. I did not know the amount that they would be subject to lose, because the council should have been made aware of that. This isn't a heroic thing that, you know, they lost this building and they're going to lose their $40,000, $50,000. It's just not. Marijuana is going to be here. Should we have community benefits agreements? Yes, we should. But I think that they were done a disservice to lose that money. That's not doing business. And like I said, that was the best location, because there's nothing around, nothing. So no, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
Anybody else?
Mr. President.
Ms. Priestley?
I do find it a shame, because one of the things I ran on during my campaign was to bring back businesses to Flint. I also agreed that thought that this was a good location to have something like that, because it was an island. And I think that this should teach us a good lesson that we need to move fast on some of these, because people do have honest dollars. And we're not only talking we're talking property tax, we're talking income tax, we're talking jobs. And if we don't have jobs in this city, people aren't going to stay here.
Anybody else?
Mr. President.
Yes.
To piggyback off of what my colleague in the 4th Ward said too, I do just want to have a little pushback of not just moving fast, but coming prepared to council and being able to ask, you know, the relevant questions to the people when they're here, and being able to just come prepared and owe them that service, so that we're able to make sure that we get, you know, informed decisions before we make our decision that does impact their livelihoods and the livelihoods of others. I do also want to say that it is rather unfortunate that the Dado family did, you know, lose out on such a large amount of money. But this is also another reason why we as a council need to push to implement new zoning, because then we won't have had to have gone through this rezoning variance or anything like that, because it would have already been there. So for me, this is very much a process issue, and being able to, how can we continuously improve our processes as a city so that more businesses want to come, so that more businesses are able to come without having to spend such a dramatic amount of money to be held in the balance of 9 people who may vote yes or may vote no. With that being said, it is tremendously unfortunate that this business will not be coming to the city of Flint, and that's a great loss for our city.
Anybody else?
Yes, Mr. President.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yeah, I'm sitting here. I'm just really It is very unfortunate that they lost their money, and that this didn't go through. I thought the property was the perfect property for what they wanted to do. I mean, it's set off to, it's secluded. Of course, the park is across the street, but you wouldn't have been able to identify this as a facility.
Point of information. Do you realize that the marijuana ordinance has an exemption in it as it relates to that park?
Right. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, it was the perfect, ideal place for what they wanted to do. And so I'm a little outdone right now. So, Councilman Mays, did you talk to the Dadus?
Yes.
Okay. And there's no other options for them?
They tried their best to get an extension on their deposit to hold that property longer with the real estate people they were buying it from until we made a decision. Time ran out.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you. That's my understanding. I had even checked with Attorney Gurley on the exemption in the marijuana ordinance for that particular park. I remember writing it in and getting it in there with Reed Erickson. It was some type of an exemption for that park along the river, correct? You recall?
There's a park exemption in the marijuana ordinance along the Flint Trail. And you can also include a blight exemption as well.
Yeah,
and couple both of those together. But there is a park exemption.
Yeah, that's a park exemption for that trail along the river, and you can do a blight elimination plan. And so that was the youngest Dado of the Ronnie Dado family, and they tried their best. I'm looking at the note of public hearing for ordinance number 220068. This ordinance was held on Monday, March the 14th, 2022. The meeting quorum was lost before the council could consider said ordinance for second reading. So it's included in this agenda. Council would be surprised how close they were and how they felt toward that property and how let down they was with this council. The St. John project in that park, because of the exemption, I was trying to tell Mr. Murphy over and over again, one didn't have nothing to do with the other. I know I tried to get it to a vote, but the majority of council, for some reason, however, whoever was here and whatever was doing, I'm gonna see how this vote goes. Because the Dados can play for the rezoning. It's finally finna get a vote on the agenda. I already knew it sat on an island. I had already talked to the chairman of the Planning Commission, Mr. Wesley. You'd be surprised what he would have said. And so here we go. It's a motion on the floor. The Dados indicated to me, drop it, Mays, because we paying for rezoning for somebody else. We done lost it. The real estate company wouldn't give us no extension. We lost our deposit, so forth and so on. So I want to see, because what I'm hearing here today ain't what I heard since as long as it's been on. And so any further discussion, then I'm going to call for the vote.
Mr. President?
Yes, Ms. Burns.
For clarity, did we have the information, when did it come that the park, that park was exempt for the park and then for blight? Did Mr. Murphy, was he aware of that?
I spoke on it in meetings. I told people they need to understand the marijuana ordinance before they go to making judgments. I know I spoke on that. And I've said that the park didn't have nothing to do with that. I talked about the exemption. I just verified it with her. But the record will show with Attorney Gurley. The record will show that I spoke on that. The record will show that I spoke that it was time sensitive at the beginning for the dados. So both of those issues I spoke on, the time sensitivity as well as the park being exempt, because all of that industrial and commercial land, when Reed Erickson was the attorney, we exempted that park because it would have messed up all of the industrial property. You still got the floor, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. I think that would have been, maybe if that had been not for me, because my vote was different, if that had been maybe communicated, the deadline with the timeline and the time sensitivity, and actually in reference to the park being exempt, because we need to make sure we don't make this error again. Maybe we could have better communicated that for understanding, because I thought it was the perfect location. But this is the first of me hearing that it was exempt, the park was exempt. I had not heard that before. But
Council President, through you.
The city attorney want to chime in. She's got the floor.
Attorney Gurley.
Okay with you,
Yes.
Attorney Gurley? She says, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, through the chair, to Councilwoman Burns. The park exemption is a park plan exemption. So it is not that the park is exempt. You have to come up with a plan to make sure that the park remains clean. There are a variety of steps that an establishment would procure this plan and present it with their application to the Planning Commission. So,
Point of information, Attorney Gurley, you're talking about the applicant submitting a blight elimination plan, aren't you, versus the exemption on the River Trail Park. It's two different things. Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
I would say that's a fair statement. It just needs a little more elaboration. Like along the Flint Trail, there is an exemption, but the park exemption, just to expound on it, it has some other parts to it as well.
Thank you. I'm done, Mr. President.
And Attorney Gurley now deals with the Planning Commission. And I'm here to tell you there's a distinction. The Flint River Trail, if Attorney Erickson wrote it right, and I've called her, that exemption is in there as it relates to that park. And then further, the applicant could submit a blight elimination plan as it relates to parks and even residential areas in some cases, if they're too close. Ain't that in there too?
As far as residential, if they are grandfathered in, there is a locational exemption for grandfathered locations.
And so I think that it would do the council good to learn the ordinance, even though the council can change it, amend it. Mr. Del Moroni, under my time, is it something you're trying to chime in on before I call for this vote? If it ain't good, I won't do it again. What's your thoughts?
Thank you, President Mays. My understanding on the exemption for the Flint River Trail is that in the ordinance, the medical or the marijuana facilities, which they are now known as, because there's no longer a distinction between medical and recreation. Well, the medical facilities have to be 1,000 feet or greater than 1,000 feet from a park. And the exemption is that Flint River Trail is not considered a park for that 1,000 foot. So you can do a marijuana facility within 1,000 feet of that Flint River Trail, where you could not do that, say, at Whaley Park. So that's the distinction, that's the exemption.
And by me being an author of that language, when we seen all the industrial property along the Flint River, that's why we wrote that exemption in there, and that was the intent, and it should be in there to this day. And so I'm an author. Do y'all believe I'm a legislator for real? I mean, this ain't nothing made up. So we wrote that. That was the intent of the legislature. I was the primary author of it. And I seen that. And so that's why I know what I know. And that's why I spoke on what I spoke on in front of Mr. Murphy as he talked about St. John and that group one ain't gonna affect the other, I said. And I also talked about the time sensitivity. And I think the record will reflect that. Thank you, Mr. Del Moroni, but I know whoever was here on this council who heard that or didn't hear it, I think it was overshadowed by somebody in the 3rd Ward, and the project didn't move, and so now we'll see what happens here.
If I might add, your description was perfectly correct with how you described it.
Well,
with the blight and the park and the river trail. So.
Oh yeah, I know I had to do a lot of work on these ordinances. Any more discussion? Roll call, Janelle, on the second reading and adoption of 220068.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 no. The motion to rezone that property fails. And I say that as we were trying to get it moving. I don't know what the makeup of the council was, but the Dados seen it, I've seen it, and it turns out to be true. Okay, let's go back to that last separation agenda item. Let me ask you this question, Janelle, if you know. If we adjourn this meeting, what happens to that resolution 220118, if you know?
It failed.
Okay, and it'll disappear.
Yes, sir.
And we'd have to bring it back after 30 days?
Yes.
Or a motion for reconsideration?
Correct.
And I think that's what's going to have to happen, because I don't see 5 votes here to do what the majority of the council wanted to do. So I'm going to ask that if it fails, Jadelle, I'm going to ask that you put the notice of reconsideration in line with the charter on the next council meeting coming up in April, and that notice will be dealt with. Y'all know what I mean by the notice of reconsideration that's required. I'll entertain a motion on 220118, or I can do better than that. Let me look at something. Ms. Johnson, was there any discussion items voted upon this agenda in the agenda changes? Do you recall? Anybody?
No, sir.
Mr. President.
Okay. I know I had something to do with discussing that public notice, Ms. Burns, for Wednesday. This public notice, I had lawyers who told me that when we meet to deliberate, we better have a quorum. If not, we'd have started questioning, what's her name, Shelby Freya, and we wouldn't have lost that witness trying to get a quorum. So I'm not interested in moving forward on a budget hearing posted the way it's posted. I think it requires 2 or more council members, and it needs to be posted properly, and that's how it should be. The way that this is posted, do you plan to chair that meeting, Ms. Burns?
Mr. President, no.
So that would put it for me to chair.
I have no comment.
I don't want to chair it if it's not posted properly. I have comment.
Mr. President,
Ms. Herkenroder.
given the lateness of the hour, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, it's a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Mr. President,
Yes.
I second that motion.
It's been moved and properly second. Roll call on the motion to adjourn, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Vote is 4 yes, 1 no.
So I thought it was rude. Now, we can adjourn, people can get up and leave, but when I'm talking about budgets, and that's one of our primary responsibilities in trying to arrange a budget hearings and meetings, this council didn't vote. And then a gangster move to stop talking about the budget, and we're in the budget process. So Ms. Herkenroder is out of her seat, and I'm gonna call this meeting adjourned, Ms. Herkenroder, because of you. You leaving, correct? You leaving, right? Okay. So the meeting is adjourned for a lack of a quorum, and I called it when you got up out of your seat, and that's proper. I've never seen a council who don't want to schedule budget hearings. Do they really even know what a budget hearing is? Okay. You say you hope to see me there. I guarantee I'll be here if you think you gonna check. So whatever you talking smart to me about and adjourning meetings without discussion, beg your pardon, what you howling for? White folks holler just like black folks, don't they? You walking out howling. You ain't no different than black folks walking out howling. You ain't said nothing cute to me talking about a budget process. And breaking a form and making a motion to adjourn on the budget discussion. I done seen this movie before, Ms. Herkenroder, and guess what? The bad guys didn't win at the end. Some of them sitting at home in the name of Kate Fields, Jackie Poplar. I'll concentrate on sending you home.